She says, "Come here, baby."
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah,
quid.
fucking no!
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's muffin time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's muffin time. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morga! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. Test. No? Yeah, thank you. Okay, my stream now went down completely, right? Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, that was the risk. God damn it.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
Is everyone still here? No.
It to be updated. Yeah.
Wait, why does that not work? Oh god, I gotta start up my mix it up and stuff. You claimed your muffins, but you didn't get muffins because now I started we have started itself up. But my mix it up wasn't started up.
What happened?
Oh my god, I agree. Now you claimed first just to beat Silk.
Did you use the upgrades?
What? Why doesn't it? Ah, this works now. Okay.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no!
Okay. Does everything work now?
That's a lot!
Still super bright. Like
Why does your mic
my
scream
camera
at
is.
me?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We're good. Hmm. We should. For what?
Be a little bit of AI in there. But they do TFC, which is the Freak Circus songs, fan made songs, and they turn them into actual ones. But
Nice.
the main one of the characters, not the main character, Doctor, he's Russian, and they made this version of this song. It's called "Let Me Examine You." As they've done it in English first, and then they did it in Portugal, which is where the supposedly originate from. And then I asked them. Now I need it in Russian, and they made it in Russian for me, so I'm happy. Because the
Nice.
doctor's accent in the name is Russian, so it's fire. I knew it'd work with this character, because his whole thing is he's got a Russian accent, so I needed it in Russian. So far, I've commented, yes, this is definitely a doctor. I do not speak anything other than English, but I needed this. I craved it.
Yeah.
Stuck in a loop now.
Why
And
did
having
you
a tough
crave
time
it in Russian just to get it like more like the original?
I craved it in Russian because that's his accent. The doctor. It's his character. He
Yeah.
speaks English, but Russian accent. And every time I've heard the song, I loved it, but I needed it. You just gotta watch the Nino Keto play the game. I like it from his perspective. Mm.
It's my
Sounds just right.
now everything closed again, so I gotta do run check to see if everything is ready, like it should. Test. Not changing. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, it's not there. Hello? Ah, can you say something in Discord? I don't hear anything now. What? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, okay, now I can hear you. Now I'm adjusting my audio, but now everything went silent. Okay. As I said, like I had everything started up as I wanted it to. And then the whole thing crashed, so now I have to check like around if everything is running like it should. Okay. Hmm. There we go. Okay, fishing is working. Gosh. Dungeons are working. What if I there you go. Okay. Very good. Yay. Now I can play the Stardew.
Don't you do it again. You lay down back on. You just lay right back down. No, you lay down. Don't look at me like that. That's too cute. Stop it.
Touch.
Don't touch.
No touchies? Odie! Hello, Odie. Okay. Good. This is loud as fuck. Oh my god, I couldn't hear myself think anymore. Okay, we're good. But hello, Odie. How you doing? I'm just checking because my whole thing crashed. Okay, but everything is started up. Everything is running. Wait, my light is up there. Yeah, okay. What are you doing up? Oh, how do you? Okay, yes. Odie knows now what time zone I'm in, so it's like, hi. At the beginning, when I started, no one knew where I was from. So no one knew, like, I was just messing up my time schedule completely the whole time. But yeah. There you go. It's on the screen. Oh!
You're giving yourself away.
True. Okay, I was like, now people know that. Okay, yeah, no, fair. That's a good point. I put it on the screen for myself. So I could watch like the time as well, like when I had like a really long streams and not completely forget about time. I'm here looking for the
Need a
20
side eye.
streams.
Need a side eye gif. It's on the screen. Side eye.
Hello. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, that is the thing. Like, yeah, I ran the update for OBS.
I know
and,
you like this one, but kind of mean, but I like it. It's so funny.
But okay, that is accurate. Like, and then dum, yeah. Woo.
That's why I don't use it often, because it's kind of mean. But cute.
No, but okay, in this
Makes me
situation,
think
yeah,
of
I
a
am a
lizard.
dum, so it is allowed. Yeah. I literally put it there for myself, and I completely forgot about it right away. Oh, thank you, Fresh. Oh my gosh, thank you. Wanna come in? Just bam and 100 biddies. How are you? Are you good? Like I was lurking your stream yesterday, but your stream
Fresh has got 2. Fresh has got
abruptly
2.
maybe. I don't know. You good? Did you make it to work? Did you have a good night gaming?
Go with Cade, big fucking white
Hey,
claw
let me-
Oh, no.
sexy bastard.
But yeah, no, I am awake at 4:30 because I took a nap and then I woke up at 11 p.m. Well, I'm rapping right now.
My jam's on, I can't even hear it.
Rap,
I hear it in the
rap,
background, so I
rap,
can't fucking hear it here. You know what I'm saying?
Again, and yeah.
Oh!
Oh my god, that's good clippy. Okay. Yeah, let me check because this, yeah, now I hated it. It went up and we went down, but we're back, baby, and the game is running. Do we want this one? Oh no. Do we want that? You can see the whole OBS. That's also interesting. We have a muffin. That's a leak layer.
Mega muffin.
Yeah, you have infinite muffins that way. I still don't know what's the best. Like this is fitting for Stardew, I think, and then you see the whole screen. But I always like this because it's giant. What do you guys want? Like this one or this one? Wait, yeah. Ooh, thank you for the donji. Holy insanity. Yeah, this is like muffin.
Wobbly timing on me.
Fish. Fish.
Fish. And you got a fish. Let me check the leaderboard. I think you're still way ahead. It was a muffinception, indeed. Okay, let me see. I'm running this window still. I don't know why. I forgot why. Can I do settings? Yeah. There we go. Okay, load. No. Load the co-op one, no? Oh no. I know Spiel. Huh? I know Spiel tonight. That was mediocre, dog. What? Odie, are you... Okay, but that's the thing what's confusing the fuck out of me because, yeah. My god, this is going great with the overlays. Look at the spelling. But spell. Okay, like if you write it like that, spiel, that just means playing in Dutch. So like, yeah, okay. What do you mean? What are you not playing tonight? Like my brain is just double translating. That's not, yeah. Like there are words in there. Oh god. So you were making sense for me in my language. It doesn't make sense at all, but that's an actual word. Okay, wait, to load the co-op. I started. I know derp in English. Okay, host the Silky Muffin Farm. You're now hosting a multiplayer game. Yeah, that's what we want. I just no, don't I there? My big ass shot there. Okay, I'm here, Silk. Are you here? Did I invite your butt?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not in. Yeah. Fight.
Fight. Plop. Is the game paused? Yes. Okay, then I will pause until you join. Nice. I thought the game was always just like the time was always running. But okay. So if I pause, that does work.
As soon as I get in, I am turning again.
But okay, yeah, no, Odie, so to answer your question again, like why we're up at 4:30, why we're streaming this time at night, yes, just yes. Like as I said, I took a giant nap, woke up at like 11 p.m, and I was like, you know what, back in the day, like a couple months ago, though, when I was still starting up, I was streaming exclusively like US times. So 9 out of 10 times I woke up like at 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. and I started streaming between 2 and 4. And was it healthy? Maybe. But I was awake anyway. And I've been having some sleepless nights again this week. Because of stuff that's been going on, and yeah. I'm awake now. I'm refreshed. I'm alive. So I was like, you know what? I'm streaming less than I usually do, so we're just gonna stream random ass times again. We're gonna see who shows up. Cause it's the summer slumber, so probably
I have dog.
people show up anyway. And I just wanted to play Stardew with Silk. Back in the day, I was coding for 30 hours straight. Back when the internet was more of a niche thing. Back in the day. But back in the day, I was also a deck in the day. No, I could read that. I was also coding for like, yeah, 20 hours straight. And I could still develop my games. I kind of want to set a challenge this year to do maybe in fall or autumn. To, yeah, make a muffin game. To see if I can still program. Okay. A muffin gem? Yeah! Yeah, indeed! Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gray.
Sounds...
Here.
Oh, this is not what I'm...
Derp.
No, I need to change.
Did you check the fortune?
No, I did not.
I forgot I have a pirate hat. But yeah, okay, so Odie, did you ever do any game gems? I need this. I need my sword. Nope.
I like to play the game so slowly. I'm a slow.
Like, I love it. We haven't started, like, how do you say that? Like, we haven't gamed, like, for, I don't know, a couple of days, but it is still, like, short enough that I completely remember, like, where we were. We're at the Egg Festival! Oh my god. What is the Egg Festival again? Do we have to bring stuff or no?
No, we just have to get as many eggs as possible.
That's true,
There's a specific route you can do, or we get beat by, the gym eater.
Odie's an app dev, no luck with UI UX, that and train your 3D animation feel. But that's the thing, then you can perfectly do a game jam then. Because you can also do just like the backend, or you can just do like the animation or whatever. I got participated in a couple of official game jams. Oh, we're going for the eggs, okay. I'm coming.
Split smile.
Egg time! Oh, that is kind of fitting. I'm eating my egg with the Egg Festival.
Hello, Shane.
Okay, make sure to talk to everyone. I do like that because I don't know if we already completed the thing to talk to everyone.
No, I don't think I have.
Now we can just meet everyone. That everyone is in one place. Yay, now I met everyone. I just never talked to Gus, I think. I thought I skipped Emily. Oh, here's your future lover.
Elliot.
Yeah. Oh, not yet. Not ready for the egg.
Everybody always goes for Sebastian. I'm going for Elliot. He's an author. He can actually do his work at home.
That is true. That's true.
He
Like
can make his
Sebastian is
work
just,
about us.
You just get your own fanfic writer.
Right?
Right now I can barely run a Python interpreter on this system. Oh. Yeah, but that's the thing,
Have
like
you
I used to
seen-
develop this. What have I seen?
There's some mods I've watched of this. I've seen that are crazy.
I saw one, I don't know if I shared you that video, but there's someone that it's making like the Pam apocalypse. They call it the Pam apocalypse.
Oh god.
Did
I've
you
seen
see
one
that
where
or
they
no?
had Pam as a mount.
Yeah,
Pam as
so
a mount.
that's the same. So she started with Pam as a mouth, and then she was like, "Oh, this is cool." And then they were like, "Oh, but we need more Pam." So then they added Pam as a
No.
trailer. Then they added Pam as a bus, and then Pam as the train, and as Pam in every transportable
Pam
vehicle is the
everything.
Pam. Everything is Pam, and then Pam comes to
Oh,
visit,
no.
and it's just like a Pamception. There's just Pam everywhere. It's yeah.
Well,
I love
well,
so
the ones
hard.
I've seen are Yandere, them, where Sebastian and Sam and all of are Yanderes, basically. So we have different.
I just saw Pam everywhere.
Did I
Yep,
give
yep.
her her ad?
Yeah, for the people that are questioning, we are playing like completely vanilla now. We might do mods later. I don't know if we can run the same game file. That would
It's
be cool.
spicy. The Yandere one. It's a
Mhm.
little spicy.
I can do it later.
Okay.
When does the egg hunt start? Okay, did we get everyone now?
I think I got her. I don't know. I got 2 alerts. I
Where do you
deleted
see
it.
your
I thought
missions
you-
again?
I don't know. They ran away. They
We
ran
cannot
away.
see
when
them
they
here,
did
I
the
think,
festival
yeah.
Around.
Okay, I hope we got everyone then. Normally, yeah, no, I think so. We got the wizard, yeah, no, yeah. Odie's just trying to build the phones to get the last components, then it's film editing time for sure. Or Odie, let me know one of this time. I do want to learn more about editing, so maybe you can teach
I think it was called After Dark. Stardew Valley After Dark. I was watching somebody play it.
I
Oh,
think I have
wow.
seen clips of that. Yep.
And then I started looking for fan fiction of it, and I couldn't.
Obviously, that's the only logical step right after. Yep.
How do we start this then? Yeah,
Okay,
that's the logical conclusion.
Yeah. Okay, we can start by talking to the mayor, but I wanted to check like if we talked to anyone.
That
Did
sounds
you want to
good.
buy stuff? We have 1800. Like I forgot that it was already the season. But there's special stuff that we can buy only here. Yeah, we can buy a shit ton of strawberry. Wait, what day
Did
is
we do
it?
strawberries? I don't know. You forgot to look at everything. I guess
We're just like, we're back, baby.
uh,
What day is it? What are we doing? Why are we here?
Stardew,
Checking the
when is-
wiki.
yes, that's what I'm
Like I'm
trying
checking the wiki on my phone because if I alt tab
Okay.
continuously, then the thing gets stuck again.
You
Okay,
do
Egg
that.
Festival.
I'm still on.
Okay, the Egg Festival is the
still
first
stuck on
festival of the year, taking place on the 13th of every spring. But then how many? Wait. I want to start a calendar. Okay, calendar. Start a calendar. It's now the 13th, which gives us at least 2 weeks. So yeah, we can buy strawberries. Like,
Oh.
people don't underestimate this game. It's a cozy game, but you gotta time. You gotta plan. Did I just
I
buy
just go
like
with
a
the
shit
flow.
ton? That is
I
also
tried
very
it
fair.
though.
Like, but at the beginning, I also always bought like the expensive seeds, and then I was super happy, and then just everything died at the end of the season. I was like, yeah.
I think the only thing we're missing for the spring crop bundle is maybe green beans, cauliflower, and parsnip. I think we have those. Yes, nice.
Okay, do I
So-
have your permission to spend like all our money on strawberries?
Go for it.
No.
You're not in here, so your vote is not. Your vote does not count
Cringe.
unless you're playing. Unless you're playing.
Yeah, if
and
you want to
even
join
got
in, then you get a
outvoted.
vote. Yeah.
You got outvoted.
Okay, is everyone ready for the big egg hunt?
Let's go.
Let's go, let's start. Let's go! Mm,
Tintin.
like my screen is super
Abigail always
bright.
wins.
Why am I
Or the
so
young
overlit? I do more light.
lady.
It's time for the annual egg hunt. I'm trying to figure out my light because maybe no, I'm a ghost.
Where are you? I only see me.
I
Maybe
only
you
see
play
you
after
too.
me?
Oh no, I'm standing next to the kids.
Oh, you're a kid.
I'm a little kid with my pirate hat.
It's just waiting on you now. You're sitting next to Abigail. I always start on the left.
Hi,
And I make
Chubby.
my way to the right.
Let the egg hunt begin. Go, 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 go.
Get out of my way, Maru.
Okay, okay. I know. There's always eggs here. Oh no, that's not your egg. That's my egg. Thank you.
Egg.
Stupid Sam. I'm stealing all the eggs that Sam gets.
Egg. No, Abigail, no, it's mine.
I
Fuck
got
off,
5
Abigail.
eggs already. Oh my
Abigail
God.
always wins.
No.
Stupid rock eater.
The stupid rock eater. You hate Abigail.
She's always eating rocks, so.
But I always
she
beat
is.
Abigail's butt, so it's gonna be fine. Oh!
Oh.
That was so fast! That was so
so sad.
I was chilling! No! Okay. That was
I was on
almost
a
at the
roll,
last
damn
egg.
it.
If you
on a
can get
roll.
this layer up, if you should leave it, you have to clean it down inside of Gypsy. Yeah, Lewis. Very funny.
What about that statue? There's really some.
Now the
Ooh!
winner of this year's egg hunt is... Taki! You
I
did
win. I got a
it!
straw hat.
Nice! Did you beat Abigail's butt?
I'm
Racing,
surprised I win.
yes.
Abigail almost always beat you. Or the little
Are we
girl.
doing the
Abigail.
egg hunt race?
I
Nom,
want.
nom, nom. Is my butt
Put it on.
conundrum down again? Yeah, he is. Food time.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm also like yumming in between. It's already nighttime, but I didn't spend any energy. Are we just gonna go to sleep?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Can I-
guess.
What?
Okay. No.
Like what? Okay, wait. Let me chop trees. Then I'm satisfied.
Let's see.
Wait.
Yeah, we've got a potato. We just need now.
Great. Do you want to check maybe if I'm going crazy or no? But like, is what conundrum dead again or? Yeah, because I don't have the shouties. No. Oh no. No. Okay, then we need shouty for Chubby. And I have to remember everyone. Oh my gosh. I got lazy because of my butt now. Chubby, are you done with your games already or no? It's okay, friend. Okay. You will still get a shouty. But okay. What time do I have to be in bed at the latest again, Silk?
2 a.m. I have to give someone a gift. And I finished Robin's
No! Okay, the tree drowned.
axe.
Actually, Chubby, that does remind me. I did want to set it up so that all VIPs can give shouties. Because then that helps.
I had the devil has horn stuck in my
I
mind.
forgot how to do it. Ooh. Okay. On my way. I gotta check in. Yeah. Okay. Night. Good night. Night. No.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I got him.
Okay, okay. Ooh, but that's the thing. Now I cannot really alt up with the full screen.
Oh, watch out! Behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
Go away, Ad. I'm trying to figure
Still gonna risk it.
people stuff
Oh, don't let him.
Where's my
farm. No, no.
conundrum?
I wanted you to get up too. I got you, baby boo.
Conundrum is the button.
This is not what I'm looking for. There, the villagers are.
Where's my dashboard? Maybe I need to re-enter. Oh yeah, it's down. I can check by checking the dashboard, and then whenever I try to log in, it right away says bad gateway. So we are out of our conundrum, but at the moment, I don't know why. Yeah, no. Bad gateway. Shit. Okay. And we can still do shouties with the exclamation mark shout.
Do you really want out now? We just started. Dang dog. Oh, he'll take a parsnip? Okay. Potatoes, parsnip,
Are you checking for Sebastian? Oh no, I'm thinking here.
Elliot, yeah.
Elliot.
Because I cannot afford his loved stuff. So.
Yeah, who should I kind of want to have like.
Okay.
Oh, it's raining.
I'll be back.
I kind of
My
want to have
dog's
like
demanding to go outside.
a good cookie. I will plant all the strawberries.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yep. Gray, are you busy right now? Oh, Gray left. So that's a yes. Sad. Okay. But yeah, how is everyone doing? Thank you all for checking in with me because yeah, it is like 4:30 in the morning. I see a Dutch person as well. Oh, he left. But I saw a Dutch person like Nicolas. He also awake at 4:30 in the morning. Like, oh my gosh. Up. I sound so judgmental, but I'm always awake. The weirdest hour, so yeah. Wait, we wanted to do. It's a little messy, but it's gonna be fun. Gil, are you busy right now? I was thinking maybe setting up a poll to let chat decide who our love interest is gonna be. So we can pursue them. Catch that boogie. Let me turn on my music again. There you go. But Chubby, are you already done with your League games? Are you still live? Because my whole PC crashed, so let me check. Oh, I do have to check on that. Oh, you went offline. Are you getting a sleep? I'm up. Yeah. Oh, but then I misrated everything. Like, I started up, but OBS had an update, so the whole thing crashed. Like, you know how it is. Yeah, it was great. I'm still eating my giant Spanish omelette that I forgot the name of. I can do total tortilla, but it's just egg and potato. I don't think so. Okay, wait, I forgot to check the fortune. Yeah, doggy. The spirits are neutral. Silky is doing the doggy. I feel like it is time for us to go on adventure again. Do we take my bamboo pole? No. Oh, I need this. Okay, we're going. Wait, do I bring food? No. Nah, we'll be fine. I'm going in like this. Oh, wait, I can check my axe. Did you win a lot of games today, Chubby? Had some good games. And 3-2, I think. That's nice. Random carrots. Sure, I'll take it. It was okay. Nah. As I said, like I have still been playing like well, kind of a lot of League. Like I was making jokes in the stream yesterday. Like when I was hanging out with other people in other people's streams. My god, my brain is not functioning today. Yeah, I'm making friends. Okay. But then I'm like slowly getting addicted to League because it is, I don't know. I feel like I want to play League at least like once every day. And I haven't had that with games like for a long time. Like I switch games a lot. That's why I also look for IT3 mode. Like I switch around. You guys know it. Nope. Get my act over there. We're going adventure to 15. Gonna see how far we can get. But yeah, I'm still like leveling up the count, getting to know stuff a little bit better. Like I was trying, actually I tried jungle for the first time now, like in years. Like I have played all roles, as I said, like when I was playing 12 years ago or something. But choop 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 choop. Okay, sorry, slime interruption. But yeah, no, I'm still leveling it up. And now I was like playing most like bot and support. Like I would say I'm a bot main mostly because I play Morgana the most. That's my favorite character. Only because that was my favorite character back in the day when she was already there. So she was familiar. So I started with her again, but she is good. I like her a lot. I like the binding and then just the W like the... And yesterday I was like queuing for just some drafts. And I set it to either bottom or just fill in the position. Because I was like, yeah, I can see whatever we're gonna get, and then we're gonna practice with other positions. And then I got matched up with someone who's playing normally always jungle, but they were playing bot, and normally I will play bot, and I was now playing jungle. But oh my god, it was fun. It was good. Like I was lucky because I had a pretty good team. But I don't know, it's really nice just jungling, like getting your monsters out of the way. Focusing and then just assisting the rest. I don't know, it is less stressful and in the lanes or something, I feel like. I don't know. I like the jungling a lot. And the person that I was queued up with was really, really nice. Then we befriended each other on League. It was such a cute, non-toxic interaction. I don't know, it really sprays me. Still the whole what people always say of League like that, it is super toxic and shit. I think it depends as well, but any game can be toxic basically, but it depends as well like how you play it. So far so good, and if it is toxic or people are annoying, then I just turn off chat. Oh my god, there's a lot of monsters. Do you know Stardew Valley, Chop?
What? I live.
Hello, welcome back. I am making you proud in the mines.
Nice.
I might have got my butt kicked a little bit by bugs, but we're fine, we're fine. You play Morgana a lot as well, noise. I was just chatting up with Chubby a little bit about League. Because Silk, I am slowly getting addicted to League, it is scary. I'm slowly getting addicted to League. No, but it is so much fun.
I feel like my obsession I had for a week. It's still an obsession. It's not going away, but it's slowing down.
Yeah.
For TFC. For TFC, the freak circus of horrors.
I do love it that you were like, you just announced in the Discord, like, hello, sorry, I was dead. I've been in a rabbit hole. That's what I've been up to.
I'm not hiding it. I needed people to know. I did not mean it to disappear, but
you accidentally disappeared. I gotta get ready for bed. Good night, friends. Good night, Chubby. Have a good sleepies. Thank you for checking in here. Appreciate you. Where is that damn letter? I don't have enough energy.
plus it's introducing me into some new songs, so that's nice.
Yeah.
Chop that tree.
Oh no.
We'll never be out of wood. Ever. Not at the rate we're going in.
Yep. Okay, I might have to go back up because I'm gonna pass out. Can I eat jelly? No. Can I eat monster meat? No.
I mean, you can make monster meat, and turn it into food.
Yeah, like I was checking, but I didn't find the letter. My energy
I
is
don't know
super
when you
low.
unlock that though.
Get the kitchen. I can't wait until we get the mine cards and stuff as well. Okay, that was kind of a waste in the mine, but fine. I got us some ore, which is still nice. I was like, it's raining, and I always like to go to the mines. But, yeah.
Ooh. I got spooked. Something went. Ooh. Frogs are speaking tonight.
I always thought they were just, like, I don't know, scary swamp spirits or something.
I think they're supposed to be frogs. Because frogs
Really?
make noises like that. Yeah.
What? Like that?
Yeah, frogs.
But
Some frogs make noises like that. In Texas,
Okay.
you can't. Went back when my aunt lived there. They had a whole bunch of like frogs outside in the yard. So when you went to sleep, all you would hear was.
Yeah, okay, but not that loud or low. But yeah,
No,
okay,
there's
okay.
some that are that loud. I think bullfrogs are.
True. Wait, okay, now I can see what quests we had. Yeah, I just have to deeper in the mine. Reach farming level 1. Oh, wait, I have to harvest some stuff if we have stuff to harvest at some point because, yeah, I'm farming level 0 as a farmer.
Now I need to reread that manga, or manhwa, or whatever the heck it is. There's so many different versions it could be. Manga, manhwa, comic, thingy. It's just manga. That's all I'm
Yeah.
gonna call it. I need to reread at Roxana.
Oh, that was great.
My words weren't working. I had to do an automatic readjustment, okay? It was a manual readjustment.
But I did it.
That's the only way I could fix myself.
Yeah, but that works. It does help. Yep.
It fixes my tongue.
Okay, wait. I still want to put it up like in a chat, but maybe we're just gonna put it up like in a big poll in Discord or something. Like I wanna have them like the chat or the people just decide who I'm gonna romance because I don't know.
I can't see my energy. I just noticed that my energy bar started sweating.
Oh no.
I had my drink right in front of the bottom of it.
Oh no.
Cool.
What do
I
you
locked
think,
in
Silky?
1,000
Should I put it
faces.
up on a poll like here in the chat or something?
What
Should I
for?
just do like I wanna pursue someone
Oh,
in
go
the game
for
as
it.
well, but I don't know who.
Hello.
Hi. Like I'm undecisive as fuck, you know me. Hey, Veggie!
Only one I would say is not to go for is Shane, but that's just me.
No, but Shane, that is not good.
No.
Like
no.
if you
Being
get
his
like
friend
if
is
you are his
good.
wife, then his whole life gets ruined, right?
Yeah,
Or
being
no?
his best friend's good, but being his lover, not so much. It does
Then
not
he
go
even
well.
drinks more, I think. Like he gets so depressed.
Yeah.
I want to
He
save
starts
him from
drinking.
that. Yeah.
The only way to do that is to be his friend.
Yep. Anyway, it is very rainy, shitty weather. It's getting late. Oh, good morning, Veggie. Yeah, it's 5 in the morning. Yeah. Go pet. Night. Morning.
Morning.
Oh, nice. You got a fishy.
And
Okay,
I
we're not
wish I could
making
just
that much money,
automatically
but
go to
it's
sleep
still
like that.
up so
It'd be
late,
nice
yeah,
if
or up so early. It'd be nice.
It'd be
What?
nice if If we could just go into bed and click an option, go to sleep. Yes. For how many hours? Yes. Then just wake up after that many hours. You know, automatic, automatic sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, mail.
Ooh, the fear spirits are very displeased today, so no mining.
Yes, I know, Granny Evelyn. All I
No mining.
know about the seasons. You don't
Hello,
need to tell me
dear.
this.
Yep,
She's telling you about seasons too.
Yep. That is what I meant. Like
No.
that's why I was kind of planning already with the strawberries and stuff. We're good. Oh wait, this one. This one.
Ain't my first rodeo, Evelyn.
I love how we're both just fucking hoarders. Like, if you look at our stash already, like, we have saved the trash. Like, we've saved a soggy newspaper. Why did we save
Oh,
a
it's a
soggy newspaper?
recycler.
Yeah, okay, that's true, that's true. Then it gets something. Like, if you put the broken
for me.
CDs in the recycler, you get, like, the... pretty bar. Yeah. What is it again? You get the... quartz. Yep. Yeah.
Oh, I'm out of water.
Yeah, I went to take like a nap yesterday, but then
Oh,
I slept
chicken.
just like the whole afternoon and I woke up at 11
Come
p.m.
chicken.
So we are messing up my sleep schedule more. I don't know. But I'm just, I was already awake. I don't know if I will stay awake like during the day or we will go back to sleep. But... Ooh, gotta fodder the dog.
Egg.
But we're back on US time streaming because fuck it, why not? Ooh, I already walked 10,000 paces. Silk, I got my step goal in for the day. I walked 10,000 paces. Nice.
Are we just selling our eggs?
Yeah. Okay, now I turn off the music again, because now we got double music. Thing is, like, the music in the game sometimes gets really loud, and sometimes it's really, really quiet.
Yeah, I've been turning mine. Okay. Potato, cauliflower, parsnip. Is there anything else?
Wait, we can
That's
already put it in. Like, should I come with you, or did you
Yeah.
bring everything?
I got it. Anyone come?
Can we already put in the fish and the other stuff, or no?
I don't know about the fish, but I know I can do the spring one.
I'm taking everything. I'm carrying a fish on my head. Yeah! I love how we're both just
Gotcha.
carrying, like... Oh, wait. Gotta get this. There you go. There we
There we go.
It's muffin time.
It looks so silly. Can you imagine if you carry everything you get in your life just on top of your head? Like, you're doing groceries and just... Gotta carry the dog. But I think we might have only the first one.
Geronimo.
Yeah. Gonna stand
Oh,
here
this
and
is the
cheer you on.
spring forage. This is the forage one.
Wait,
don't have
I
the
brought the
foraging
stuff,
items.
I think. Yeah, I brought it. I just grabbed everything. Bundle
Oh, there it
complete!
goes.
Nice. We got 30 spring seeds. Exotic foraging. Oh, the construction bundle. We should have taken the other stuff. And I gotta figure out, okay, if I got like the carrot or the yep.
Spring.
How you doing, store? Okay. Oh, okay. Now that you brought it into his house, now we got the rest. Yeah. Nice.
Bundle
Okay.
complete.
You already completed the bundle while it's not. It's loading for me that we get the bundles and you already completed it. Awesome. Yum, yum. Enjoy my bedtime clothes? Sure.
I'm not.
Wait. You want to share?
Quality crops. Teasing
Try to stay asleep
bundle.
because you can, because there's a monster nearby. Maybe that's why you have trouble sleeping at night.
Oh, animal bundle. Large egg, duck egg. Duck,
I missed
duck,
that
duck, duck,
comment. Okay. Tin Man! Tickle the pickle. We have
Tickle
the Tin
the
Man.
pickle.
Yeah. Do you know Tin Man Silk?
I don't know.
He always tickles the pickle when there's new people coming in. And then he's like, okay, everyone tickle the pickle. And then, yeah, you tickle the pickle.
Pickle, pickle. Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Yep. How you doing, Tim Man? Wait, isn't it? Oh, no, you're in a different time zone. But like, isn't it very early for you as well? But yep.
The
Yeah,
money one's always
note
the
to self
hardest.
that I messed. Well, no, I can get us rich. You want to get rich?
There's the barns.
We got a lot of random fishes already, but I can just spend like 2 days fishing non-stop and then we get some money if you want to. I can make us rich. Wait, is this just money, but we don't have that one yet. It's 10:20 p.m. in Chicago. Ah. Yeah, it is like 5:20 here. But my sleep is a little messed up, maybe. What else is new? I thought, you know what? I wanted to game with Silky really bad. And I've streamed this one time before already, I think. Yep. Yeah, this is Silky.
Yeah,
And we have accidental matching shirts, by the way. I don't know if anyone already noticed, but we made our character. So we both made our character by ourselves, and it was like, okay, load in the game. Hi, what do you look like? And it was like, hey, you got a Pikachu shirt. Hey, you got also a Pikachu shirt. I still like it. Now we're set. It's very cute.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I did have still spring onion and stuff, but I think we already finished those. Thank you for the Dungy kill. Boopity boopity boop.
I'll put these back.
But yeah, so I've been asleep like most of the day. Then we had a little check-in.
No, I
We
can
were
fill
gonna
up
do
my
that.
water over here. Nope.
Like oh my gosh, I don't know if I should just put the game on like windowed or not, because it keeps spacing out every time I click something else. That is bothering me a little bit, but we're good. But yeah, no, so yeah, I've been asleep like during the day. Had a very, very productive morning, but then I was too tired, so I went back to bed. Woke up at 11 p.m. and now we started streaming at 4 a.m. So we're living on our own schedule again, and fuck it, I got some rest, and that's what matters. That's the vibe. Like, I did accept like my weird schedule at this point. I did fix it a lot better than at the beginning of this year, I would say. But it's not that good. Okay, I'm gonna fish. What else do I have? Oh yeah, the cords and the stuff. Are you okay with me just donating everything that we can to the museum? Because we only donated once and then we can use everything we find after. Okay, now. I can play with one person
only
with that
donate
before, and I
once
just
anyways.
donated stuff, and it was like, no, why do you donate? I was like, well, the museum needs it. Oh no, it's locked. Oh, it's already 6 p.m. The day flies
was
when you're
quick.
having fun. Jesus, we only went to the community center. Wasn't nice trip for the day. How was your night, by the way, Tim Man? Thank you so much for coming in with the tickle the pickle. I could have sworn I got something. Was I too late? I think so. Like nowadays, instead of just normal time, I just, when I wake up, I'm like, okay, gotta get ready. Oh my god, I'm not catching anything here. Yeah, gotta get ready, gotta walk the doggo, gotta make some food, and then decide, like, okay, what time is it actually? Do I go back to sleep? Do I do something?
Oh, the ocean is so loud.
The ocean is so loud.
Yes.
Just Silk Dots, people, you've heard it here first. It is.
Ambient volume, turn that down. Turn down. Turn.
I am failing at fishing. Very bad. I don't know why. It's not even getting a
It's
fish.
still loud.
Wait, did I fix it? This is also a way to get money. I forgot I fixed the bridge. Hi.
Hi.
Because then every day we can get like all the shells, and that's already kind of good money. That's
Yeah,
nice.
I got coral and stuff.
Okay, now I got Max. Hi, Hexton. Hello, hello. Welcome
Oh,
in.
I'm seeing plates. I'm seeing stuff. Linus is in the trash.
Oh
He's getting
no.
ready to get yelled away.
I think always like that is so mean. Like he's just getting some food. Leave him alone, right?
He's
not
the
hurting
only
anyone.
homeless person. Why is he the only homeless person here? Everybody should be pitching in.
Bam! Okay, now I'm fishing again. Maybe I was just at the wrong place. Nice. Okay, get an eel, but I forgot where I got it. Good to see you too, Hexton. How is your day, your time zone? Entertainment, if you're still here, yeah. Tell me how your night is.
Poor Linus.
Very good, thank you. Good to hear that. I'm doing good, I'm doing good. As I said, like, yeah. It is a weird time now, and I'm way too awake for the time that it is, but we're just, like, gonna ignore the time at the moment again. Because, yeah, I got some pain flare-ups and stuff at the beginning of the week, which made it hard to sleep. I do like that veggie set. Like, they say that. Maybe it is like you get to notice, like in Minecraft, like you can't sleep, there are monsters nearby. Or like there's danger nearby, and that's just the reason that you can't sleep at night and just lay awake. It's not safe to sleep yet. Maybe. I do fucking love this game. Loop. Are you already back home, Silk?
No, I'm watching Linus.
Oh, I got a fisherman achievement. I gotta check where to find eel.
Aw, so nice of you, Gus.
Gus gives him some food, no?
Yeah. Giving him fresh food. No, I'm on my way back.
I think I already saw that. Did you know you can search the trash yourself as well?
Yeah, just don't get caught.
Like I didn't know at the beginning, and then I saw like Linus do that for the first time, and I was like, "Oh, that's smart! I'm just gonna search everyone's trash now too." As a revenge for being mean to Linus, I'm just gonna mess up their trash. Okay, I got fishies, but I don't know if we can sell them or not.
Do we need any coral? I can't
Hey,
remember.
we have a green bean here.
Yeah, I put it in there.
Oh, okay, nice. I do. Oh no, wait, yeah, I do have like a shit ton of seeds. If we plant them now, do we have enough time? Yeah, maybe. If we plant them now, that counts as a day for growth. So I'm just gonna try. Can at least plant them. I don't know if I can water them. Okay, everything planted. Oh my god, I'm pushing it. Pushing it hard. I don't know what we need from this and what else we don't need. So I'm just gonna save everything. Fish, 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 fish. Sleep. Sleep! Okay. But yeah, it would be awesome if you could just lay in your bed and there would be like a pop-up like, do you want to sleep first?
Yeah, that'd be
Like,
nice. Level 2 farming.
just having total control over your sleep, that sounds like a... Yeah, that's a dream. Imagine how much energy you must have then. Oh my god, that's amazing.
Right. And you could just automatically wake up too, not just automatically sleep. Just,
Yeah.
whoop, I'm awake. Yay!
Yes. This is what I mean. Like now the game gets very quiet, but if I turn on music, then I have to switch it on and off and on and off the whole time. And that's also annoying. It's gonna be clear and sunny all day. Oh, the spirits are mean again. Okay. Did you know, by the way, if you have stuff like clothes and everything, I didn't know before.
I think
You
it's a
can,
new thing.
Yeah, with the closet. That wasn't there before, right? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
they added it in.
Okay, I'm just gonna grab my...
There was a lot of updates to it.
Yeah, I do like it.
They now sell fertilizers.
Okay, Stardew Wiki. I'm just gonna keep that one here. Can we wait? Switch, save, vanilla 2 mod. Stardew. The side of the new save facility. You save what is nothing to be removed. Needs from the same. We can just keep this and then switch to mods. Okay. I'm gonna see how long I can. Like the thing is, I only mod that I really want. It's just like the wiki is built into the game, basically that mod. And then you never have to search for stuff because you can just search in the game, so it keeps me there. It helps with like a little bit of the, how do you say that, immersion and stuff as well. And thank you again for coming in, Ewa Hexley. Has any one of you in chat ever played Stardew?
Paste.
Okay, because now I gotta maybe I put it back on Windows now. Yeah? Oh, Veggie. I've never, but I've only want to at some point, Hexen. Noise. It is still one of my favorite games. Okay, I'm just gonna pick up this Windows for a moment, because every time I switch back and forth, the game space is out. Even though it should be windowed. Okay. The only downside, yeah, but that is not really a downside. Because if you play it enough, then you know the stuff by heart probably, but I keep forgetting. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
I will never remember anything. I'm sorry, that's not how I work. That's why I have...
No, but that's the thing, like yeah. Like I would love to have like a checklist for ourselves as well, like that we can see like what we already put in the bundles and stuff now, you know?
Yeah.
Like I basically want mods just for my brain. Because I now have to check. Wait, maybe I'm just gonna walk with everything to the community center one more time. Wait, I have this. You can put this on the plans if you want. Wait. Okay, there you go. No! Okay, I just gave you one. Okay, I'm putting the rest in the chest. I wanted to give you all 20. Yeah. Okay, I'm putting the rest there. Nice. Oh, wait, if something is ready... Okay, nothing is ready. I need to farm something, because I'm still farming level 0.
Oh, that's not good.
No, you harvest everything and I run around. I'm
sorry.
No, but that's our task. I did say that. That's the decision we made. It works perfectly. Except for the fact that the game wants me to level up to at least level 1. So after that, I'm fine. Wait, did I already finish? No. I need to get an eel, but I forgot where to get an eel.
At nighttime. Rainy nights, I think.
Does it matter where? Oh, only rainy nights?
At the ocean.
I didn't catch an eel yesterday, so then probably the quest is gonna expire. Yeah, it's all good. Okay, yeah, Hexen, if you want to play, like, yes, do. Because it is awesome. I think Stardew is nowadays, like, on almost every platform. It's insane. Okay, wait, we got the spring. Wait, I'm just gonna send this here in chat so we can send it on Discord. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've seen it as well, like on the Switch and everything, and I kind of want to get it, like, for every fucking thing at some point, because, then you can just chill and Stardew. But yeah, I want to stream back at some point so you can just play the same games. That would be awesome. Okay, wait, I'm just gonna put it in the Discord. Do the Stardew to keep track for us ourselves. Stardew Valley. And I just put here complete. Okay. Bundles.
No, don't eat the egg. Stop that.
Bring fortune. Because the rest of the fortune we don't have, I think. And yeah, if Hexed, if you do also, yeah, if you're gonna play it, like we're now playing the. Oh, say we're now playing the fully vanilla version, so no mods, nothing, just to get like the fresh experience again. Because yeah, we have played, but a while back. I have started this game so many times, but I'm not sure if I actually all finished the whole thing. Why does it want me to put something in? I don't have things to put in. Oh yeah, we need to keep the 5-star thingies. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do. So it is like basically a farmer game, yeah. But yeah, you have the whole community. I still want to know who you guys want me to date. What one is this? Just doing a little bit of research management. Please, I had an eel. Silk, I had an eel.
Oh,
I
what'd you
dropped
do with
it.
the eel?
I put it in.
Oh, oops.
Put it in, no, but I put it in the bundle thing, yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh yeah. Lewis is gonna just have to cook something else for dinner. Oyster and a clam. Oyster and a clam. Okay, I'm now just doing this manually because I keep forgetting. Jardine.
Elliot! Hi!
Jardine. That one yet. The Junimo was so cute.
They're so adorable.
Geologist, we got already the earth and the quartz.
Tulips. Pies.
Okay. There you go. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mention it. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to do. I meant to cook fish.
Everyone go listen to this YouTube link now. It's very important song shared with Silky. Is it a good song?
Yeah.
Is it spicy or is it okay for chat?
It should be safe. It's not overly spicy. There's spiciness to it if you look into what he's saying.
Okay. So if you guys wanna hear a sort of spicy, but not really spicy, but a spicy hinted song, go check out the accidental link.
I'm sorry. I was trying to fish.
No worries. I think it's good.
I just wanted to fish.
That's just the how do you say that? Like the perks. It's already locked. Oh my god! It's already 6:30. What? The days fly by. Oh my god. Okay, wait. Eel.
Oh, hi, Sam.
Eel can be found at the beach. Okay, but it doesn't.
I know
have,
it's at nighttime. That's all I know. I know for certain it's night.
They count nighttime already. Wait, but it's the final day, so I have to catch it and also find Lewis. I don't know if I'm gonna do that. If I'm gonna be able to do that.
Oh,
and it's only raining. Never mind.
I'm sorry.
You are right.
I didn't mean to. I was trying to move and I was adjusting things on my other screen at the same time, and I can't do both apparently.
Fisher.
Can't do both.
You good. Thank you for mercy. Oh.
Yeah, that's the name of the song.
Veggie, like, I like this song.
Veggie, okay. Look, I like what I like.
Yeah.
It's
I
because
mean, that's been the
my-
vibe the whole week with listening to songs. We've only listened to like slightly kinky songs. So I
that
kind of
song is literally based off that character from the game, so
nice. Oh, you already went to sleep?
he literally calls you a human pet. So it fits him, okay?
Oh my, I'm not making it better. You know, that's silly.
If you're anything to Jester, you're a pet. You're nothing more than that. He's a monster, okay?
No kinky shaming. No, we no kinky
Now, if
shaming.
you want somebody who's gonna be like obsessed with you, they say he's a dairy. I think that's how you say it.
Dairy?
Not yandere, but it's the opposite. It's not the opposite, but anyways, dairy. I don't know how you say it. Look up Perot. Perot will do it. Now you want a true yandere? That's Harlequin. Harlequin's the yandere.
You like what you like, indeed, Veggie.
Yes, I do.
Well, I got sea jelly.
I love the Doctor songs.
Okay, I'm turbo fishing, Silk.
Turbo.
Like there are bubbles in the ocean, and then there's all the fishes in the world.
If I had known I could catch fish like that easier on mouse and keyboard, I would have switched to mouse and keyboard playing this game a long time ago.
Yeah, you
okay?
hated the fishing. I was like, why? And I tried to play it with controller once, and I was like, okay, get you. I get why you
No.
hate it. Yep. With a mouse,
thought it
it's
would be the
doable, but
same.
with the gamepad, no. Like you have to keep smashing the button. Here you can just hold the mouse. I don't know. You have more control, right? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
losing the fish.
for some reason you do.
I think they made the game like for mouse and keyboard and then added controller support after. That is often the thing with the games. And then it's not really optimized. Oh my god, I stayed out way too late. Hey! I'm on my way. Veggie, have you ever finished I don't know if there's actually a finish to the game or if you can just go infinitely on your farm, actually. How far did you get, Veggie? Like, that's maybe a better question. Hi, Leah. Why are you up so late? It is after midnight. You should be asleep. Go. Mother-in-law's being in control. What makes you say that, Veggie?
That face there, edgy.
Hmm?
No.
Nope. Oh, we only sold. We're so broke. Oh my
Yeah, we
God.
just sold a little egg. I checked the one large egg.
But you choked on the egg?
No, I kept one egg. I
I
forgot
heard
to
I
sell
choked on the large egg, but I sold the other. Like, okay.
I forgot to sell the things.
You
There's
can
stuff
cook
for
the
you
Heller
to
spirits.
pick.
The spirits are mad at me again, but I need to kill slimes. Wait, how many dice
There's
do
a
I
lot
have?
of stuff for you to pick. Carrots, cauliflower, potatoes, tulips, green beans.
No, ooh, tulips. Willy got new stuff. Stuck. Nice. Peaceful. Anticlimax. Wait,
Ooh,
green beans.
White large egg.
Wait, why do we need the green bean? We don't need the green bean no more, no?
No, there's a green bean. I don't know. Maybe we want to cook the green bean. Don't do that. You don't want to ask me. Okay. I'm just hoarding. I'm doing my job.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
My God. Okay, Silk. Maybe
That it.
we should be open to switching to mods or no?
To mods? What kind of mods?
Like I at least want. Like I don't know. I'm getting annoyed. I'm getting annoyed.
No.
Like I'm getting annoyed by the fact that I want to check everything from the wiki. Because now I just want to keep everything that we have, but I know we can sell more. But I feel stressed. Like
Would
inventory.
it work with just mods on your side? I don't got mods, or would it break my side?
No. I was looking up. Like we can still play the same save and everything. Bet you never completed the
should be
community
fun.
center. I think I did once.
I cheated to complete the community center, so.
Oh, nice! You got
'Cause I
a large
wanted to see what
egg.
happened.
Wait, then we can skip the egg. We could. Halibut. Herring. Like we can also keep everything for like requests and stuff, but yeah, we need to make money.
Now we can sell the eggs.
Jelly.
I've been
We need to
playing
get the
this
mayo
music
machine because then we get easy money too as well. That's also good. Why do we have a random carrot? Sorry, I still got a harvest, but my inventory was full.
Oh, these are full too. Okay.
Oh. Nope. Bring onion. Okay. Bloop. Yeah, so much. Flowers look pretty. Ooh, okay. What? Oh, I need to get my sides for the other stuff. Oh, there's another bean.
Yeah, I don't know why it's just that one. These can
Tips or
be
something.
picked, but I think you gotta use siphon.
Yeah. We have side. Yeah. Garden bundle, pantry remix. I don't know about that. Okay, we need money. We're gonna sell everything. Wait, do we keep the potato and the cauliflower? Or can we sell those too? No, we can sell those now, right? Yeah.
We can sell them. I don't think we need them anymore. If
Oh my God,
anything
we're
that
gonna
we
get
need,
rich.
it would be like a golden star version of them.
Yeah, I'm keeping the golden stars. If we get some. Do we need kill? We need kill. We need kill. I don't know what the remix crops bundle, what that means even. We're just gonna put everything in. Plop. Did you water the doggo?
Pretty. No, I don't think so.
I can water the doggo.
Games begin.
I bet the doggo. Okay. We gotta get some new seeds. We have some money. I might just risk it after. Yeah. We have so much shit here. Okay. I'm gonna buy stuff.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. You're back.
Thank you.
Oh, did you get the chicken? Or did I get the chicken? I don't remember.
I think you do.
Did
But
I
you
do
put
it?
the egg in, no?
Did I do that thing that I think I did? Or
Yeah.
didn't I do?
Look, I'm focusing on like a couple of things in my brain at once. So.
Ah, the shop is closed. Okay. I'm so obsessed. No, but that's the thing. Okay, so that's why I want the mod, because I keep forgetting. This is not going great. I haven't. Yeah. Brain
ADHD
fart.
at its finest.
ADHD management. Like, did we do this? Maybe. Maybe. By the way, I need to do this. There you go.
Really?
Very important.
I swear
I
we
didn't get the
need
berries
the
yet.
salmon berries for something in the future, but I can't remember what. Seems like
Yeah.
a food dish.
For now,
or
I'm just
something.
selling them as well. But yeah, they are only here like in the in the special season.
Spring.
Oh, I got a golden horseradish. Okay, I'm gonna risk going to the mine even though the spirits are mean. But I need to kill
Good luck.
slams. Thank you.
She yearns for the mines, chat.
Yes, she does.
I like the
I
mines.
don't feel like fighting in the game until I'm needed.
Yeah, but that's why, like, we have a good deal. You manage to farm while I slay all the monsters, and then I come back home and like, ah! It's perfect.
Fair enough.
They're very nice. Yeah, still, how do you call that? My brain is not braining today like task deficient. No, that's way too literal.
What's
Have to
the what
translate.
are you trying to think of the word for?
Like, we've nicely
We don't
divided
know.
the tasks, basically. How do you call that in normal? There's a word for that.
System, efficient, teamwork. I don't know.
Teamwork. I will go with
Teamwork
teamwork.
makes the dream work.
That's why. Yeah.
Boo. Boo.
Why are you booing?
Boo and Silk. No, I'm joking.
No? I
Dumb
love the
rat.
fact, by the way, Silk, that the fact that Reggie commented on it, and that means that he was checking out the song as well. So now you shared the songs with even more people. Oopsie
Whoopsies. All of the
doopsie.
songs from that person, almost all of them. I've listened to all of the ones with TFC. So she had made songs.
Muffin looks a little upset after what I just did.
What'd you do?
I muted the Muffin.
Oh no.
The thing is, what am I gonna do with 41,000 crumbles?
Is that how many you have?
Yeah, I bet you
I
have
have
more.
112,396.
Silk, how do you
Yes?
do you?
I lurk hard. I lurk really hard.
I have that many on just one channel.
Mm,
And you have
I
it on
don't use
several
them.
channels.
I don't really
Yeah,
use them all
To
that
be
much.
fair, I care package a lot for all my peeps.
I try to use them, but then I forget I can use that other thing. Let's see. Oh no, things are happening. Okay. What's the most expensive one? Sorry, Muffin. I'm
She's
sorry.
okay. She'll manage things.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks to Shmoyoho for songifying Asta's movie. You should check him out. Also, you can
Thank
buy
you,
this song on
Silky.
iTunes. Side note, I'm going to be
The
at MCM
combination
Comic-Con in
of the
London
two
this
of
month,
you.
so come on by and say hi to this guy.
Started
The
it.
guy is me. So manage your expectations.
Oh no! I got knocked out. The game just says muffin. Like Terry said.
You're in the mines, so
Yep.
I did not think that through. I'm sorry.
I know. Muffin, wake up! Linus saved me.
Oh, that was so
I love
sweet of him.
Linus. Okay, I found you unconscious in the mines. Yes, I was stuck in the muffin time song.
Well, that's definitely better than the doctor.
Yeah, it doesn't cost money.
No.
He said, please be careful next time. And I'm very sad now. And I say, ow, I seem to have lost 100 gold and 3 items from my backpack.
Well, at least it doesn't
Dang.
cost all of our gold.
Nothing got robbed.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost all our gold, though. So
He just robbed me from my
That's-
fiber, my LGM, and salmon berries. But I will
the
accept
dog
it.
would ask for everything.
Oh, but now I'm gonna pass out still. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We have like 15 minutes to make it home. Run.
Well, I'll
run.
go to bed.
Run.
So sorry.
Like comfy and chilling in my bed. No. 20 minutes. No. Okay, I'm gonna sit in your bed because your bed is closer. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Can I make it to Jill's bed at least?
You almost.
No.
What just happened?
Passed out on my floor. She passed out on my floor.
I saw the bed. I saw you sleeping so
Level up though.
No, yeah, okay, but that's a thing. But now I still get a hospital bill because then the ambulance has to come because you passed the hell out. That's not good. Oh my god, I passed out like 2 feet away from you, like yeah. Oh my god,
You were so close.
I accidentally blocked my shield instead of opening the door. Maybe otherwise I would have made it. But
Tripped over the dog. It's the dog's fault. You tripped over him while you just fell out and passed. That's what happened. The dog was in there, so.
okay, wait. Do we have a hospital bill now? No. Oh, I'm asleep in your bed. Wait.
Uh,
Hi.
At least
How
you
you
made it there.
doing?
I guess passing out on the floor of your own room counts.
Okay, we're good. We're all good. Everything is fine. Oh my god.
It was
I
funny.
thought, okay, wait, how do I say? I thought I was patched up. Yep.
Almost the end of
gosh.
the world.
Almost again, yeah. No, but great. The thing is, you have to get back in bed before 2 a.m. Otherwise, you just pass out. And normally, then, you get a bill from like the hospital or the dojo
The
guy.
spirits are in good humor today.
So now I can.
Yeah, now you might.
Maybe
I'm
we
gonna
can
go
sell
fish.
this bean. Wait, if you want to go to the city, you can take stuff for the museum.
I don't remember what he wants. What is he like again? He likes apples, aquampus, baked fish, hot dog, beer,
Beer?
blackberry.
I love how we're both like,
take
what?
Elliot.
Elliot
I know.
beer?
Would take Elliot for a beer man.
No.
Blue jazz.
That's just weird.
Cactus fruit cheese curry. Things that are easy to see.
We need another chest.
Earth crystal. Ew, it's Coco. Yes, I can see him doing that. Don't kiss me after that, gross. Fried mushroom. He likes green beans. Do we still have
Bitty
green
boop, bitty
beans?
boop, bitty boop, bitty boop.
That's why I planted the green bean. Forgot.
Oh, oh, I might have sold it. Wait.
I'll wait.
Oh wait, I got it. I got it. I still got it. I got it out of the chest. Here you go. Offer my
I
being to the
forgot that-
silk.
Oh my. That's a little.
I realized that.
I'm sorry, my mind's in the gutter thing. So
I know.
I don't know if you noticed. It started there and it has not left since I've watched all this stuff, so it's been in the gutter for quite a while right now.
Ah,
Maybe a week. A couple weeks. I don't know how long it's
Oh,
been.
damn.
I've lost time. I've lost my days. What day is it? Help.
you require resistance. Yep, yep, yep. Like, should we, how do you say it? Like, we should send you to like a fanfic rehab then, no?
I even read a fan fiction of like Yandere, so
What, Yandere, Yandere?
yeah, Yandere. So they both love each other. They both kill for each other. They're both so obsessed with each other. They do anything for it. It's interesting. I like it. A couple who kills together stays together.
So romantic.
Go up, go up, go up, go up. Why is this so difficult? Fish, fish.
Fish, fish.
No, I'm gonna lose it. Oh, there you go. I'm trying to fish, but I'm using a training rod and I still can't fish. I'm gonna keep using the training rod until I get better. Which is
But the
not.
fishing is
not
kind
happening.
of difficult sometimes.
See, this is why I like the mod to make skips the whole game. You catch a fish every time.
Do you still have mod managers or something on your PC or no?
I think it's still on here. I just don't. No, I'd have to change where it opens and whatnot because it opens through the mod package. And a mod package updated and whatnot. Why am I catching seeds?
Yeah, I
mean,
can check. Like,
sure.
I forgot if I got it in Thunderstore or Curse Force, but maybe if I can just make a package. So we
Yeah, I
could
don't
check
have
like
the
which
same
mods
one
we
as
want. No, yeah, because I want that one. I just want that one where you have like basically the wiki build in the game. That's awesome. Like it is if you hover them
No,
over items, then it shows you like all the people that like it, like it gifts. If it's
Come on, come on, come on, stop.
what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you okay?
Stupid fish! Why is this so hard?
Oh no! Yeah, I can say fuck again. Okay.
If only he was real.
Like I just go quieter when I can't curse because then I have to think about what I need to say. Like it's not that I curse continuously, but then I can say fuck. Oh, but I made it! I made it, Silk!
I got
was
an
family-
anchovy. That was easy.
We were sort of family friendly, like we were still talking about your mind in the gutter, but it was family friendly enough for 10 minutes, right?
Yeah. This is probably trash. No, it's not trash. It's a sardine.
Boop, bidi, boop, bidi, boop, bidi, boop. And... Like, this is what I mean. Now the game is that quiet again. But I don't want to... Oh, I already have a ladder here. Okay.
Trash. I don't want your trash.
Every time I turn on
I can't
music, then the
throw it
game
out.
starts
It's
playing
so-
music.
Fish, 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 fish. Got it. It was just a sardine.
Go away, stupid monster. Thank you. How do you do? We'll never know. I am curious though, like, okay, from the people in chat that I have know that have played it, we have Veggie, so I'm just gonna ask Veggie everything now. But Veggie, did you ever get married?
I don't think I ever made it that far myself.
No, me neither. Like, I got a marriage ring and I liked someone, but I never got married, I think. Sounds like real.
even
Oh,
think I
I'm
made
gonna
it that far because
die. Oh,
I
no.
keep waiting to get the game on like a console because I want to play it on like Steam Deck, but there's no point in waiting anymore.
Yeah.
It's gonna cost a lot of money, so might as well just play it now.
Yeah, I was also thinking of maybe getting it on my Switch because then I can play it on the Switch as well. That would be awesome. But then I was
It'd
like,
be
oh, but yeah.
easier, but maybe not for fishing. I don't know how fishing is on that. They probably made it
Oh.
easier though.
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it's. I don't know. Ah. Why? Okay, okay. There are so many monsters. I need to make
I
it
hate
down
the
to
flying
more
ones.
first. Come on. Yeah, the flying ones are really annoying. They're just kicking my butt right now. Because there are too many.
Split smile gate.
Hey, got it. Got it. Eat the berry. Okay. Get here. Boop, 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 boop.
I don't even know what kind of style of music this would be considered, but I'm into it. Damn, freaking seaweed. Do we need to save seaweed? I swear there's something else we need that for.
We can make sushi and stuff later.
We should probably just sell it now, right? I can get it in summer too.
Yeah.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. It's for sure. Yes! I got it!
Yeah, good job. Mm-mm.
I got sea jelly. I don't know what to do with sea jelly.
I
never heard of
sold
it before.
one, but yeah. Did you get it at the ocean?
Yes.
Yeah. I caught some as well. I think you can only catch it at night as well, but I don't know.
Split smile okay.
At some point, there's like a sort of festival of sea jelly, and there's like glowing jellyfish in the ocean one night, if I remember correctly. But come
Yeah,
on.
this festival, I believe.
Yeah. Oh my god, I am having
He didn't come
the
out of
worst
his
luck with
cabin.
finding the
Whatever he
ladders
did.
in the mines this round.
Oh, worms. I missed. Book.
Nice. Book.
Book, 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 book.
So many monsters, so little ladders.
It's in the water. I can't. Oh. stupid berry.
Oh, I got a Slayer quest
Right
just
back.
because I'm trying to find the ladder. Oh, no, I might be fucked. I want to make it to level 20. Come on, it's not even that far. Yes. One more. The thing is, I need to get one down and then we save the progress, but I'm not gonna make it home again, I think. Oh my. I'm pushing this.
Uh-oh.
And the stupid bugs are everywhere.
Not the bugs.
Okay, I'm gonna risk it because
It's just been playing a lot. Not that I'm upset about it because I really like it.
Hmm?
No, the same song I put in the link. Beg Me for Mercy.
And it's still playing?
It keeps playing. Every now and then one song will play, and then this one plays. And... Make up your mind.
Okay, I might not make it home, Silk.
Uh-oh. You're not times, they are not to see me.
I died while I saw the stairs, finally!
Oh, no.
Thank you for treating Panda Grey. Did I get my thingy open here? Yeah. Oh! Now Robin found me. But now I gotta walk back again. Oh no, then I still gotta... I lost my sword!
No, the swords. Oh,
I have returned.
I need to go. I need to go. Come on.
We're not
come
gonna
on.
make it. We're not gonna make it.
I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I am. Yes.
Silky has made it to death, safe and sound. Well, I'm like... oh god.
You're passing out at Linus's camp this time. He's gonna take all our gold.
Oh, I should have... Yeah. Oh, that's true. No. Okay, I was just passing out on the street.
Oh, we finally have enough to pay him to. Isn't he like take 1,000 gold for time, or is it like more? I can't. I think it takes more and more each time.
I promise not to pass out again.
6.
Oh, you're
Oh,
dead
hi.
again. Hi. Hi, how you doing?
How
The
you
game's just like,
doing?
you live here now.
I need fresh cauliflower for rest. I want to do it.
Oh, now the spirits are very happy. Yeah.
Do we have any cauliflower right now?
I might have sold everything.
No. Why are these bad?
Lila stole my money still, yeah. Okay, there we needed a cauliflower for.
Making room for more blue stuff to grow.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna water the crops and then I'm gonna check for the mods, yeah? We're doing okay money-wise. Can we still grow a cauliflower? And we can just buy new cauliflower seeds.
I don't know how many more days we have though, actually. So don't trust me.
It's the 19th. We should have like at least another full week. I think we should be in good. Like the strawberries take the longest time and they're 8 days. Wait, the water. Where's the chicken? There's one chicken. There's 2 chickens.
Are they frustrated at all? Because they didn't have any hay last night. I don't.
No, they're good.
Okay.
I'll give them some new hay here.
Yeah.
Oh, we didn't get the eggs either. Okay, got the eggs now.
Yeah, I was busy.
Yeah, same. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I forgot that I had a quest and I took the thing with me. Okay, yep. It is time for
All I
me to
know
get
is
them all
that
because I'm
Jody
forgetting
wants
everything.
a cauliflower from me.
Yeah, she does. I think we need 2 then, actually, because we both need to bring it. Yeah.
Was she gonna have asked this earlier? I don't know. She should have known.
Yeah.
Joey, you need
It
to
is
know
like
these
a
things.
clutch, like right before the end of summer. I think maybe so you know that you're fucked. Like if you go on for much longer. Game just wants you to learn it the hard way. See, now we have music again. That's what I mean, and I love the music in Stardew.
It just can't make up its mind. It don't know what it wants to do. Okay.
Yeah.
It's bipolar.
Eel is grabbing that Pokemon. Let me also catch a Pokey. How are you doing tonight, Keel? You doing good? Wait, I can already prep here, so you can just plant them, and I already watered it. Then I can go lay down in bed for a little in the game. Yep. Oh, no, go to sleep for the night. Join that dungeon. Fuck yeah. Okay. There's a Donji. And then I'm gonna check. I don't know if I had it in Curse Force or in Thunderstore or somewhere else.
I was like, funny muffin. We did the same thing at the same time.
Oh my god, that timing. Okay, I have it in Curse Force.
Oh, hey, what you doing? Well, thanks. You don't want to see it all dried up. That's nice. I mean, kind of passive aggressive, but okay.
What?
None. Lewis just being a little passive aggressive there.
Oh. What?
Just a little.
Oh.
Just a little bit.
Lewis.
Oh, Gus.
He's saying, I hate to see your Lewis.
Oh, Lewis.
The mayor. He'd hate to see our farm dry up. He said,
Okay.
I hope you're taking care of it. I'd hate to see your farm dry up. Kind of passive aggressive.
Yeah, that is. Okay, Silk, I can share like on the screen, like in the stream, like what I have. Like I had, what is this? I'm gonna check every mod to see.
Hell
We
yeah.
have
Come
the
out of your
content
ass.
patcher. Exchanges content. You don't need this.
Elliot doesn't come out of his house. So what I do see Sam at this room.
You can edit everything. You can make everything.
I'm not romancing Alec. I don't like Alec.
Custom backpack.
Not like that.
Custom backpack. Oh, then you get a giant backpack. Do you want a giant backpack?
Everybody, I don't know why all the men simp for Haley.
She's a bitch.
It would only work for you.
Like she's
About it.
yeah. Okay, but do you
Oh,
want a
hey.
giant backpack still?
If you bought it, it wouldn't work. Remember?
What?
It only works if I buy it. You buy yourself one, so it had
No,
to
no,
have
no. I
two.
already got one. Okay, okay. I'm talking about the mods. I'm going through my mods to see like if all the mods we want, like if these are all still mods that we want or not. This is like the big backpack that can hold 36 slots. We have the easy fishing. Experience bars, so you can see your experience for each skill level, because that's nice. Menu, like they're only, yeah, I want to look up anything. I don't necessarily, like the backpack is nice, but you still gotta buy it, so you don't just have it, but there are just more options to buy, because now it's just the one backpack and that is it, but then there's, I don't know, 5 more backpacks or something. And this is like a self-serving mod, so you can just shop if the shop is open
So
without
if
the
you
people
get
being
these
there, I
mods,
think.
would they work for me? If I don't have them on my own? That's the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Normally, I would have to download the mods myself.
Wanted to see, like, that's why, like, I can just make a package, maybe. This is also under Thunder. I do like that a lot. I can literally make like. Oh, I can make this in a. You just want to start with this to test?
Be later? On another day? Another day. You can try it on your own, though. You can try it for yourself to see how they work. Right now, I want to focus.
Yep, yep.
Do you want to pause the game for a second while you're doing that?
Oh, thank you, thank you.
You
No,
don't.
yeah, you can if you want to, but like I was just trying to see. Because then I do have to start it through this. I think I can just invite you. Let me Google it 1 second. Oh, and there's stretchies. Thank you for the care packs, great.
I don't know how to pause.
But we can finish this day. I'm out of the bed now. I watered everything here. Did you buy some more cauliflowers?
Oh, no. I did not need to. Hi.
Hi.
It's
What a halibut frenzy has begun at the beach.
beach.
You want to fish forever? Till he falls out?
Let me put some stuff up.
Okay, we can fish and then I can start the game up. Like if I when I'm running with mods, I have to start it through the mod manager.
It's just so slow.
But I know with the Thunderstore and stuff, like when we use it for repo, you can export it into like one code and you just put in the code and it downloads every mod like that the other person has. So that's basically like a one-click thingy. Not sure if that works the same.
That's nice.
Yeah. Like we played repo beginning of this week, and Yoke wanted to join in, and I just sent him like the link, like not that link, just the profile code or something with the. Do you need to go?
Where's it at?
Maybe just
Is
everywhere.
it usually? Oh, over here. It's over here. It's on the left.
I'm catching a fish. What? There we go. Oh yeah, here's a halibut, and I got a chest. I got bait. Okay. I got a golden halibut. The thing is, like, I was also... Oh, but are they only here then, or no?
Almost. Come on. Why is it so difficult? Mm,
Oh, I want to
Come
trust.
on, it's almost there.
Go, 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 go. Yeah, like if you get a gold star, then they're harder to get. You can still join that raffle. Nice work on the raffling.
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna no, no,
You got
no,
this.
no, no, no. Oh,
Oh,
oh
you
shit.
lost it? Oh no!
I am such a bad fisher.
Okay, wait, I will get the treasure chest. No! Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I got cocky. I tried to get the chest, but you have to keep the bar up enough, otherwise you're losing it. Yeah. I got one gold star halibut. And one other fishy. Good treasure chest.
Anchovy.
Miss Relaxing! I'm only here to get my strength and then I'm going back to sleep. How are we doing? Thank you for checking in, hon. Thank you for hyping her up, Gil. You're amazing. Yeah, I'm having a weird rhythm sleep schedule because I took a nap. Okay, we have to cut both. I only caught 2 fish. Hello, Willy.
I got one.
Wait, I'm gonna give Willy. Oh!
Idiot!
I gave Willy some fish bait because I thought, like, as a fisher, that must be nice, right? Get some extra
I gave
bait.
Elliot a green meat. He said
hates
marvelous.
But we're doing good, Miss Lexi. As I said, like, yeah, I took like a big ass nap yesterday, so I woke up at 11 p.m. And we're streaming through the night again. I started really late. Yeah. Hope you're getting a good sleepy. Oh no. I'm moving. Halibut.
You press shift. Shift will do it.
No, but it looks like it looked like I did.
It did
Wait.
too.
Nope.
Boop.
Yep, yep. Okay, wait. Do I also need
Money.
Okay. Stardew Valley mods. Do we both need them? Whether both villagers needed, no official recycling, yes for content map gameplay changes. There are some for gameplay changes, so maybe. Generally, no, not everyone. I both time host. Lingite. Wait, modding started. Getting started. Okay, so it depends. Silk, I got a whole overview here. Like you don't want any, you don't want to set up mods now?
Not right now. Wait another day.
Yeah, okay. I think I can test it. I can restart the game 1 second to test it from the mod manager. And then if it just works, it should give no problems, and otherwise we're just gonna go back to vanilla. Because I also can't be bothered to like do other management now, but then we can do it another time.
New
But then I'm
achievement,
gonna
Greenhorn,
Ooh,
15K.
oh, we got money. Okay, so I'm gonna don't be scared. You're gonna kick it out now.
No,
Don't
I'm scared.
Ah!
Mama, come back. Mommy.
I'm
Mama.
coming back. Okay, and I'm gonna run the game through this.
Beg me for mercy again. I'm not complaining. I mean, I'm into it, so
What now?
it's a song. It's
Just
playing
the
again.
song.
Pretty wrist, paper skin.
Wait, can I scroll back where the link was?
the game.
Or do you want to share the link again?
Stroke your cheeks, call you phone.
Why is this sound so much louder?
Say all not to see me.
I'm deaf. 1 second, this is so loud. Okay. I don't know why, but the audio of the game is like times 100. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay, let me check. I was doing too many things at once. Miss relaxing. It's been a rough couple of days. I mean, my talk and typing messed up. I mean, 10 streak. 10 streak? You got a streak? You got a 10 streak! It's not showing up in the mix it up, which keeps confusing me. But okay, let me open the other thingy. Switching around too many things here. There you go. There, I see your streak. Straight from my corner. Appreciate you so much. You're amazing. Let's go to 20. I'm so happy you're still saving your streak because yeah, it is a really random time. And otherwise, I would have made like a clippy or like a thought so you can still watch it back so you can keep your streak because I promised with relaxing as well that I would start every time before like 10:30 p.m. But yeah, I woke up at 11 p.m. so that didn't work out today. But have a great night. I'm gonna go back to sleep. Have some great sleep, Miss Relaxing, and thank you so much for the streak. Thank you for being here. Again, if I know. Wait, are the mods in there? Yeah. Oh, there's also a tractor. Maybe I should turn off the tractor.
That is a weird
Maybe.
Pokemon. I've never seen it before. Must be one of the newer ones.
Huh?
Called Arctibex? I don't know that
Arctibex?
one.
Pokebitch.
Yeah. The Gen 9 Pokemon. It's a combination of like a Glacier and Excalibur.
It's just a mountain. Yeah, but if I
Not the-
host, yeah, it's still
Like a
here.
sword. It's a Glacier and a sword.
Have some good rest. Yes. Gil, by the way, if you want to or get your silk cute as well, like yeah, my bot is asleep today. I think bot Conundrum is getting maintenance today.
It just needs a break. He needs sleepy time too.
I think so. Okay, I also don't have crowd control. Mods seem to be working. Right away, invite you back.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
What did I
Found it.
forget? Muffin farm, we got the stats in the corner, so that works. How did I? We're good. I'm trying to check.
Oh, it's loud again.
Because the look up anything, that's the one that I really wanted. How does it work again? Press F1. Okay. And now if I have stuff in my inventory and I do F1. Okay, yes, it works. Okay. I'm still not just chatting. Let me show you guys. What's nice? This one?
This button.
Garden market. Oof. Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is not good. 1 second. Gosh. Jeez. Okay.
What happened? What?
Wait, what?
Help.
Hmm?
Let's see if this.
Can you get back in without an issue?
No. What's happening?
Everything is amazing. Can you join normally or no?
I'm in, but what happens? I switched to full screen in game. Where am I? I'm streaming when it's
The dog is blocking my exit. I cannot leave my house. I wish I could help, but the dog locked me in the house. How do I move the dog? Okay, dog move, thank you. Where are you? Are you not in your house?
I'm in my house, but I have a problem.
You're just standing next to your bed.
I can't see myself.
What?
I'm gonna have to yeah, and re-invite me, please. It glitched. It didn't know. It's because I didn't have it in full screen before I got in.
Ah, okay.
So
No
it glitched
worries.
and had everything in a weird direction.
Wait, I'm just gonna. Oh, I wanted to exit the title, but I didn't exit the desktop.
Whoopsie.
This is going great. Okay, but like I can show you, like if you now hover over an item or a person or anything basically, and then press F1. That's why I really like the mod. Then it will show you basically all the info from the wiki. So for the persons, it shows you like the schedule and what they like and what they don't like, and for the stuff, it shows you if you need to. Yeah, put how do you say it? If you need to add it to the bundles and everything. But I also like it says at the beginning. Oh no, it doesn't say because I don't have crowd control stuff on. We could do crowd control as well at one time, but then maybe we can do like a special crowd control. But I'm happy that the game, yeah, it doesn't matter if you play modded or not. You can. Is good. If I press.
Why is my mouse off? What is going
Oh
on?
no,
My
no,
mouse is
I
over
didn't
here,
play. I'm just gonna.
and what is going? What?
I started the game normally now. Now I was like, yeah, I'm playing, but I was not playing because now I was playing the normal one again. This is, yeah, we're getting there. Ooh, who's playing? Kale is playing. Aw, thank you for treating Pando. You're
What?
still
Why do
leveling
I
up
have two
Pando,
mice?
the little
I
companion.
have two mice.
Two mice? Two mouse?
Yeah.
Is your game
This-
windowed?
Right now, yeah. I want to get it in the full mode, but it's broken. Oh, there we go. It's fixed. It's fixed. Fixed it. Now you just gotta invite me correctly.
Well, I did restart the game like 2 or 3 times, so we're all good. We're all good. Okay, because now it says, okay, can connect to crowd control, multiplayer section. Yep. You fight the Silky. Now, yes. But this is why I want the mods.
This
Then I
one
can
will
just
work.
play
This
full
one will do
screen.
it. This can do it.
Like, the thing is, if I click back, you don't see. But if I click out of it, it acts. If I put it on window full screen, that's a weird thing. It acts like it is. How do I say that? I cannot think anymore. It acts
My brain.
green still. Yeah, I had a brain fart.
Brain.
Oh, like. But yeah, it still switches off the whole time, and I don't know why. I don't know why. What? And it is too quiet, so I'm gonna switch between music. I'm literally gonna
rain
turn
all
on
day
Stardew music. Already low. And then we're just
They
gonna
are
turn it off.
somewhat mildly perturbed today. Look. Okay.
Okay, but you're getting good in the chat now. Everything working
I'm
like it should
using
in the chat in the
things are
game.
working right. I think
Yeah,
the
fish.
strawberry. Oh, I got rid of green bean on accident.
Okay, but look, I can do
I'm
this.
mixing a green bean
But I promise.
cocktail.
I can also just.
Oh, there's a horse here.
Oh, you see it as horse. Yeah, okay, but I can just leave that here because we don't have it yet, so I'm not gonna cheat. Okay. We will get horses eventually, and then we can move around like crazy. But
I
yeah,
don't
that.
see anything now.
No, I put it back in the corner there. But look, if I do F1, so now we can see
see
what
it.
that. What do we need the green beans for? We can use the green beans for
I even hear horse.
recipes. Oh no! Oh, but you use it.
I hear a horse. Thump, 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 thump. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. I don't know how to de-summon it, so.
It disappeared. Where'd it go?
Oh, good.
I right clicked it and then it
Good.
disappeared.
Nice. Good job.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. Like we don't want mods that change the game completely, right? Or not
Yeah.
yet.
Just
Not
little
yet.
thing. Maybe some.
But that's a tractor. Like it's a replacement for the horse that you get later. But I don't remember when or how you get the horse again. But yeah, you get a horse. So then you can move around very fast. And this mod replaced the horse with a tractor. It's still fitting on theme for the farming and everything, so I do like it. And then the tractor can just waltz through all the trees and everything. It's just kind of insane. Okay. But now I can do the resource management with ease. What were we working on? Hey, we still need the cauliflower. Do we already have cauliflower seeds?
I got some carrot seeds out of some wormies. And we need to go buy stuff if he's open today. For his
What day is it? It's Saturday. I think he's only closed on Wednesday. I can go check. I'm gonna bring some artifacts now as well to the museum because I forgot last time. I'm still working on clearing the farm like one by one. We have enough space still for now, so.
Okay, 12 days. Do we have 12 days for cauliflower?
I am not sure. I don't think so. Wait, how many days are there in a month?
No! Help!
Okay, wait. I'm gonna go to the shop and then check. Oh wait, are you at the shop now?
Yeah, I'm at the shop.
You can go outside, and then outside Pierre's shop, there's a calendar.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Hey.
Okay, then I will stay here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
See, now there's no music, so we're just playing music. Well, yeah, okay. Playing Stardew Valley music to feel the Stardew Valley quietness. My OBS messed up a little bit with its update still. There's some things that are not like, they are not where they're supposed to be. There you go.
Here, 400. Holy shit. Can't really. Did I buy some recipe? Maybe not.
What do you want?
Recipes. I'm thinking of buying hash brown recipe.
Yeah, but we don't have a kitchen yet.
Yeah.
Like we are still good like in summer and spring with just farming and just getting to know all our stuff, and then in autumn and winter we have to work on getting more animals.
Soggy
We're doing
newspaper.
good. Like the game helps you along as well with the progression, especially at the beginning.
Freaking stick. I don't want a stick, I want a fish. Fish. Push.
Okay, but that took a lot less time than I thought. I'm happy. Oh wait, I gotta sleep. Now I. Where's George? George is the grandpa, right?
Yeah, he's the one in the wheelchair, I think.
Oh yeah, he's just at home. I'm gonna give him a copper bar. I don't know why he needs it, but you're welcome. We got money!
Money.
Money! And catch another Pokemon, people. Poke. I'm not giving people like a lot of gifts. I do have a tendency of like giving Linus food every time I go to the mine. Because then if I find like foraging stuff on the road. Can I still get in here? Yes, I'm finally in time, but let me see him. Okay. But if I find foraging stuff on the road, I'm like, Linus can eat this. Biswell, not a single piece in this collection. Oh my
He
god.
loves crab cakes. Crab cakes. He likes lobster as well.
Oh,
It's
it's
like a
this.
grove
You've found something.
pomegranate. Likes pomegranate.
I want a kitchen.
It's gonna be a while.
Remarkable, it's very old. I'll love to study this in greater detail. I'm just talking to Gunter for a little.
I have like
It
a
is
weird.
yours.
Brain.
I'm gonna donate this to you. I'm here to donate everything. Would you consider donating? Yes. I am here to give you everything I got. If you keep donating, I might come across interesting things. Think about it, will you? Yes, I am here with donations. I come bearing gifts. Bless you. If you decide to donate, just bring the objects to the front desk. Yes, I have objects with me. Drop the books that we found as well. That's a 1 book.
Should we get more chickens?
Hey, that's a 2 book. And we can buy more chickens.
I put my character in bed just so I can look at the stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna donate stuff to the museum. We can put all the gems. Also, we got a new reward. Okay, I donated everything that we had at home. We got cauliflower seeds.
What'd you do?
I donated every stuff to the museum, and he gave us cauliflower seeds.
Oh my gosh. I swear.
We got 9 cauliflower seeds, but it takes 12
We
days.
can't grow them now.
No, then
We
we'll
need a
just
greenhouse.
wither. Aww. Okay, wait. I am out of energy. I'm gonna chat with everyone in the bar.
Did you make that poll yet?
No, do you want to make a poll for me or no? Would you like that?
I mean, did you make that poll? Or
Not
were
yet,
you,
no.
It's not important right now. It'll happen eventually.
No, I was like, okay, because there was like a lot of sleepy people in the chat. I could put a poll in the chat, but I don't know if there are people to vote at the
I think you
moment
should
then.
put it in Discord.
Yeah,
I
that's
should put
better
the chat.
probably. Did I put everyone in there as an option?
Might as
Did I
well.
put like
Yeah.
everyone? Yeah, everyone that I can date.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. So Gray, in the game you
Muffin-
can.
All the women and the men. All the bachelors and bachelorettes. there's
Muffin's on
ones
a
you
mission to date everybody.
If there's specific ones you don't care for, then cat them out.
Well, it would be funny to see like, I don't know, like I don't know. I can put in like literally just everyone, and then I see what chat comes up with, because I did see some people that you can also date like Crocus or the dwarf or stuff like that, which is kind of interesting. Huh? No, but I never married anyone here as well. I wanna see if that's gonna be good. But that's like, yeah, next year. But we're thinking ahead. Now I'm just chatting with people. I'm just working on my farm, playing monsters. I'm an independent muffin.
You don't need no mans.
No. Maybe like a little night monster demon.
What about it?
Like, okay, wait, I will show you Krobus. Krobus is his name, I think. Krobus. He is a
Muffin
shadow
would date an
person.
Eldritch Horror.
What?
I would too.
What would I date?
An Eldritch Horror.
Yes.
Oh, you can date Krobus. Okay.
Krobus is cute.
And he's literally a shadow blob, and that's it. He's really cute, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna pause it here 1 second, so then we continue when you're also
No.
done. We're
Yeah,
just
I'm
chilling in
still
bed now. I'm gonna take a turbo bathroom break and make smoke. Yep.
Okay.
Be right back.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, I left it up.
I can't. I don't want to pick it up. Drink.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it.
Yeah,
Like,
I
God
could be
damn
able
it!
to make
Since
a
when
crap
is that? I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then?
Skill level Brick Rider.
It works.
What's happened?
Oh my god. Okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, he's talking back. The bot is talking back. It's gaining its own intelligence.
Let's see what type of animals do we get.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I
But
added the stream
we got
marker,
blue
and then I
chickens. I
switched
forgot
back.
that was a thing.
And he said, I created a clip from your voice.
Blue chickens. I forgot blue chickens were a thing.
Blue chickens? What can they do?
There's void chickens and then there's blue chickens and golden chickens. It's not telling me. This page will be updated with all information about blue chickens. That's it. It'll be updated.
I've never
to be
seen blue
continued.
chickens.
No. I've seen them in like other people's games. I thought they were mod. Apparently, black chickens are void chickens, and blue chickens and golden chickens. They are not initially available and each have unique ways to attain.
Okay. How do we get blue chickens? Oh, that doesn't say it, of course, yeah.
Yeah, no. All types of chickens can be hatched from the respective egg types in the incubator coop, excluding blue chicken. Dinosaurs. We can get a dinosaur?
What?
Holy.
Yeah, does
In the basement?
dinosaurs require a big coop or a deluxe coop and will lay dinosaur eggs, which could be hatched in the incubator for dinosaurs. The
What?
dinosaur eggs
Wait,
are
but is that vanilla? Is that not modded? Are you sure?
Yes, it's vanilla. It requires you to complete the museum's collection.
Oh my
They're fairly
god!
rare to find
Okay.
and cannot be purchased from Marnie. It's recommended to hatch the first dinosaur egg found and wait until a dinosaur matures and begin laying.
Holy shit, so
So
now
this
we
is
have a
like a
goal.
yeah, we went dinos. Ducks. Okay.
Ducks are also cute. But dinos?
Yeah. They look like little iguanas. Chubby iguanas. Rabbits are deluxe coup. They produce wool after reaching a higher temperature layer.
Yes,
They periodically produce a rabbit's foot. The rabbits drop their feet.
What?
It says they may also periodically produce a rabbit's foot. They drop their feet.
But then they just regrow feet?
I guess. Or maybe they had. That's weird. Rabbits can have reproduction toggled on or off. So they just. Yeah.
Okay,
rabbits.
marriage candidates. I do want to date just any gender.
For barn
That-
animals, we got
Because
cows,
then we got 12 options.
goats, ostriches. Ostriches. Apparently, ostriches do not count poop. They are a barn animal.
Oh, which character are we gonna romance? No, how do I say this?
I have a pet turtle.
How do you say the romanticize? No.
I want a pet turtle. Was it looking for farm item? Farm.
Okay, we got options. We got Alex. I'm just gonna, while you're reading up, I'm quickly gonna make a poll already. Because then I can link it here. Wait, how many options can you put in a poll? Can you put 14? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can only choose 10. Okay, I'm gonna eliminate some people that I don't want to date. Because we have, what is it? We have 12. Okay, I don't want to date at least, like, what is it? Haley, because she's a bitch.
She really is.
She just, and maybe Harvey, because I don't know. I'm just not into Harvey.
She's a mean girl.
Oh no, Shane. We have to keep out Shane.
Yeah, Shane and
We protect Shane. Okay. Because then we put on the
we need
rest.
to protect his heart. Poor dude.
Yeah, because he has a good heart. He's kind, but he cannot deal with marriage. Okay, so we skip Shane, we skip Haley, and we still have Abigail, we have Emily, we have Leah,
Pantry
Marilyn,
room.
Penny. Wait, I gotta skip Elliot because I cannot put the same person in as you.
I mean, you can try.
That is true, that's true. But then it's gonna be romance
Fight
competition.
for the same person. I bet you they would love that.
Okay, I'll just put the poll up for like a week. Should I keep it in or not? I'm gonna leave it up to you.
Go for it.
Okay. Allow multiple answers? Sure. Okay, I'm gonna put the poll up for like a whole week. And we're gonna see what it is gonna be. And we do have to make like a Stardew what? Dating poll up and down. Plop. Damn. Okay, I got everyone, I think. Okay. Everyone is in a poll. Poll is linked here. We're good? Yep. Okay. Then smoking making time. Because I only finished like half my omelette and then my stomach was like bleh. Food. Bleh. Still gotta check with the hospital. Like they ran some new tests and everything. But I hate my doctors at this point. Like the doctor itself is nice, but I have to deal with the nurses first. And the nurses, they don't like, even if you would call like, "Hi, I'm dying," it's like, "Nah, he's fine. Don't overreact. You're
Oh,
good."
why?
And you're like, "Oh, but I don't feel so good." "No, you do. You're fine. Shut up." And they will
Whoa.
Bitch, this is my body.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, but that's basically like they did some tests and everything now. And it was like the test came out like, okay, there's some stuff like not really good at the moment. And I was like, I think maybe because they're the meds we have to adjust or whatever. And nah, it's fine. It's just a little over. You'll be good. You don't have any issues, right? And I'm like, the whole reason that we were gonna do this is because like I'm way more tired and my joints hurt and all this stuff again. So I think maybe like it's a bigger flare up. But then they just deny it. They just gaslight you and not visiting the doctor. But you cannot visit a doctor without their permission, basically, nowadays, so it's interesting. Like in the first year, they basically didn't listen to me, and they only listened when my mom called. I'm 30.
What is it? You're an adult?
I'm 30. And they're still like, oh, okay, but if your mom called, then it's serious. But if you say it's serious, then it's like, nah.
Why? You're an adult. You can speak for yourself.
I
You
know.
live by yourself.
Yeah,
You're
that's
your
the thing. Like she doesn't know like how I'm doing 9 out of 10 times. I don't live at home anymore. Like she doesn't. But then she called like, yeah, my daughter's really doing not that good. Are you gonna do some? Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Of course. I'm like,
Apparently, elderly are everybody you listen to. No offense to the your mom's age.
oh yeah, she's an elderly now.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's I don't know. Like only if someone else says it, then it is really serious. That doesn't make sense, right? Yeah. One of the great things of being chronically ill. But yeah, like I said, like the test they did come back, and the dosage of my meds is too high probably now, which gives a lot more side effects. Which can explain like a lot more of the issues that I have. Like I have just very bad stomach pain and everything. But they're like, yeah, at least you're getting enough medicine in. Yeah, but that was not the point. That was never the point. Oh yeah. We're gonna see what they're gonna do. I just don't have the energy to start a whole fight with the nurses, basically. Is it also over there like the same kind of situation over there, Silk, or no?
What? Sorry.
No worries.
I
No,
was
that you
clicking
have
on
to start like basically, I don't know, start a whole discussion before you get taken seriously.
I'm looking. We got a doctor. The only thing I really blood test is nothing. So let me treat one thing. See if that not really treating the thing. I want to be treated. Dang it.
Yeah.
Doc. My mom's gonna get me in to see her heart doctor to see if that'll help. Since I was thinking maybe it's with my POTS, saying it's like my blood pressure, whatnot. And a lot of that could just be my POTS and not blood pressure. So
Yeah. Yeah, for me, it's now that I have had 2 high doses of the medicine in my blood, which came out of the test results, and they just like, yeah, but you get enough medicine, so that's good. I'm like, yeah, but it's too much. Like it says so, black and white. It's too much, which is basically giving me shit more side effects because that's the yeah. It's still
yeah.
like the best explanation is it's chemo in the light form because it's the same meds that you get for leukemia. And then if you have 2 high doses of that, that's not nice.
No.
Yeah.
Having too high a dose of medicine to begin with.
Yeah, so I wanted to go check because I was thinking it was probably too high, and their response was like, "Oh, but you're getting enough, so it's all good." I'm like, you kidding me? And now I have to like get my I don't know mental energy back up again to start a whole bitch fight with them. To get to see the doctor about it, so they can change the meds maybe. But I also can't stop taking the meds because then I will get like an instant flare up again. So yeah, but I'm just tired of continuously having to fight them for stuff, so I just postpone everything now this year, but that's also not good. I'm becoming a little bit of a, what do you guys call it, like a healthcare avoider. I've seen too many hospitals the last 2-3 years. I just don't want to go anymore.
That's how
That's
my
all.
mom is.
And like I get, yeah, but that's the thing. Like I always was like, why do people like avoid it if there's something the matter? Just go. But then if you
Yeah.
have to go
Then it's
continuously,
you.
like to doctors and stuff, I get so tired of it. And yeah, but then it is still better if you do go because you get to get checked up. And it's always better to get like ahead of stuff before it gets too bad. But yeah. I gotta do the thing where like at the beginning of the year I was having one day in the week. I just set one day aside where I did like all the phone calls that I was postponing continuously. Because I was just chopping things aside, like, yeah, I will get to it later because there's too many stress things, man. I'm still suing the government as well. We're still working
Good
on
luck.
that. We're making progress. I should get an income. An income. I don't know. I cannot specify yet where it comes from. Like if it comes from the government or my work. Net. Thank you for the nutting. Nah. But I will get an income again in 4 weeks.
Nice.
And if the government doesn't want to pay me, then apparently my work is still obliged to pay me for at least another year. With like special notices and whatever. Because I'm still employed.
It's the law.
Yeah, that's like the biggest muffin secret, but I'm still technically just a full-time employed university professor. Life is weird.
Doing.
But to be fair, I was too young to start as a university professor anyway, so whenever I do want to get back to it at one point, and I'm still
We
probably the
here said
youngest.
your mods what sounded really.
What?
Your mod sounded They was quick.
My what?
Putting mods is faster.
Your audio keeps cutting out a little bit. I don't know if it's my side. Ray, do you still hear Silky good?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's my side maybe. Let me check.
Good. It's not me. I
I
didn't do it.
if I just put this one here. Test, hello?
Hello.
Whoa, you're so much louder now.
Hi, girl. What's up?
Okay, now I hear you better. Like I have the broadcast thingy on for normally when it's playing from my speakers, but I think it was just filtering you like background noise or something, like halfway during your sentence. So every time I kept like, like that.
Probably your music. Let's see. I paused it. Time. Where do I
No,
go?
but that was on my side, I think, because now I hear you perfectly. Okay. What was the last thing you said? I almost forget again. But what did you say?
Oh, it says your version of mods is faster than mine.
My version of the
Where
mods?
do I? Yeah. Your version.
Do you want
because
to?
you got it in there pretty quick.
Like I used 2 different mod managers. Was confused as the fuck out of me, to be honest. But I don't know which one is better as well. I used Thunderstore with all my other games, and then I used CurseForge with Minecraft and Stardew. I don't know why.
Is that how you play Pixelmon? Because I downloaded Minecraft.
Yeah, with the mod, we still gotta play that as well. We haven't started yet, but I do want to play
Yeah,
that. Do
because
you
we
still want
didn't
to
figure out a
play?
server situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to play. So I
Can
have.
I
It's
export?
not.
If I make a
Java.
mod pack, can I create a mod pack? And then muffin farming. Create.
It's called Bedrock Edition.
Content.
Updating mod. No. I can't think shit.
I will check that later.
Cooking.
Are you ready to play
Yeah, but
again, Silky, or no?
how do I forgot where to go. Yeah, I have Bedrock Edition. I can join people who have the Java Edition. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready to go now. I was looking at that. I think I need to go to. I think it's just a house increase. You increase the house, and then you get the whatchamacallit.
What are you talking about?
Kitchen.
Okay. I was like, I'm missing the context here, on.
I was missing the word. Okay. I need a kitchen.
We need a kitchen.
I think you just need a house.
You can check. Yeah. She sells it at Jody, I think.
Yeah, that's what
I can ask maybe Gray if when next time when I talk to Conundrum, like because he was running the Valheim servers for us as well. Then if I can maybe, I don't know if he still has that up and running or not. I don't think so because we're not playing anymore at the moment.
Sorry, I had to.
I can
Hi,
check.
me sell hat. Okay, Poke, come to old house. Poke, bring coins. Hat mouse.
We have the hat mouse. Oh my god, we can buy hats. We already saw the hat mouse though, but yes.
How is the country life going for you?
Love
You're proud
Dad.
of what you're doing. Love, Dad.
500 gold. I don't have a money.
Grandpa left.
I don't have a letter from the mouse. I think because I already talked to him, maybe. The mouse is down at the wizard. Oh, okay. Wait. I will show you with the screen thingy again. If you're watching the stream, Silk, I'm gonna show you. 1 second. Oh no, now I'm gonna fish. Oh. Okay, look. I have a bean, and then I pressed F1, and then it opens this.
Oh, I see it now.
This is cool, right? So you see.
Ads. No, just because I refreshed it. So mean, Twitch. But I saw that's cool. Description. But I need a greeny beanie for Elliot, so
Okay, you can get a beanie. There you go. No, no, don't eat it. Give it to Silk. Yes. I do like just giving everything as a gift to you. I'm giving gifts to you every day. Does that count?
are we gonna have a party bit?
Can you marry each
Oh,
other?
there's a. I don't
I'm
know.
legit curious. Beep, 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 beep. You have okay. She wanted cauliflower, but she can suck it. I'm sorry, but
Whoa, 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 whoa,
yeah, she
whoa.
asked. It's way too late, and we don't have time to.
Whoa.
We don't have time to grow them.
Whoa. Here I
She
thought
can
muffins
suck
were
it.
nice one. Wow.
Well, again, it's not
Wow.
my fault that she just asked for the cauliflower at the end of spring,
And
and
might
we
I
were
mention
just
that?
Yeah,
like,
that's
Wow.
on her.
yeah, it's her fault. No, but okay, fair. Like I forgot that we needed to have it as well, but then we already had to know that she was gonna ask for it, and yeah, yeah. I'm still wondering, like, what kind of layout would be best? I think maybe just this one, so you see the whole screen. I'm gonna keep it on this. There's a little
Honestly,
cute, the lit
they should make the
layout. I
house the
like that one.
bunkhouse. Bedroom bunk. No, where's the back? There you are.
Seems to be working.
Oh,
No.
someone's throwing rocks at your
Yes.
tent was. That's so. Here, have a lead. I hope that makes up for people throwing rocks at you.
Are you just chilling with Elliot? What? There's no slash ball. I know, right?
No, it's
Really
chat
mean.
blind.
I made a typo, and Pokemon Community Center roasted me. A
I got a
small
toad.
mouth bag. I wish I had a Hey Google thing here so I could just ask everything. Hey Google, where can I find a smallmouth bed?
10,000
Because now I
gold.
still gotta look that one up. Like, I never need the wiki now. Need the wiki right away again.
Barn.
Smallmouth
For the barn. Barn wood.
beach. Where are you? Town, river, forest, pond. Okay, we can
Again?
find them in
How
town.
many times is this song gonna come on? Not angry about it.
You cut it
I'm
as
really
well,
into it.
Faki. Oh, thank you. You need to drink. Thank you, thank you.
Big chest recipe.
And stretchies. Should I just add like one care
Calendar?
package as well,
Why does the
maybe?
calendar cost
Up
so
to you.
much?
Thank you, Gray.
Don't do that!
No.
Take it!
I'm a little
Thanks.
pirate
I
here.
am sleepy, okay?
Sleepy, weepy, Gray.
Mm-hmm.
Did you play more Yu-Gi-Oh, by the way, or what you doing?
Hmm?
Did you play more Yu-Gi-Oh, or what you doing?
I'm doing that right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Daffodil.
What? How did I? Oh! I have the easy fishing mod on now. I forgot, Silk. I literally added that mod specifically for you as well, like the last time I was playing when you were watching. Because you were raging about the fishing. Like the easier fishing mod. I forgot about it, so I put it in there for you last time, and now I basically don't have to fish. But I was like, what's wrong? What's wrong? I can't
Yeah,
move my thingy. Oh, wait.
all you have to do is fish and then click and then fish. Click,
Yeah.
fish, click, fish, click, fish, click.
Like, you don't have to do the fishing minigame. But that's the thing, like, it is...
Sebastian,
I do like it, but it gets a little tedious at some point to continue doing the fishing game.
smell fast at 3 times. Oh, never mind. You get a house husband. Marry Sam.
Do I have a small amount?
A house.
Base? Yes. Who needs a
He becomes the
Sebastian?
house husband.
Where's Sebastian?
He's at his house right now.
I'm gonna stalk Sebastian.
He's probably into that.
That's the thing. Like yeah, Sebastian is like the guy that everyone goes for. And Haley is the girl, really? I always thought like.
I wish
oh,
they'd
it's
make
Sebastian.
a.
Yeah.
I wish you'd like make this game, but age up the characters. Like
Yes.
age their looks up a little bit
Yeah.
for the
Okay.
older fans.
I made Sebastian happy. Just because I wanted to deliver Hermione. But that's like literally one of the quest rewards is make Sebastian happy.
I noticed that. The same one.
It's funny. Okay, I don't think we have like a lot of time. We could probably plant more short-term seeds, but do you want to work towards more house upgrades now? Vacation?
I'd like to. We need 10,000 gold for the first one.
Okay, so we gotta get rich.
Yeah.
Say no more.
We're almost there.
I can now turbo fish. Oh yeah, and I forgot I can shop without them being here. As long as the thing is open.
Knife angry.
Oh, but we can do that quickly.
No.
But it's
Willie,
too
are you proud of
late.
me?
You earned a fisherman
Oh, Willie?
achievement!
Willie? Willie walked by. Where does that happen?
Yeah, the ADHD farm was, by the way, I did the ADHD farm with William that I always call Willy. So then it got really confusing because I was like, Willy, you gotta beat Willy. Yeah, but Willy didn't like Willy. That was also the thing.
No.
He had beef with Willy.
No, I got it. And
Why am I catching river jelly the whole time?
Why is this so hard?
What do you need the jelly for? You can use it in the fish smoker.
Yes, I caught it.
Yay!
All that work for fish.
I'm now easy fishing. I feel so. Yeah, I feel like I'm cheating, but yeah, I will get us all the fish. But I'm confused every time because then when the thing starts, I'm like, oh, I want to fish. Oh no, wait, I already got it. Yep.
You got some new ideas to sleep on? Why?
Yeah, that happens. That you get that notification when you level up. Like you level up at the end of the day always, and then you get like all the experience. You think about it. You
I'm
dream
not
about
even
it.
getting a bass at all. I'm trying to catch one.
It is in the river in the town or in the lake
Yeah, that's
with
where
the
I'm at.
forest.
River jelly. What the heck?
Wait, what? Okay, should I help with the town? I'm fishing near the mine now. I can come down. Then I could give it to you if I catch it.
I'm good. Whether I get one tonight or not.
You also need one for Sebastian?
Yeah, but I didn't pick the quest. I thought about it. Yeah.
Fish. Okay.
Gonna get a whole bunch. Come.
Have you guys noticed as well, by the way, that my mic makes weird noise sometimes, or no?
No.
No.
Like, I'm still curious because I've had complaints, not complaints, but like, Salty and Akbar told me that my mic was just like making a screechy noise. But then from time to
I
time.
haven't known.
No, okay. I don't know.
Must be
I
on
don't
his
know.
end.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering about. But then Akbar has also mentioned it the other day. And I was like, what the hell? Because that was the same issue that Salty had as well when I was on Discord. But no one else had it. I don't know what it is. As long as it's not in the stream as well. Because, yeah. I think last time they heard it in the stream as well. But I have no idea why or what it does. What it is. Did you check the chicken already today?
I'm not sure. I think I did.
Yes, you
But you
did.
can double
They're
check.
trying to sleep. They're grumpy now.
Oops.
I disturbed their beauty sleep.
You need to get upgraded. That's wild.
We do need this one. Community
Sometimes different language songs just hits just right.
Yeah.
Even if you don't understand a word.
Yeah.
It's a good thing I have this song in an English version though, so I kinda do, but if I overlaid it, I definitely would know.
Ah. Oh, we need to make a scarecrow.
Did something eat the food?
Yep.
What was it?
I don't know.
Bat? Crow?
I have no
Bird?
idea. I just see a hole in our garden. Okay, let me craft scarecrow.
Where does the rocks go? I think they go in this one.
Oh, I took everything.
Oh, well, there's
I
more
have
rock.
everything in my inventory at the moment because I wanted to fix this. I'm just gonna put the scarecrow right here. I don't know how many spaces they protect again. 8 tiles. But we need more. Okay, I'm just gonna put 2 scarecrows there and hope for the best. No! Sleep! Oh, Silk! Oh, no! Why didn't you say anything? Ah! Okay.
I was looking at my computer.
I made
I'm
it.
sorry.
I made it. We're good.
I was looking at something else.
I had 5 minutes.
I'm
Okay, we're
sorry.
good. We're good. No. I should have looked. Okay, we're making some money. We're making some money. We're good. My chair is too low, but I don't know how it goes up. Right? This side? Yeah? Yeah, it's not going up again. Right. Yeah, there we go. You know what? I'm gonna switch. So I'm bouncing the stool again. Yeah. There we go. Good morning. The spirits are a good humor. Oh, we got strawberries.
Do Scooby.
Yeah. The strawberries stay. I forgot. That's awesome.
Unless you accidentally break.
Do you want another bean for Elliot?
Crispy.
I can save this other bean. Okay, like the third chest is like the
No.
special stuff chest. Yeah. I'm gonna sell the strawberries.
Oops.
Mm-mm. Let me sell the parsnip. Yes. Okay.
If I had access to crap out, I could lever my fishing higher without using
I need to get a new sword.
sword.
Hmm. I think the fishing guild opens later, so I'm just gonna... Okay, I'm going on a quest. But yeah, I think Jody has to wait a full last year now, no? Yeah, Jody had the request for the cauliflower, but I think she literally has to wait full last year to get her cauliflower. Oh no. Well, again, it's on her for asking it so late, no? Oh, Silky, do you know where to get sardines? Hey, wait, there's an air balloon?
No.
There's a hot air
don't
balloon
remember.
here. What? Where is
Oh.
it?
Sir? Oh no, that's the shopkeeper. The book, whatever. The one's down
Oh.
by the tree.
Oh.
I think that's what it is. But
Marcella's books. I have never seen him.
I
Where's
don't
the
know
book?
where.
What the
I
hell?
thought it was the one. I thought it was the one down by the
And monthly booking.
right
Oh.
here, but it's not by
Price
the.
catalog. You can see the value of your items. Others weekly. Oh my god, that's awesome. Is he gonna stay here or not? The book
Probably
guy?
doesn't.
Yeah? Like, I don't remember if I... Cool. Oh, wait, where to find sardines? Bean. Cardew.
That house with. I'm looking for that house with the
Ocean.
hat, dude.
Or beach. This when does the shop open? Adventure. Guild. Stardew. Time. 2 p.m. Oh, it's already open almost. Okay. I can fish tomorrow as well.
Where are you, Hat Man? Oh, there it is. I knew it was somewhere around here. No, I don't want your hats. Hat boy. Hat mouse.
What? Why do I have this fish? Bulletin board. Oh, we don't have that one yet. Oh, okay. Shit. I took an extra fish with me home, but okay. Okay, I'm gonna. Do you want to? Yeah, I'm gonna check how much the swords are, and then we buy the kitchen tomorrow. Is that okay?
Did you say something to me? I'm sorry. Distracted.
Yeah, they're like, okay, I'm gonna buy a new sword, so I gotta check how much they are, but then we can do the kitchen tomorrow?
That works.
Okay, okay. Good evening. Give me a sword. Wait, item recovery service? Oh, I can buy back my shitty sword? Do they not have a better one? Wooden blade. Like, I know you get better weapons the further you get as well, so I kind of don't want to buy... You know what? I'm gonna do cheap. I'm gonna buy back my shitty sword. For just 50. No, he's gonna... Oh, he's just gonna drop it off tonight. Okay, that's it. Oh.
Do heaters even do?
Do what? Do what?
Hey, what? Animal heaters.
What?
Marty,
I got a
get
rare
back
lul and
behind
works
the
at
counter, you little...
What is a
Marty!
rare lul?
Marty!
Okay, okay. What does a lul mean in English? Because in Dutch it means dick. And I'm very confused now. But hi, Reef. Hi. Welcome in. Oh, there's a catfish. Fancy. Let me give Reed a shouty.
Marty, get back behind the counter. Marty, you're... Marty! Marty. Marty.
There you go. Okay, yeah, but Reed. Okay. What, Sil, do you know what lul? Oh. Okay. Wraith is unaware, I might have spelled it wrong, but there's a period where things get slow. Yeah, okay, I get what it means from context, but you see how I got like a little confused. Like a lull is like when it's just like a quiet time. Like, okay, you got like a little quiet period because
lull
there's
is a quiet time.
okay. Lull in Dutch
When
is
things slow
literally the
down.
word for dick.
Oh.
What?
That's how you write dick. So I was
Wow,
like,
my friend.
wow, you got a rare dick at work? Okay, good for you.
Hey.
No, but literally, that's
They had a quickie.
I'm gonna remember that. Yep. Yeah, lul. This is also like if you want to call someone a dick, you say, "Oh, you're such a lul." That's literally
That's funny.
But thank you for coming in. There's nothing rare about dicks dealing with end users when you're in IT. That's true.
I'm not even gonna. I'm just here.
No, this is just
I think
translating
he
humor.
traumatized.
I'm sorry, but that's what I mean. Lil is just dick.
You're not
I
sorry.
get that.
You know you're not.
Okay, I'm not. But okay, this time it wasn't even my dirty mind. It's literally translating humor. Like yeah. Like I didn't come up with that word in Dutch. You can look it up in a dictionary. Oh, Reef is in an ad. Oh no. Everyone in an ad? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no. I don't want to change. Oh no. I'm going to get infested. Oh no.
You
I want to
okay?
change the ad settings again. Yeah, I'm in the mines because I'm a stubborn bitch. But there's an infestation of the stupid flying bugs.
Oh, I don't like that.
Oh.
You have to time it. So.
Takes a
Kinda
lot
time
of
everything.
time. Yeah. Like they don't necessarily kill you. It's just very annoying. But it takes a long time to get back down then. And I don't know where the ladder is here.
Got an ant.
I
That's
should have
more.
gotten it already, but as decent as can be in my situation. Gil, did you check out the stream thing that I sent? Like, I think you need the stream key or something, but like to stream on someone else's channel.
What?
Oh yeah, Gil still has to do his karaoke celebration because he got like 100 followers and it was awesome. And he was planning it, and we were all hyped and stoked. And then there was a fire. And in Gil's house, and now he doesn't have a PC anymore. That's like the very short version of it. Yeah, like among other stuff, like basically lost everything, and I want to figure out a way to help, but yeah, like your guys are also a little too far, maybe. I think maybe Gray lives kind of close to you. I'm not really sure. Like, I'm just asking everyone, like, that is living in the States, like, if you have an old PC, or if you know stuff how we can help, or what we can do, let me know, because I'm hyped for the karaoke thing. Really thought so you started following my TikTok? Yes. You should move to Australia. I would be able to help you out more. Yeah, that is also like just a solution. Move Gil to Australia. But that's a little more expensive solution than just getting a laptop. But it is a solution, yeah. Oh, I accidentally started to fish. Okay. What?
How could you?
I know, right? It was shocking. Bam. But Reed, don't pressure yourself with like having to make stuff for socials. I know how it is. Like, I started my TikTok. Well, I already had my TikTok just to watch stuff. And I posted one thing from Karma's face back in the day. But then I didn't post in years. I posted a little bit last year. And then my life got too much again. I kind of stopped with my TikTok for half a year again. I'm trying to post more now, but yeah, it's hard sometimes. Even better though. Boop, boop. Oh no! Oh no, the time. Okay, fuck the chest, sorry, okay. We just finally made it to level 20. Now I got a new sword, which is so stupid because okay, so you can get my sword if you want to. But it wouldn't sword because it was just as cheap as the rusty sword, but it's better. But now I found an even better sword. Now I just need to say he's a refugee, and then you got accommodation, a card. What is a Centerlink gold card? That's a good deal. Bill, you've heard it. We found a solution. We gotta move you to Australia. No, it's not so much treasure. It's just talking about combination of A, I'm lazy, and B, my video. Oh no, I'm falling asleep at the farm again.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention again.
No, but this time I was clunky. I was trying to get to level 20. I'm so slow in the mines. But we made it.
Cannot rely on
Centerlink is like your social welfare, unemployment benefits, etc. Oh. So I can also just move to Australia? And then I don't have to sue the government? That sounds like a good... My video editing software keeps crashing and I can't be bothered onto moving. Yeah. What kind of software are you using, Reese? What weather is it? Clear and sunny tomorrow. Oh shit, I picked them up.
Tomorrow prepared for the flower dance.
Ooh! Are you gonna dance? Found your lost item, thank you.
I mean, I know there's a lot of stones to get right on farm. You have some less having me build a well for you.
They built me almost 1,000 grams while I was incapacitated. Damn it! I kept. Now I can't say it anymore. Incapacitated. No. No.
You're so close.
No, I'm stuck. No, it's incapacitated. Why? Incapacitated? No, but that's not how you say it.
No, but I can't talk. I'm
Try it.
crying.
Okay. God damn it. Now it's turning. Okay. Last night, Jojo Henry found you incap ass. Incapacitated. That's not no. Incapacitated. No?
Yes, there you go. I'm crying. I'm
Yes.
it's not running out of my nose too.
Damn it. Thank you.
I needed that.
I was like so offended by Jojo, like rescuing me and charging like 1,000 grams that I just crashed. And I was like, God damn it. Okay. Do you ever get that where you're like stuck and then you just like you know it's wrong. You know
the
everything in your
word
gut is like
It's
Yeah, but
technically incapacitated, so that's slightly wrong on the word in there, Wraith.
incapacitated.
Incapacitated.
Incapacitated. Okay. And there's no okay, but that's the way that I read it now that Reed said
my
it. I just
stomach
read ass. But yeah, incapacitated. That hurt.
There you go.
Just remember there's an ass, okay. But really,
No,
it wasn't
there-
intentional
video
at
I
all.
watched.
There's an ass in there.
There's a video I watched. I don't know if you've seen it. Of somebody trying to say avocado, but they say everything but avocado. They call it a banana
A banana?
at one point.
But that sounds like
at some point,
avocado.
'cause they can't think of the word avocado.
Well, you remember
It
like
wasn't
this one?
intentional at all.
This is like oh,
Yes, I'll
I
look
love
too.
that fit, Reed. Okay, nice. Wait, send
gotta
if you
find
have
it.
the link, then send it in the Discord because I need to see that. But that's the same with this one. Like when I got it, I was so excited to show it to you guys. I was like, look, I got an avocado, and then it just became the avocado.
I'm sending it to you right now. I just found it.
It's usually in a compilation
what-
with other people fluffing their words. I am. I
Her
should
brain
be in that
just turned off.
compilation. God damn it.
There you go. You gonna watch it?
Oh yes.
I've got new items in stock, a deluxe fishing pole, and some bait that you can attach to.
Like we cannot even participate in the flower dance at the beginning because we're
Yeah, nobody.
nobody wants to dance with
not doing
us.
them.
Game is mean. Okay, wait, I found it. Thank you. Okay, wait, we're gonna watch it here. Plop. And a plop. And a plop.
What's your farming level at?
Yes.
Yes.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Oh, there you go. You got the video up.
3? Okay.
Not.
There we go.
Mine's at 2.
She's like, banana? No. Apple? No. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know you're wrong.
She
you're
knows
like-
what it is, but she
you're
just can't get it
stuck.
out.
And then you get like, okay. A plum.
I was watching TikTok.
Because
Okay, but yeah, that
things
happens. Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I have the same thing, like, my life long. I don't know why, but I mix up pancake and pizza. And
She finally gets it, but it's so funny when she gets it.
And then she's like,
She's
oh,
so
never
mad.
mind. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, you're so frustrated with yourself, then. No, Like that face, like banana. No, the
She
mom
knows
actually
it's
yelled
wrong.
like like the avocado knows how it's called, and then she's gonna tell her. Yep.
Avocado.
She gets so mad. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite.
I get that.
Is people not? They know the word. It's just not working.
I'm going to disappear now.
You're going to sleep.
Here's
Yeah.
this is.
Have a good sleep.
Oh, sheepy.
Wait, I cannot give my sword.
Here's
back, I
another
just-
one. This
Nope.
is one of my favorites too.
Okay, wait.
Oh, hi, Doki. Pet.
Okay. God damn it.
And then that's
Okay.
where I first watched the avocado. Was watching that video because it's got 4 of them.
Oh, there's the piano again. Okay, yeah. But that's the thing. Everyone, you get so frustrated with yourself mostly. It's like,
Mhm.
Tantanizer.
They start messing it up, that I start messing it up in this one.
Yeah, Tantanizer. Oh no, not the in the beginning. Yes, the in the beginning. I know, that's the OG. In the beginning meaning. He's just like, yeah, we're just gonna move on.
Are we selling all of the extra stuff we from?
Yeah,
that
we
I
gotta get
picked?
rich. You gotta get rich. Have a great day at work, Wreath. Wait, let me play with Sleepy. That my brother's sleeping today, so we gotta do shit manually, and I keep forgetting, but yeah. That's a nice little party. What game is that? Is it an Ark? No. What game? Good dance party. Have a great day at work again, and thank you for dipping in here. Mhm,
Yeah,
mhm.
some of my favorite stuff is people speaking. So
Okay, but then I get why you always get the giggles. I have such bad brain farts sometimes. I'm like,
yeah, I'd
yeah,
be
no.
snorting and crying and holding my stomach because it hurts.
Now
I
I'm
couldn't
happy
breathe
you had
for a
fun. God damn
Alright,
it.
my dog wants out, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
I need a potty break anyways.
Hey, don't pee your pants.
No, I don't want to. I gotta go.
Oh, my jaw hurts from laughing. Girl, Bookie, how you doing on? Good morning. You're up early. I think I saw Nicholas earlier as well lurking in chat. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Like
So dark.
Yeah.
Let's light all the torches.
Oh, what game are you playing there? Is that
I'm,
the where the winds meet?
De tering!
The tering.
Ja, sorry.
That's good.
Moeder! Kut, dit is niet Engels, fuck! Standjes! Oh, ik sta ineens! Hoe zeg
Oh
je
my
dit in Engels?
God,
Weet
great.
ik niet! Fuck!
Okay, this is what we were
That was
basically
not
talking
English,
about, so you come
sorry.
in at a great moment. Because yeah, it all started.
Switch
Reed said
languages.
hello.
Yeah, there was a lot of panic here, sorry! Like,
But yeah, when you panic, you switch to Dutch. That's
Oh.
fair. That's fair. I get it. Yeah, the Dutch struggled. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, I just survived a brain fart where I couldn't say
Like, I was like, what was that?
incapacitated. So it was incapacitated. Yes. And then we got stuck on that. Then we watched some videos about just brain farting and just not knowing words anymore. Where a girl is calling avocado a banana. Also very good, very good. Classic avocado banana. Avocado banana. Oh my god! Oh, because we watched too many videos, I cannot pronounce anything anymore. I think, guys, this was it for the stream now. No, and Reese came in here because he's also at work. By the way, have a good day at work. Absolute badass. Always waking up extremely early, you. But Reese came in and he was like, yeah, I have a quick lull at work. You know why I brain farted? And someone said, I just have a very quick lull at work. Do you hear me? I know the people blaming me for having dirty mind always, but a lull. Come on. Yeah. This was not on me. Lull, yeah. Like I have a quick lull at work. But that just means like you have a quick break or something. Oh no, Grimmy. Wait, Grimmy, can we play together if I also have it on the Switch? I still don't know. Oh shit, Silk has to go to bed. Can I pause the game? The game no. Do I have to kick Silk? Maybe. We're gonna see if she makes it back before we have to go to sleep. That is very different in Dutch indeed. Yeah. So I was like, excuse me, wait, what? Like he's having a rare dick at home work? Sure. Yep. Gotta love our language differences sometimes, don't we? Oh, girl, I slept too. Like, yeah, what I said. Like, I keep repeating myself, but that's the thing because I keep saying hello to everyone and then checking in. But yeah, no, I slept till like 11 p.m. yesterday because I didn't sleep like during the day. Then I had a very fucking busy morning, and I went to take a nap, and I woke up like at 11 p.m. My dog is eating grass. I'm coming back to put my character in bed and then to yell at my dog. Yes. Good job, Silk. Hey, Pookie! Why is the dog sleeping here? Okay, is Silk gonna make it? Yeah, Silk is bed. Okay, nice. I'll get my butt also back because otherwise I'm just gonna pass out instead. It's getting late. I know. Bloop, bloop. Very good. Okay, because yeah, then we can just play off stream as well because I still don't know how to even stream at my Switch or my consoles. Like I used to stream with my PlayStation for a friend when I wanted to show her like that was playing Kingdom Hearts like 6 years ago. But I have no idea how I would do that with all the stuff, like all the changes and all the wait again. She can have don't have to do something. I used to stream on PS5 but swapped to PC. But that's the thing, then how do you stream then with like your camera and all your stuff? I have no idea. Okay, we're gonna do this chatting break. Also, Kia's yelling at her dog. You have to have the capture card, yeah. Oh, nice. Sorry. Yes. That's the thing. I keep reading the chat and mix it up, and then it doesn't show the redeems, and that confuses me. So I keep missing streaks and whatever. So I have to check like in OBS. But yeah, I do look very sleepy because I'm not wearing any mascara. Or like I woke up like this. It's fine. I put on tiny liner and we're rolling with it. So we have like a sleepy makeup plus face there. Okay. Oh, that's what you mean. She can have it. She doesn't have to do anything. Nice. Okay, I nowadays have this. Look at this. How cute is it? I got this from a friend like a couple years ago. Now I got it at my desk, so I have little treats for the baby here. Come here, baby. Karma, baby. Yeah, there she is. Okay, wait. There she go. Okay, you can see her. Yeah. I put it here and then down. Down, camera, down. Thank you. And turn on the light because you're always like a black little dip. There are the little black demonies. Yeah. You got a cookie from Pookie. Are you ready for the cookie from Pookie? And you don't have to do anything because you're just... Here you go. Yum. She's just staring at me like, Mom, I need to do trick. Mom, but why? Look at this.
There you no, yes. There you go. There. Or bean. Okay. Still like a black little good boy. Here. Like this. Poopy. Deze? Are you only eating it because it attacked you? Look at the bean. But she's so pitch black. She's still like, oh, now she's eating it. Thank you, Pookie. You know what? I'm gonna grab my Switch 1 second while you watch Karma for me. Yum 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 yum. He's such a sweet little. And here, kijk eens. Yeah. Are you so sleepy? I think so. The bean stands guard from afar as you. Yeah, she was laying on the couch before. Just as I always say, like she's watching Loco TV. Because she was just staring out the window. If you're on the vertical one right now, I see that you don't see shit. I don't know why. Probably because it's way too zoomed in. You can switch to the other one. Why is this? Shit just show. I have no idea what happened there. That's interesting. Okay. Yay, Pokestart! You're starting as well. You have a Tipik? Tipik. That's a cute piggy. Hello. A little bit. Beautiful little. Doop, doop. Are you sleepy, girl? I'll put you back. Yes, you can just scoot Karma with her whole bath. I have to go to work again, but I don't need a mood for that. Oh no. Oh, until when you gotta work? Like how long? How many more hours you got? What? Yeah. Why do I have a camera flare now? What the hell, camera? Why are you being a bitch today? Oh, we're good? Oh, what the? Me testing camera. What the hell was? Eh. Okay, that's just like the light flaring up. Interesting. Hopefully till 4, but don't know how busy today will be. Damn, but you start that early and then you still have to go until 4? That's quite a long day, no? Yeah. I have my Switch. Nope. But I still have my old Switch. Can I even play Stardew on my old Switch? Is it also for Switch 1? Discharged. No, it's not. But look, I have a Totoro Switch. I'm playing on Switch Lite? Okay. It is not charged, so I'm gonna put it in a charger. But then I at least remember that I can actually. Yeah, it is charging up. And yeah, I need to I need to get a capture card. I've been saying that ever since I started streaming, but yeah, as I said, like within a month, hopefully, I have income again. And then I will finally not be so scared to buy shit, and I will buy a good fucking desk chair. I had to go and chase my dog inside. Sounds like a good dog. Yes. Going out of being a little demon today. Mm-hmm. But Pookie, have a great day at work. And everyone, if you don't know Pookie yet, Pookie is my Dutch Twitch streamer friend. I met Miss Relaxing and Pookie both at TwitchCon in real life. And Pookie is amazing. She's such a sweetheart. If you want to check her out, we kind of have like the same humor, same kind of vibes. Dutchie, you're back to VTubing again, I think. You had like your camera up as well for a while, but you have a new character coming and stuff with the red panda. Followed. And he had a cool Dutchie. Yes, back to the VTuber. You bought your model, right, Pookie? If you have to go to work at any point, I will stop asking you questions and blabbering. We're having a little breaky while Silky is chasing. Yeah, I was thinking about like making a model. I still want like a VTuber, mostly. This sounds so weird. I wanted it for off days and stuff. So like for days as today where I don't feel like just putting on makeup or whatever. But yeah, now at some point I just reached a I don't give a fuck anymore mode, and you just see me as I am. If I have shit data, like I took a shower. Good enough. But I still want like a VTuber, especially for when I play League. Because I've noticed like when I play League, I'm just focused in the game. And then I look like and I have resting fucking bitch face to the max. Oh my gosh. Like people have been commenting like, yes, you look interesting when you play League. And I'm like, nah, thanks. Right, pre-model, they're cheap and easy to use. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like I did that's with like sort of be a GTuber mode. But I did have like some designs in mind. And I could model. I could make 3D models in the past, but I don't know how difficult it is to translate that into like a VTuber model. Like I made donuts and game assets, but never like a full ass character for VTubing. So that's gonna be interesting. But yeah. It does. I don't know. I do like the mix a lot. Are you gonna be a full VTuber now again, or gonna go like switching back and forth with the camera? Because I also really liked your like the one where you were just chatting and you were arranging like your whole closet with all the new plushies and everything you bought like at TwitchCon. That was super fun. Mm-mm. Switch is charging. Yes, full and sometimes normal because I also like to play Just Dance. Nice. Hey, welcome back, Silky Poo. Boop. Okay, what do you think, by the way, Pookie and Grimmy and Silky, if you're watching the stream, like, for Stardew, is this screen better? Like this overlay? Or this one? I don't use that one that much as the other one, because I normally use the full screen ones. Wait, Grimmy, you're also in the Discord.
Howdy.
Hi, how long have you been here?
Like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you slipped in just like Gray, and then he was just listening for half an hour. I'm like, wait!
No. I just showed up. I was getting my earbuds in because I'm in Discord on my phone.
How far is the moving going?
Yeah, it's just going. Slowly but surely going.
Nice.
So I don't know. It'll be a minute before I'm back.
Oh, got double noise. Okay, there you go.
So then I was like, Stardew Valley, and we'll play together. And I was like, oh great, it doesn't support fucking crossplay.
But yeah, you bought it already now? Yeah.
And I was like, fuck me.
I did not know that either. I was like, oh, that would be awesome, but I didn't look into it.
Yeah, I've been playing
Is Switch
a lot
Lite,
of...
is that also like the first, or basically first generation Switch? Not the Switch 2?
No, it's the first generation, yeah. It's just the one that doesn't, like, the Joy-Cons don't pop off. It's just one piece.
Yeah. Yeah, I have the OG.
Yeah, I got it from a friend because he didn't want it. I was like, okay.
Nice.
So,
good deal.
free Switch.
Yeah.
Free Switch. I'll take it. I've been playing a lot of Cult of the Lamb on it, and Silk Song, and Pokemon.
Nice. I didn't know Call of the Lamb was also for Switch.
Yeah, I just got I just killed the last like big guy, and now I just started the Woolhaven DLC, so now there's snow everywhere.
Awesome. I still gotta kill the big guy, the last big guy.
Yeah,
I
I don't have
yeah.
20 followers yet. So saving followers.
You wanna go to the dance?
Yeah.
Okay, let me drop the egg. I was taking care of our chicken. The chimkin, silky chimkin.
Down.
Okay. No, I'm done, okay. Wanna dance? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Just forest.
Why? Is the forest in... Wait, is the dance in the forest?
Yep.
Ready? Ooh. No. Yes? Oh, yes. I'm so confused. But now we're back in town, no?
Yes.
Wait, it's in town. But it's shorter. But no one
this
can...
isn't town. This is a festival ground. This is underneath, underneath Wizard's Town.
So confused. But underneath the Wizard Tower is sewers and stuff, no?
Sewers are to the right. Wizard Tower. We're to the left.
What happens if you ask anyone to be your dance partner here? Probably just...
You wake up in the bathtub with your kidney gone.
Well, I hope not. I thought the worst thing was rejection, but if that's the risk, then maybe I'm just not gonna ask.
Oh, there's always worse. There's always worse.
I'm flattered, but no.
Wait, are you asking everyone?
No, I accidentally asked Maru.
Oh. Oh my god, you gotta talk to Shane like 3 times before you can even ask him. Okay, just talk to everyone. Is this mandatory socializing? Did you have a good day at work, Remy?
Excuse me. Not.
It was alright.
Oh my god, Harvey's like, oh, I'm working up the courage to ask someone to be a dance partner.
Rare.
And then I asked him to be my dance partner, he was like, no, thank you. Oh yeah, Mario, I'm flattered, but no. I wish I could ask Linus.
Select all of the time. A rare.
Better scramble like an egg before you get folded like an omelet.
Haley's so rude. If you ask her to be your dance partner, she's just like, ew, no.
Ew, no.
Ew. No, not start the dance yet. I gotta talk. Oh. Yeah! Yeah!
Oh my goodness! I clicked on you on
A
accident.
dance partner! This is the first time ever! Oh my god, I'm honored. Yes! My answer is yes, Suki. Yeah. We're gonna dance together. Oh my god, I didn't know if it was possible. Everything in life is good now.
I was trying to like click on Lewis to start the dance, but
Oh my god, you didn't even want to ask me!
I didn't know it was possible.
Muffin, if you got energy tonight, do you like to play League with me and Nick? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I don't really plan to play too long. I'll still keep playing for a while. Just a couple more days.
And welcome in, Seb. Hi. Yeah, what do you guys think, by the way? I still don't know. Like, with the stream, like, is this overlay better for Stardew? Like, did you see the whole thing? Or, nah, I think, yeah. Oh, I'm blocking, yeah. And we have Tiny Muffin. Yeah, we're gonna do Tiny Muffin. Okay. Do you want to buy something?
Oh, there was a rare crow there.
Ooh. Yes? Should we buy it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
we
buying
have the
it.
money for it. How
And
do we start the dance?
gotta talk to Lewis.
I tried to. I can't talk to
Oh, okay. I will start the dance. I am back, not fully back because work, but yeah, I can hear you again. Okay, good. I was also like getting distracted because Silk asked me to dance with her, and I'm so honored. So I finally have a date for the dance now. Is it the first time ever in Stardew that I get to dance with someone here? Because I never did it for the second
Right.
year, I think. I always played like the full first year, and then I don't know. Oh look! Then or normally you had to stand to the side and just watch. Oh my
I know, dress.
gosh! Wait, are you on the girl side as well?
Yeah, I'm the girls.
Fuck it up, fuck it up. Don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it up.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
Fuck it up.
Look at her matching dance outfits.
Funny.
I love how the game just assumed because I'm wearing a pirate hat, so I'm the boy in the relationship. Okay.
This is fun. Time to go.
That was a great dance. Fuck yeah. But yeah, Pookie, I said, yeah, if I still have energy and I'm awake when you want to play League, then yeah. I do have plans to call with someone as well, so it depends on timing, but yes, I do want to play League. I was saying in the beginning of stream that I am slowly getting addicted to League. Is a little issue now. I've been playing basically every day. Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Get out of here. Get out of here. It's my bed.
Wait, I do have to, like, this is necessary, Silk. Because we
Okay.
danced together, now I'm gonna
I'll
sleep
be right
here.
Be right back.
Okie dokie. We'll send you a message where we can play. Okay. And let me do say hello to Steph. There you go. We saw the potato. Are you still playing Stardew now, Grimmy?
Yeah, I'm making a character in a farm right now.
Have you ever played it before?
Nope.
It is fun. Like, I think this is like the, I don't know how many times. No, I already played it. But as I said, like, I played it like a lot, but then always stopped at some point. So now we're just gonna see how far we can go. And there was no co-op at the beginning, so there have been like a lot of updates and a lot of new stuff that wasn't there. Like I played it from the start. There's so
Interesting.
much stuff.
Does
because
it
the
matter
game was
which
already
farm I
full.
choose?
Yes.
So
Wait,
my
let me
dog goes
turn on
outside,
this.
eats a whole bunch of grass, right? He eats a
Did
whole
he
bunch of
throw up?
grass. No, you would think he would. This is his third time in a row doing it. Each night. The problem is, we mowed a recent back, so he likes to eat the dried clippings. And so he went out there and ate a whole bunch. And he comes inside, because I had to chase him inside, of course. He was too focused on what he was doing. And then he comes inside and eats a whole bunch of food. Just like, dog, wait till your stomach's done settling. Oh, hello.
Hi. And we had to celebrate the dance, okay? Hey, at
He's
least I
just
made
being
it
a
into someone's bed, not the bathtub.
just stressing everybody out. Living awesome. Yes.
Jill, do you have tips like for Grimmy, like what farm to choose? Like I think we chose like the basic farm. But
Yeah,
it
I
does
like the
matter
basic
what
farm,
farm
but
you use because like the beach farm only has sand.
I think it depends on how many people you have.
I
I
bought
think
it
the
on the
late.
Switch to play with us, but you cannot play crossplay, so it's sad.
I like the
Spirits are
There's
good.
the lake farm. I like it.
Yeah. Like it matters, Grim, like in the way that it kind of changes the gameplay. So if it is your first run, you can also just do like the basic farm to see.
Yeah, if it's your first run, always do basic, so you get like all the.
That is not how we do things.
Okay,
Which one's the
then
hardest one?
Monster farm.
Alright,
my
we're going
opinion.
Monster Farm.
yeah, but I think the
Wilderness
beach
Farm.
farm is
There we
also
go.
really hard because the beach farm does give you
Yeah.
fishing, but you have to water every fucking plant always because it doesn't take
The-
any sprinklers or stuff. Like basically every farm has a
The
perk
problem with
and
the
cons.
monster farm is if you have there's more things in your crops, I believe, as well as the fact that they will attack your farm animals if you have farm animals. So,
Really, but can't you keep them like in a?
Yeah.
Wait, there are monsters on your farm? I have never played the monster
Yes,
farm.
the monster farm has monsters that show up
So
on your farm
there-
at night.
says there's plenty of good land here, but beware at night the monsters come out.
Yep.
And it's called the
come out
Wilderness
at-
Farm.
Okay, so you have to protect your animals, but if you build a fence around your animals, are they safe enough then, or no?
If you got bats on the farm, then it don't matter.
And we're skipping the intro. We're going into some
Really?
Alright,
Aw,
here we go.
Now you miss
don't even-
Grandpa. You know the
Yeah,
whole
you
story.
Poor grandpa.
Aw. Grandpa just
Fuck
died without
Grandpa.
you knowing. Oh my god. No.
He just willed
Ignorance
you this
is bliss.
farm.
Yeah, you got the farm from Grandpa. You just say fuck Grandpa.
Hey, he
Aw.
just dropped me in the middle of a bunch of monsters. Fuck Grandpa.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair
Like you got a
enough.
very hazardous farm. That's not the best. Yeah. Okay, so I went all the
Yeah.
way up to the mine. I was ready for it. I was ready for adventure, and then I forgot. I didn't bring my sword again.
Oops.
Time to figure out how to play this game.
Might want to leave the person from now on. You're gonna have to tell me how the fishing is on console.
Like I
It's
said, like in
fishing
the
with,
first season, you get like a lot of the quests by that just guide you through the game, sort of, Grim. So there's some stuff that you have to do, like you have to level your farming a little bit, you have to fish a little bit, and it is up to you, like what you want to do mainly. Like you can fish, you can clear your farm, you can plant seeds and farm, you can chill in the town, you can mine and fight monsters, and there's all different ways to get money. You gotta do a little bit of everything basically, but yeah. It's up to you what you like. Like for example, Silk doesn't mine. That which just decided.
That's not what I'm That's not what I'm doing this time. That's on you. You
And
get to be
you-
the strength person.
Yeah.
Mining requires fighting.
Yeah.
Carp frenzy has begun in the mountains.
All I
The
care
mine is
about
only available after day 5. So like the first first 3-4 days are literally just guiding you
To the
through the
mountain.
game. Oh, I forgot you can
Oh,
fish in the cave
yeah.
as well. But yeah, we're just still in like the first season. We are like at day 25. You can go as quick or as slow as you want as well. Like I've seen people very speed run the first year.
I don't know
There's
how they
whole
do it. I
tactics
would.
as well.
I'd never be able to do that. No,
Yeah.
I don't like to.
No, that's
You
the
wanna
thing.
play
Like
that
it
way,
is a
that-
kind of a cozy game. So there are people that are like, yeah, you can do
If you
whole
want to play
resource
it like that, you
management,
can
the
play it
planning.
like that.
Yeah.
I prefer. Do you want
Like,
me
you
to
can-
play it? Oh wait, I don't have the stuff for that. I left it all.
What do you need? Fish,
Oh,
fish.
the upgrade
Cookie's
for the house.
fishing. I'm now
But I
just in
left all the
Cookie's
stuff
ear
at
as
the
well. She's
house.
making bread. I'm assuming she's making bread. Maybe she's not making bread.
Is it pumpkin bread?
The worst kind.
I don't think so, but maybe.
The worst kind. I love pumpkin.
Actually, it's not
Pumpkin
the worst.
bread?
The worst is banana bread, but
Banana
Oh,
bread is
not
nice.
My southern heart. My southern heart.
I love banana bread. I have never tried pumpkin bread. I don't know if that's a thing here.
Oh, I like.
I'm at the office. Oh yeah, of course. You told me last time. That is true. She's making sure everyone gets their bread. So yeah, she's making sure you get your banana and your pumpkin bread, Silk.
Yeah.
if you ever visit the Netherlands. And you get bread from Pookie. Oop. Why do you hate bread, Grim?
Hmm?
Why do you hate
Yeah,
bread?
why do you
What beef
hate
do you got
bread?
with bread?
I have no issue with bread. It's
Just
that,
with
it's
pumpkin
that
bread and
kind of
banana bread? What what
I
is
just,
pumpkin
I don't
bread?
know. It just should. I don't know. It should not be a thing.
No, but I
And that
I'm
also
wondering
goes
if
for
it
like
is
every
even a
pumpkin
thing.
flavored thing, like fucking pumpkin
Oh,
lattes and pumpkin coffees and
no.
pumpkin
Okay, do
ice
you just
cream,
not
pumpkin
like
No.
cookies.
pumpkin?
I don't mind pumpkin. It just doesn't go good in sweet shit.
Yes, it does. Your taste buds are ruined.
Pumpkin pie?
Pumpkin
No?
pie. Specifically, I like
Pumpkin
not the
soup?
regular pumpkin pie. It's
Pumpkin
I've
pie's
never had pumpkin.
okay.
I like
It's got it running energy so fast.
Well, to be fair, that
yeah.
is something. Like, I have a friend who hates anything with tomatoes, but she loves like ketchup with everything. But she
But
hates like
that's
raw
just
tomatoes and everything.
tomatoes.
Yeah, like ketchup is great, but everything tomato is horrible. Like, yeah,
Make it make sense.
yeah.
I don't want to.
Taste buds are weird. Like I still love my pineapple on pizza.
I've had it that way. It's not terrible, but it just don't belong.
Yeah, but you have to have it like with very cheesy pizza, and then the pineapple and cheese combo is good.
My problem is I don't like thick pieces of pineapple. I like small.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, if you have like very thick slices, then it's just like wet pineapple on
Too
top of your
much
pizza, which is
pineapple.
just kind of weird. Yeah.
I've had one where they give you like a whole round pineapple.
The best
Yeah.
way to eat pineapple on pizza is to cook the pizza first and then throw fresh pieces of pineapple on top afterwards. Not to cook it. So
We kind of have to
Yeah.
have the pineapple.
And like it was really, yeah, as I said, like really cheesy pizza. And then a little bit of spicy stuff on top. And then with pineapple. Like
No, 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 no.
Tabasco.
No, 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 no.
Really
I got
weird
it. I got it.
combination.
I got it. No, 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 no. Oh,
Are you okay? Or are you fishing?
fish. The fish are so mean.
Grim, what is your first impression of the game?
I don't know, I've just been hitting bushes and exhausting my energy and then going to sleep and waking up and destroying more bushes.
That was good.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually, that's also a thing that I didn't know for, I don't know, just until we started playing this time. Well, I already did so many playthroughs, but you can just lay down and
Did I get cut
Huh?
out? Or
Lay
did she
down.
cut out?
I think she cut out.
Where'd you go,
I heard,
Muffin?
I heard lay down and then it was just quiet.
Yeah. Muffin, we can't hear you.
It was nice knowing you, Muffin. Bye bye now.
Bye, Muff.
Goodbye forever and ever and ever.
I miss you.
oh,
Oh, there you are.
Oh,
hello? What the hell? My mic is okay. My whole mic shut off. I thought I muted myself in Discord, but I muted myself everywhere.
Oh my.
I don't know how. Maybe I touched the cable. This is not a good. This is not a good study system here. Like things are falling apart.
Idiot.
But what was I saying? Oh yeah, no. If you lay down in bed, then you can just without going to sleep. So you can press no. Like I don't want to go to sleep for the night. And then if you just lay there, you can just rest and then continue to do more stuff on the day if you want to.
No, don't eat the green. Elliot, open up the door.
You can basically take a nap.
Ding, ding,
But I
ding,
never
ding,
knew.
ding, 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 ding. Open up the door. Open the door, Elliot.
I can't do that.
No, you can't.
Not in real life.
I'm trying to be open Elliot's door with an.
I don't think he likes that silk.
Like he's kind of secluded
It's
person,
milk.
and then there's just Silky Bear, bring your daily gifts. Open the door now, or I'll barge him with a pickaxe. And that's how you get a Geiger.
Yeah,
That's how you
sure.
get a what's it?
An Elliot.
No, I can't think. So I'm just gonna say word. I can't think of it.
Great.
You piece of shit.
What? Who?
A fucking tree I cut down fell into the water and then just sunk.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It
Yeah.
happened. Yeah, that happened.
That's a
Yeah,
sad
every
experience.
tree in the area now. Fuck you. I only needed one, but now they all die.
I think it's Friday or Saturday. One of those days everybody goes to the bar. Almost everybody, anyways.
Shit, I still need to go one down. I need to
Tell me
mention.
where
Oh yeah, and you
Alex
do
is.
need to go. Like, you need to sleep before 2 a.m. Otherwise, you just crash, and it's not free.
But the monsters, I have to deal with monsters, remember? I have to
How
be
does that
aware at all
work?
times with my sword and my gun, so I may cause carnage.
But you cannot stay up all night.
Watch me.
Can you? Like, you pass out
I
at
don't
night?
know, I'll find a way.
That would be cool.
I hit no,
he's
but
already
I'm not regaining energy.
It goes up very slowly. You'll be okay.
How slow are we talking? Because it hasn't moved.
Maybe it's a PC thing. Oopsies.
That could be.
That's sad. That's very sad for you.
I'm just...
Like, it doesn't go up at all. Like, it does go slowly. Like, you have to
No.
look away for a bit, and then you look back, and then it's like, whoa, it did went up. But other than that, it is hard to tell.
Not, it has not gone up at all.
Maybe it is a PC. That's mean. I'm
Guess
weird.
I'm going to sleep for the night.
I'm sorry.
It's all your fault.
Game's fault. Oh, I
It's
got
probably
some...
not a PC thing, but it's probably like an unlock thing. Like you have to do something to get it.
Oh. Well, not that I know of, but...
Like an achievement or something. I don't know.
Maybe?
Oh.
Okay, but if you... Yeah, you went down all the way in bed? That it said, like, go to sleep for the night? You're just not just standing on the corner? Oh, no, but then it's still going on.
No. When I was standing, like, right in the middle of the bed.
Yeah, see, for me, like, even if it has
no,
the
my guy
pop-up...
just kept standing there.
But for me, like, if it shows the pop-up like this, then it is already rising, so you should be able to see that it's rising in some way.
Oh man, I was standing in that bitch for like 3 minutes and it didn't go up at all. I know because my bar was completely empty, so if it went up at all, I would have seen something.
Yeah. Hey, Miss Relaxing. Okay, I'm back. I'm a little sleepy now. How's the game going? The game's going good. Game going good. And Grimmy is playing as well. I'm just gonna say it like that. Now you're playing on the Switch. But it is still me. Yeah. It's me that they don't have crossplay because they're releasing it basically every platform now. But that would be cool if...
I don't. I don't think Switch like supports crossplay with like anyone. I think.
I don't know actually. Yeah, the Switch version is probably like a different port because it has to be lighter first. But
Well, not that super late because console's always like that. But the difference is like Nintendo just doesn't share with others like at all.
well, I've worked with a game developer before, and they've made games for the Switch, and then you get like a test Switch and everything.
Strawberry.
But yeah, it is very
Stop.
exclusive stuff.
Strawberry, strawberry.
Strawberry?
Yeah, leave the rest for you.
Nice. Hey,
Strawberry. Are we saving the strawberries for jam, or are we just selling it?
We're just selling it.
Okay, money, money.
Money. Like, I'm only keeping the gold star stuff of everything. Because we have to make like a display for things at some point. Right? Yeah.
Money. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna water the farm.
I
kind of want to buy the calendar. Oh, we can get the kitchen.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Oh yes, yes. Take all the
Ooh.
materials.
I can get Warframe if I can switch. Look at that.
Warframe?
Yeah,
Really?
God, I have an embarrassing amount of hours in Warframe. Jesus Christ.
Awesome. I did start playing again a little bit again, so we can also do that together.
I'm
Oh, we
checking
missed a day. We forgot to say hi to the chickens yesterday, apparently.
Are they mad now?
No,
Okay,
they
then.
still had their eggs and they still had food, so.
Ah, okay.
Whoopsie daisy.
Oh, but I guess Warframe is crossplay.
That is true. Yeah. I didn't even know there was that thing for the Switch. Okay, I'm gonna buy a kitchen. I'm baking everything. Whee! Don't you guys need to go sleep or something? No. No, Miss Relaxing. Okay, that's what I said yesterday. Like I had like only 2 or 3 hours of sleep, like yesterday before waking up on Thursday because the cleaner came around again and I had a late night because I couldn't sleep because of stuff. And if there's 2, look. Oh, yes, there you go. I gotta talk to Linus every day. But yeah, no, so then I took a nap after the cleaner was gone, so I slept from, I don't know, maybe it was like 5 p.m. or something till 11 p.m. So I messed up my sleep schedule a little bit, but I slept like 4 or 5 hours and then was like awake and ready at midnight. So now, I don't know, I might take a nap like later in the afternoon. Upgrade house, yeah. Thank you! I'll get started tomorrow. Should be finished in 3 days. Okay. Kitchen. Yeah, and I want a calendar. Oh, we're too broke for a calendar. Yeah, no. Okay, that's sad.
Away I go.
What?
Away I go.
Where do you go?
To the bridge near where the ocean is, but not in the ocean. Close to it. I'm stalking Elliot now because I now have information. I have all his information now upon Wiki, and it tells me where he'll be, like in spring. If you go to it, it has a daily routine. I'm the yandere now. I know everything.
Oh my god. He studies his everything, his little schedule when he gets up.
I know his routine. I know what time he's coming over. I know to go home.
I know when he shits. I know when he eats.
Basically, yeah.
I know when his period is.
Oh.
I'm
Yeah,
in
I'm
a
in a
cutscene.
scene there.
Yeah.
See that?
Welcome to Pierre's. How can I help you? Who's this? Is that a JoJo guy? He has beef. Yeah, that's Morris, the JoJo guy.
Yeah, that's JoJo, dude. I just call him JoJo.
Yeah, same.
Morris,
I thought
that's what it is.
he was called JoJo. Come and get it. Look. Oh my god, what a bitch. Oh, that's such a bitch. Like, okay, so this is the competitor for the local market, and the local market is a really cute place and everything. And then there came a big corporate supermarket.
The problem is he took everybody that lives there away, and you think they'd be more loyal.
Yep. And they're like, yeah, but 50% off. That's such a good deal. I mean,
But yeah, no, still. I would also be like, okay, I've been shopping here all my life. It's one time
Would we get
50%
trouble
off.
if we punched him in the? I would be off.
I want to.
Because he
But then he
knows
comes
it.
to
He
rub it like in his face from Pierre's well, like, oh, it must be so
Well,
difficult for you to lose your loyal customers like that. Like he knows
he
what he
looks
did.
like someone who's never been punched in the face before.
Yeah, or maybe
Yeah.
God, I
punched too
say
many
that to
times.
people constantly, like especially at work. You can tell that motherfucker's never been punched in his mouth before.
But the thing is,
I'll
he
happily
looks
be the
more.
first.
He looks more like he has been punched too many times in the mouth. he
No
has a,
such thing.
no.
Nope.
Okay, just punch him one more time then. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, with a smug face like that, he deserves it.
Yep. Give him an extra fucking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sometimes you just
For all,
gotta
honestly, it's all in the hips. You gotta get the jerk and push. Jerk and push.
jerk and push.
Yep. Jerk and push. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I am slightly inebriated.
I've never like I did punch people, but I never like punched anyone with intent.
Oh my god. I have been a lot of
I
fights.
want to a lot, but I don't.
I got bullied a lot growing up, and I also had some kids shatter my collarbone.
Holy fuck.
Ugh.
So I got good at fighting real fast.
Okay, that's impressive. But also, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
I got
Shatter your
good at
collarbone?
fighting really quick.
I think that's
I
the
used to have
difference with,
long
like,
hair.
oh.
Well, I was in 4th grade, and I had really long hair. I got made fun of for being gay a lot. So then this guy ran up behind me, like grabbed me by like my ponytail, and like shoved me into a water fountain. But like the metal piece of the water, like the spout where the water comes up, hit me in the collarbone.
Yeah. Oh, we got in trouble for that.
No,
No?
not really.
It's cool.
So after my mom called the cops and we all went to the principal's office and all that shit went down, like they recommended I went to a different school, and they recommended that the other kid would willingly go into like in-school therapy. So he got to stay at that school, and they told me I should go to a different school.
That's so backwards. Like, the guy that did it
Yeah.
should have been just, like, I don't know, suspended at least or something.
Maybe he
like-
was rich.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it sounds like a
But yeah, I
privileged kind of
got
thing.
jumped a lot as like growing up. I got jumped. I got a lot.
He probably
of
had an in some.
Huh?
Probably had an in some. Like
I-
in the school system or on board or something.
Like that connections or stuff.
Honestly, nah. I mean, I kind of live in a pretty rural area.
I mean, there's always people who, even in rural, who have connections.
Like,
on the
he
school
knows
board.
someone or something that works there. I don't
Just-
know.
Yeah,
Just on the
that's true.
school board or
Yeah.
They
or
might.
his friends with
Like
the
he like
principal, or-
his mom might have been maybe the fucking head of the parent teacher association. I have no fucking idea. Nah.
Yeah, that-
Thank you, Miss Relaxing.
I
Good
do
luck,
not
and
know.
see you later.
But I remember I ended up finding his, what was it, his cousin? Yeah, I found his cousin because like after I moved and went to a different school, I ended up seeing his cousin. And I beat the shit out of his cousin.
Okay. But was the cousin
You're
as
standing.
bad?
I'm gonna beat you up.
Yeah, like, did he do anything too, or was it just because it was his?
I mean, he was talking like smack and pushing me around like his fucking like his cousin.
Yeah,
did,
okay.
but
So he also.
I was like, nah. I'm like, I'm gonna whoop you for being an ass, and then I'm gonna whoop you for the other guy.
Yeah, fair. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
got
We
good
don't
fight.
have that much fighting over here. Like, we have bullying.
I
and
bet
stuff,
you
but-
don't. People are more civilized over there.
No,
Shit.
we just
No
we just
guns.
like break each other mentally. Like, I don't know if that's better.
The thing is honestly, guns aren't the issue.
People are.
The people are
I
the
think
issue.
they prefer to be able to talk like they be able to take jokes like people over there do.
Yeah, I don't. The thing is like the thing is 90. Like I wouldn't say 90, but I think it's like 70% or 80% of the crimes committed, like gun crimes, are with illegal guns. So it's like most of the things that are happening, like
So
gun
it wouldn't even
crimes,
matter
aren't
if it's like
because aren't normal people going and getting guns. It's people getting guns illegally and then killing people with them. So like even if it's against the law, people still get guns, you know.
yeah.
And I'm sure, you know, in other countries where guns are banned, there's a bunch of people that have guns that nobody knows about, you know. There are hundreds of thousands of illegal guns in like every country. So many.
But we have like I think it is less accessible to get guns, and that way it is. You know. Oh wait, Silk, I got
I
a
mean, the
present.
black market's a wild thing. The
Silk,
black market's a wild thing.
What?
wake up,
What?
wake up! I got a gift. Oh no!
Wake up!
Okay,
you
I'm
use the
sorry.
gift?
I used the gift in front of you. I'm sorry. I'm going to bed.
Kratos, say, get your ass out of bed, motherfucker.
No, but I got her a gift and then I just showed her and I stood in front of her and I read the book and it's a one-time use. So I just like, look, I got this. I'm now using it back. Like you get a piece of candy for someone and just eat it right before giving it. I'm sorry. That was
Yes.
horrible.
Oh, I can make a bee house.
Yay! Oh, I can make a tapper. We can tap
There's a magic carp
trees.
flapping around on your screen. Bloop, bloop. She's a
Bloop, bloop.
splash.
Bloop, bloop. He's splashing everyone.
I need to eat something.
Gil, do you want a magic carp?
Magic coop, 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 coop.
Okay, it takes 3 days for our kitchen to be completed.
Okay, are we gonna get off now to eat something? I'm hungry.
Yeah. Yeah, like I can also switch to that other game or like
Yeah, you were
I
wanting
think
to
you
play that other game, weren't you?
Hmm?
You were wanting to play that other game. It's fine.
What other game?
They
League.
were asking. Yeah, League.
Oh yeah, I always want to play League.
I need to give you time to do that too, so
Hey, Chathaven.
so it works both ways.
Yeah. Oh, but I already played League.
Well, they want you to play again.
Yeah, I think
Running
it's
on my little computer.
And I want some beanie weenie.
Yeah. You need to eat. You want to save now then?
Yeah.
Okay, because
I think we
we
already
gotta
saved.
make this decision the next time as well. Because we can choose if we want like a mushroom cave or a bat cave next time. But then if
I
we
usually
save now,
go
like
mushroom, because I don't remember what that.
bats drop the fruit.
Oh,
How are
And they
you
shit
doing this morning,
everywhere.
Chathaven?
maybe we should eat fruits.
Yeah, they
Hey,
eat the fruit.
Chathaven.
It's Chathaven.
You
Okay.
like Chathaven.
Yeah, Chathaven, awesome. But okay, I don't know them. Yeah, the mushrooms just called mushroom.
We should.
But we can always reconsider for the next time because if I save now, we restart the day from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so for next time, we get a kitchen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited for the kitchen.
Yeah. Too. I want to cook.
What did I do? Okay, but it is then a good point. It is now almost, it is, I think, the last day of summer. Tomorrow is the last day of summer. Oh no, it's spring.
Who's Henry? And how do we know this is his shoe?
Oh, Stream Elements decided, like, this is like a Henry shoe. Yes. Like,
How do we know it's his shoe?
And where did he leave his other shoe? Did he walk home
Yeah.
without one shoe? I think.
Why did he put it in the lake so we can use it?
What a shoeless bitch.
Okay, kicking you out. So we're saved.
Okie dokie.
Yogi doogie, you're allowed to go eat.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah. What are you gonna
I'll
snack on?
say it's a beanie.
A beanie?
If you don't know what that is, it's beans with hot dogs in it.
Hot
It's
dog,
yummy,
wait.
okay? Cut
Is
up
it
hot dogs and beans. The beans have ketchup and you just cook a can of ketchup and brown sugar in it. It's really good. Don't knock it till you try it. Then cut up some hot dogs. Put it in there with it.
Okay, okay. I gotta try that one.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
like it.
there's like vegetarian hot dogs here, but they're kind of
Yeah.
meh. But they
But
do
you
have
don't even
other
have to have
kinds.
hot dogs in there either. You don't want to. Beans with
And just the
ketchup.
beans.
Yeah, ketchup
Oh, what kind
and
of beans?
some baked beans.
Baked beans.
It's baked beans with brown sugar and ketchup. Put a little bit of both.
Wait. Can I ask you a favor? Do you want to
That
write
whole
this down
thing
like
just
in
made
the
my skin
num
crawl.
noms?
Yeah, I'll put it in there.
Whole thing.
I'll put it in there.
Nope.
Okay, what thing about that don't you like, Graham? The beans, the ketchup, the hot dog, or just everything combined?
So
Look, you
first of all, baked beans. And then
don't like
adding
beans?
no, I don't like baked beans. Because baked beans are the sweet ones, right? The Swedish ones,
Swedish?
Kind of.
Oh, Swedish.
like the smaller white ones that are like Swedish.
No, not white. They're brown.
Oh, well, I like ranch beans. I don't like. I don't know. I don't like sweet shit and adding brown sugar and all that.
Yeah,
She
it
lost
makes
me at
it
brown sugar.
sweet.
She said ketchup. I was like, okay, brown sugar. I'm out.
And you will make biker beans. It's basically the same stuff, except instead of hot dogs, you put hamburger meat.
I grew up with ranch beans. Throw that bitch. Throw some ranch beans in a pot. Throw like some cheap chunk of meat you found, and that was it. But most of the time we ate shit on a shingle, which was just a piece of white bread, and then you put gravy on top. It's called shit
Oh,
on a shingle.
that is what we call gravy and biscuit here because we use
Well, you're in the South, right?
kinda if you think of it. I'm in
I'm in the
Illinois.
West.
It's not really south, but
I'm in the West.
we consider ourselves southern, so
But you're in the north, no, Silk?
Middle East. It's more like Middle East than it is north, to be honest. In
Mhm.
America, it's considered Middle East.
Yeah,
Okay.
like that, like what is it? Illinois, what, Minnesota too? I think.
What? On toast?
There's
You
a
should
few.
be
There's a
arrested
few
for eating
places.
that? Gravy on toast? Why? Okay,
No,
so
not
they...
toast. An untoasted piece of white bread.
So normal
But
white
that
bread.
just gets really soggy, no?
That's why you got to eat it quick. That's why it's called
Yeah.
poverty food. Gravy costs
Now-
nothing, and a
Now we're
bread
talking
costs
about
nothing.
gravy, and now I want biscuits.
But okay, biscuits. What are
Thanks.
biscuits for you, Silk? Is that bread? Or what is that? And I'm so
Yes,
confused by
it is.
biscuits.
Yeah, it's a type of bread. It's a fluffier bread that like has layers of like you can basically split it in half without having to cut it. You just peel it apart and it falls apart.
I think we call that
You
milk bread.
poor English people.
Rusk?
Like
What is
it's
rusk?
like it's a less dense version of an English muffin. If you know
What is an English muffin? That doesn't help. Wait, what is rusk? Rusk
Okay,
I love how you
is...
said
muffin?
I hate bread and this.
Muffin, you need to Google it, okay? That's YouTube.
But rusk is
YouTube.
hard bread.
There's
That's...
a video.
Just come visit
One
the
of my-
U.S. and we'll show you all of the things.
One of my
Yes.
favorite videos lately has been Europeans trying American food, and one of
Oh.
them is yeah. I'm sorry, my words ran away again.
Okay, you're good.
Biscuits and gravy. That's what it is.
The thing is, I would
Europeans
love to
trying
do
biscuits and
like a
gravy.
food exchange thingy or something where we either you send me like recipes and I will try them, or we send
I'll
each other
send you
like
a
a food
picture of a biscuit.
Where?
I'll be
Alright.
right back. I'm gonna stay in Discord unless you kick me out.
Okay,
I'll be back later to talk and
Yeah, it
whatnot.
just looks like fluffy bread. But is that weird? I'm just googling biscuits now. This is interesting. We're just looking at this with the chat. Chocolate rusk with coffee, but chocolate rusk.
What is rusk is also kind of, but that's just toast, no? Oh, this is, I don't know. Wait, is biscuit bread and milk bread?
Have you never had biscuits and gravy muffin?
Oh,
You gotta come visit the U.S.
but okay. Wait. So
Just
biscuit
come
is
come
baking
visit. I'll
powder.
take you to all
cream.
the super good places, all the good American places. I'll take you to some good barbecue.
Like it looks a
Take you
bit
to a
like
good breakfast place.
yes.
It's like a
Like
super airy
I
bread.
have been to the States, but I don't think I ever ate biscuits and gravy. Still, I don't remember what I ate. I remember I went to Applebee's and that was like, what the fuck? And I got like this big of a bowl. And oh my
Applebee's is
fucking hell.
ass.
Is that
Applebee's sucks.
Keeny?
Yeah, Applebee's is ass.
Good morning, Keeny. Why?
Yeah, come visit.
Why does it suck ass?
It's just not like it's not like good food for the price you pay for it.
But okay, but does this look like biscuits? No.
There's this breakfast place I like going to
This is
nearby.
more like Japanese bread. We have like milk bread in Dutch as well. This, but that's more resemblance of the Japanese fluffy bread.
Nah, that is. No.
Why is Silky saying what the fuck? Oh, because of the jump scare. He's scared Silk, I think, Keeny. But hi, good morning. Wait, I gotta give manual shouties. I keep forgetting. My bot is asleep. I don't know where he went.
What does it say what to do?
So you're gonna go join your friends for some league?
No, they are talking about tonight. Oh, you're thinking tonight is tonight because it's the night for you. Wait, okay, so
Yeah.
Pookie was talking about Yes League, and Silk was also talking about that because she thought I was gonna join now. So now I feel kind of forced to play League, but she was talking about like in, I don't know, maybe at least 12 to 14 hours from now. Like it is 9 in the morning now here.
Oh,
So she's at
it's
work until at least 4, and then she has
I'm
come
like
over.
4 minutes from midnight.
Your bum hair hit the button again. Keeny, I thought you shaved your bum hair.
You're actually
No.
in the future right now, Muffin. You're in tomorrow. For me, it's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
yesterday for you.
Yeah, it's been tomorrow, like since ever I started streaming already. That's what I said. Like I woke up and it was almost midnight for me, so that's why I messed up my schedule again. But ooh, I'm gonna test one time jungle. Oh, it grew back out. Oh gosh, again, Keeny. And it's also 9. Yeah, it's also 9 a.m. here. Jet Haven, wait. Jet Haven, I thought you were in the UK. No, are you not? Where are you? Wait, I'm confused.
He just said it was 9 a.m. here, so that means
Oh,
it's
South
in.
Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, same time zone.
hmm
We're in the exact same line. Mooney is also from South Africa. She was sending me
I
like,
want
yeah,
you
this
to
and this time
visit
zone.
here, and I want to
Oh.
visit there. It seems like a fun
Yes.
thing.
Yes. Oh, player decline.
I've never been out of the country, but
Yeah, that's it. I have, but I haven't like traveled out of the country now for
I don't know. I want to go to
7 years. Well,
I want to
if
go to
I don't count
Ireland,
Belgium.
Germany. Yeah, I want to go to Belgium, Ireland, Sweden, Germany.
You're missing one.
No.
Yeah?
No.
You're missing a
Nope.
very important one.
Nope.
Ah, you bitch.
No, obviously, we got to visit you. I don't think I'd go to England. Probably. I don't think I'd go to England or like Great Britain in general. Honestly,
I know.
it's just I don't know. It's like I already go to a lot of places in the U.S. that are cold or rainy and wet most of the time and just kind of groggy, and it's like that's England. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Everyone is gonna hate on me, but I'm gonna play Morgana in the jungle.
I mean, I'm a little upset with you, but that's okay.
But I like Morgana a lot, and I know her the best, and I have played her in jungle now one time. And it was pretty good. It was pretty good. But yeah, I said everyone. Yeah, Morgana is just cool. Bada.
I mean, I really like Morgana. She's like one of my favorite characters. I just wouldn't play her in the jungle. It's not that she's bad in the jungle. It's just there's too many other champions that are way better in the jungle.
That is fair.
Like Amumu is stupid in the jungle. He's a tank and he's a fucking just a beast in the jungle. You go full AP Amumu glass cannon in the jungle because his Q's like the binding rep that stops them from moving when it hits them and it pulls you to them. But you can do that through walls. So like if someone's on the other side of a wall, you can Q through the wall, hit them, stop them from running away, and then just teleport to them pretty much through. It is just infinitely better than what Morgana can do.
Okay, but I'm stubborn.
Oh no, I mean you're correct. Honestly, Morgana's a really good support because her ult's really good for pushing.
Yeah, I used to play her as support, but I don't know. I want to test out jungle. I played jungle yesterday, and it was like the best experience of my life. It was such a good game.
Let's 1v1 jungle sometime.
By the way, Keely says you have to go to Norway. And then Chad Haven was like, yeah, because you got to go to Norway to get some hair training at Keely's place.
I mean, I want to travel. I want to travel a lot. There's so many places. The issue is my country's bullshit and like always causing issues, and on top of that, the money.
Yeah, we're not at the best terms as well with the States now, I think.
Yeah, it's just fucking. The United States is in a fucking shamble right now. It is ridiculous how far their heads are up their ass. It is actually insane. They are on a different level of ignorant. It is crazy.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I
don't give a shit if my FBI agent's listening right now. You heard me, motherfucker. I didn't stutter.
Oh, wait, Keely does give out free tutorials. Okay, Keely. Tell me your address, I will visit. I want to know how you can just grow out hair. And make it touch buttons for you.
Alright, Muffy, midnight. I've only been home like an hour and a half, and I'm ready to go to bed.
Oh yeah, but you had a long day at work, no?
Yeah, I worked a full day. I think I got there at 2 and I worked till 10. So 8.5 hours.
It's kind of a long day.
Got up at 10 and then walked 30 minutes home. Took a shower and then immediately hopped in the call.
But thank you for being here. Yeah, I was charging on my Switch. If I find the code, I will send it to you in Discord.
Yeah, I'm down. I got it. It's installed, and I mean we can obviously make a new world. That we'll just have fun on, but we can good jump scare. But what we can do is
I fucking threw my mouse almost. Okay, wait, sorry. Can you repeat? Like I zoned out because of the jump. That was so loud.
I was just saying we can like tomorrow I work another late shift, so I get off at the same time, and then I get home at the same time, shower and all that. But Saturday I have a little bit earlier of a day, so like I'll be home a little bit earlier, so I could probably join a little bit earlier.
Okay. Yeah, what let me know what games you can play like on the mini PC, and I gotta figure out like with the Switch. I said to also just like getting like off stream mode, because I still gotta get a capture card one day at some point.
Mainly my mini PC don't really do much. I pretty much just watch YouTube on it. That's about all I can do is just like stream shit. I can't really game on it, which is why I was like, oh, I'll get Stardew on the Switch, you know?
Yeah.
But I mean, I can get other things on it too. It doesn't just have to be like Stardew.
That's true. But I do love Stardew.
I
do have some games on there still as well. I was playing Rocket League on it back in the day.
I don't play Rocket
I don't play anymore, but it was fun.
That game is fucking ridiculous. It's not that I was bad at it, it just wasn't fun. Like, soccer with cars is just an unfun idea. I get why people like it, I just don't.
It was fun at the beginning, but I don't know, it became a little there.
I have seen liars.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at all the online games for Switch. Like, I mean, I mean, Minecraft's an option, but I fucking hate Minecraft. Terraria, I fucking love Terraria. Terraria is dope as
yeah,
shit.
yeah.
I love that game.
I like Terraria.
I played that game.
I haven't played Terraria
Minecraft-
in years.
Oh my god, I fucking love that game. Minecraft Dungeons isn't actually bad. Like, I hate regular Minecraft. Minecraft Dungeons is way more fun.
Oh, see, okay, see, this is Pookie in the chat who you thought I was gonna play. Like, okay, now I get like Pookie because for Silk and for Grim it is now midnight, so they thought I was gonna play with you right now. But that's why
Yeah, you
she's
said
saying like, I
tonight,
wish I
and
was home.
Tonight is happening right now.
Yeah, tonight is like in 12 hours minimum.
Technically, it's 12:04 here, so now it's technically tomorrow, but it's
No, that's still tonight.
still tonight.
Yeah.
Still tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah.
I don't know. I
it's,
mean, I'm just looking at all the different games. Like, there's fucking Diablo 3, and I fucking love Diablo 3. That game is so much fun.
There's so
God,
many more games on the Switch.
I put thousands of hours in Diablo 3.
Nice.
And
I have played
I've-
Diablo 3 a little bit, but not even that much. Because
God,
I
I
was playing
fucking
with someone and then I quit, I think. I don't know.
Divinity 2 is on Switch too, or on Switch? No fuck.
Shall I prove them right?
Divinity. Do you know what Baldur's Gate is? Like the game?
Yeah, I still want to play that one day. Haven't
Yeah,
done it yet.
Divinity's the same game basically. It's like
I know
it's still like a D&D. Yeah, it's Divinity 2 is on Switch too. They're on Switch.
Cool.
Fucking love.
I want to go
Or
home,
cheaper
not be
if they're
working
really fun.
anymore. I want the weekend. Yeah.
Well, I work this week.
Oh, now Pookie is extra sad. I'm sorry, Pookie. But you can now second-handly play League. Does that count? I will play League for the two of us.
As soon as my main PC is back up and running again, I'll start crushing some monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm doing
I li-
good or not. That's the thing. Like with jungle, I'm now just focusing on my jungle Pookie. Oh, but I gotta get to the dragon. Or, yeah.
Yeah, the real big thing about jungle is you gotta focus on like the pathing you do through the jungle because you really have to pay attention to the timers because there is an optimal way to run it so that way every time you go through your jungle the mobs you're going after will always be up instead of like checking to see if they're up.
Yeah, the thing is,
So there's a whole thing about that.
I wanted a jungle dragon, but the enemies are there. I fucked up.
They
my
probably got a
profile.
ward on it. Do you ever run I can't remember what the name of the ward is. It's the red one. Do you ever run like the scanner ward? It does like a scan around you and it finds other because like enemy wards are invisible.
Oh gosh. Okay, we got this. Nice. Oh, maybe.
I shall show them what it is to fall. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay. Too many enemies.
Has been slain.
We still had our people in our lanes and they were there with the whole team. Oh no, almost the whole team. Okay, maybe I just give up the dragon then? Or still try? I don't know. Maybe steal a dragon?
Killing spree.
Have you ever stolen a dragon?
No, they have the dragon.
Oh yeah, they probably forced it as soon as they killed like half your guys' team.
Yeah.
Same thing with
Oh,
Baron.
no.
If they wipe you guys on Baron, they're gonna take the grubs on Baron.
Love you, Pookie.
Now back to our show.
I'm like, fuck, I can't see. Okay, but that's the good reason, so yeah.
Alrighty, Muff. I think I'm gonna watch some TV and probably go to bed.
Have a good rest. Get
I
some
hope so.
sleepies.
I think I got a 9-hour day tomorrow, so
Okay.
almost. I think it's 8.
Oh gosh. They're stealing my jungle.
Kill them all.
Yeah, but they're stronger.
Kill them all.
But they're stealing my jungle.
Alright.
And I don't know which
Good night,
one is
lovely.
the- Good night, Grimmy. Sorry. I got really
you're okay.
focused.
I'll probably be lurking in the chat. I mean, I'll still have your stream up on my phone. I'm just gonna be blindlessly
Thank you
watching
for being
YouTube.
here. And thank you for trying with Stardew. And yeah, we're gonna see if we can play together on Switch. I don't know. If
Yeah,
I-
it says as long as I have you add as like a friend and you make your lobby online or whatever it is.
Do you
we
need
can
to have
play
like the
together.
Switch multiplayer, like the Switch Nintendo thingy?
You might have to have Switch online. I'm not sure actually. I didn't think about that.
Only those you love.
I mean, I have it because I'm part of like a thing with my friends. But, like, I didn't actually check.
No, but okay. I will check. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll look into it. We'll figure it out. We'll look into it.
Yeah. Okay, have some good rest,
Alright.
get sleepies, and thank you.
You
again.
two, make sure you get some sleep at some point. Or I'm gonna fucking
Yeah.
scold the shit out of you.
But that's the thing. Okay, so again, I woke up like around midnight or something, so I've only been awake for like 9 or 10 hours. So
Good.
I'm okay. I just yeah, my schedule is just really weird now. But oh no, they're stealing the grubs.
No.
That's what you get for trying to steal the grub. No, you're killing me.
Well, I mean,
Oh,
I will
okay,
say,
yes.
Muffin, you got unnecessarily close right there. That was a melee character, and you're a ranged character. If you would have just stood back and poked him from afar, you would have whooped his ass.
Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I was
You
too
just,
close.
you just got too close. You got so close that he was able to hit you because you were within his melee range. If you would have just stood slightly far back and kited him, just like autoing him and abilitying him from afar, you guys would have just whooped his ass. You could have waited until your Q was back up and froze him in place or rooted him, and then it would have just been a walk in the park.
I walk so I can feel each fracture of the earth.
And I messed up my padding because they're stealing the jungle, so I don't know where to go. Okay. I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna do like bottom next time again because this is pressure on the stream.
Yeah, jungle's a lot. You have to pay attention to the map, your rotation. You have to pay attention to the enemy jungler if he pops up on the map or where they're at. You have to place wards everywhere. You have to scan for wards. It's a lot. Nice. That was a good Q, and that was a good Q. That was a good combo.
Ah. Okay.
Also,
Almost, but I'm not gonna
the
get
thing that
greedy.
sucks is they have a Shaco, and Shaco is really stupid in the fucking jungle.
Yeah. It's meaty. Yeah. It is what it is. I'm
Alright.
stubborn.
Hee. Alright, I'll be lurking, you have fun, and then we'll figure out a time soon where we can play some Stardew on a Switch, hopefully.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
Alright, bye.
Bye-bye.
Betrayal
Thank you, bye.
never comes from your enemies.
Okay, I'm just building up. Now there. Is they still? Oh, my thingy got giant. Oh, so decent. The Discord reactors are like giant as fuck, but I can hide later. Ooh, and I gotta put the fish. Wait, can someone fish, please? Wait, maybe I can. Like I need to hide my thingy. Gotta get my fish. Up. Click. Okay, we're good.
Shadow is not as dark as one might think.
I kind of want to rush through Dragon because they're also. Can I try it by my?
An ally has been slain.
I'm fucked.
No longer.
Yep.
Truth is a dark mirror.
I made it. Okay, but they're still gonna grab it. Yeah, they stole my dragon. Okay, this is a shitty round. This is a really shitty round. Oh my gosh. Yeah. There had. I'm just gonna see how far we're gonna get, but this is not looking good.
An enemy has been
As I said, like I'm just exploring. Like I just started with jungling basically. I wanted to try it out. I wanted to test it out, but I'm messing it up a little. I don't know if I was aiming. That was close, but yeah. My team is also just staying in their lanes. I don't know if I should help them more. Where did they go?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Ooh.
Mortality is truly divine.
That was good. That was good. Oh my god, I got so focused.
Righteousness, a splintered shield that I will shatter.
I think I just gotta go back.
Mortal comfort.
I cleared this part. I helped him out here. Yeah, okay, this is good enough. Good enough. And I go there. But I need the team's help.
An ally has been slain.
If they're not gonna come help, then I don't think I'm gonna get it because I cannot.
Whether by
What is
chains or by wings.
not a fucking chance in hell.
Shut down.
I'm gonna help me. Maybe I will help him.
An ally has been slain. Every step I forge my own fate. My flaws are a badge of honor. An ally has been slain.
They're way too late. Like I'm pinging already. Okay, this is the thing. I will frustrate. Okay, I'm pinging for the thing. Like okay, we could go to a Herald. Okay, the enemy team is from their way. Okay, look at it. And then Ashes is like, oh, I'm gonna go in there. And I'm like, no, the whole fucking team is there. Don't just no. But yeah, now it's too late. I gotta switch right there again. And I don't know, like the thing is, I'm used to the route the other way. I still haven't, I still gotta complete my jungle quest. Hey, yeah, I'm on my way.
An enemy has been slain. Reflect your torment. has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. Enemy double kill.
Holy fuck. Okay. The difference in level with the teams is kind of yep. My gosh. Okay. I'm gonna switch chairs to get comfy because my gosh, this one now. Okay. Okay, now we're completely in the camera. Yep. Now the thing is lower and everything. It's all good. Okay, I just gotta focus on the jungle, but that's the thing. He keeps stealing my jungle. And I barely know the pathing from this side because I'm so used to being on the other side. I'm failing hard today. We're trying. Okay, we're trying. Okay. He's still stealing them. I think. But okay, jungle quest almost done. The final one. And we should be good, and we at least have that.
Fuck it up, fuck it up. Don't give a shit anymore.
Oh my god, thank you, Pookie! Sorry, I am also so focused. Okay, you know, you play League as well on stream. It is so hard to pay attention to chat. I'm sorry if I'm a little slow responding. I will read all your comments. I will respond to everyone. But it might just be a little slow. That's everything. Let me just put the big chat. That screen. Well, there. Click. Look. There you go. Big chat. Okay. Whoop. Holy fuck, that scared me. That's fucking loud. Hi, Willy. Good morning, Willy. Pookie, thank you so much. Wait, if any of my mods is still awake. Wait, Willy, you are awake. Hi, Willy. Can you give like a big shouty with a / shout out? Yes, I want to surrender. This is a really big loss. Like I'm trying, but we are no match anymore for the enemy team. That's the issue. See, this is what I mean. Like I come and they're just boom, 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 boom. That's this. Oh no! What? I can't see that. It's just around the tower, but okay. If I not respond first, tractors are coming back now, so I got work to do. Well, thank you. Wait, can I do? Doop. Pookie. There you go. The big shouty for the Pookie. Wait, and let me also play you a Clippy. And then we can also get a Clippy one, Willy. And thank you for the hype. Hello, fuckers. Hello, Willy. Good morning. Willy, do you have to work or no? You have a little boss now, right?
The bitch is not
Okay,
gonna get it.
good luck at work.
I'm gonna run.
We're not losing yet. Okay, they are
But
getting this
I already
one now.
forget where.
I move with mortals while
My god. Joke. Okay, that scared me also. Like, yep. Oh god, we need Mesh Might. There you go. Okay, Smite is recharging. I got this. I'm gonna continue fighting. We have a mission here. I'm not giving up. I'm not fucking giving up. This is my jungle. Can we surrender now? Make me do it. And little buzz ring the kind of 100 million things to do today. Yeah, that was quick. But thank you. Wait, I also need to play Clippy from Willy and pray that it's not a fucking secondhand jump scare again. For the love of
Oh
God.
shit, we need to run like a hammer of fuck.
All right, let's go.
Fuck! No! No! Wait! Go! Go, go, go!
Okay, okay, we're just gonna see what we can do.
Somebody cut Bob.
Oh, I kind of
No,
stole that
wait,
kill.
no!
That was not my intention, but we need to help.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Has been destroyed.
Oh my god, we're so dead. Oh gosh. Okay, I did root him.
An enemy has been
He got a lot of damage. He's dead. Eh? I can live with that.
double kill.
Okay. I'm kind of impressed by how stubborn this team is. Like, the enemy is better, but we're not giving up. And I can appreciate that. Yep. You did get Shane's PC in his room last night. Nice. 23 streak, Willie. Holy fuck, that's a big one. Thank you so much.
Your turret has been
Oh,
destroyed.
you're awesome. Wait, you can hear my audio double now, I think. Wait. You probably didn't know this, but or the difference is not that big, but yeah, like I also had my desktop audio on still on OBS because I was playing. Yo, we're so fucking dead. GG's. Betrayed. Yeah. Can I smite? That's a waste. Like, can I smite this one? I'm gonna die from minions! Oh, this is so bad. How are we still standing? Oh my. We're just watching the world burn here, okay? It's all good. Hey, it's that Willy guy! Yeah! Hey dude, yeah. I love you guys just catching up in chat. Yes, we lost. Because I want to do a new game. This is just like hopeless from the start. We lost all the dragons and all the stuffs, and I lost the grubs, and yeah, that was just very, very bad. I don't know who was good, so I'm just gonna save them. I was meh. Play again. Okay. No jungle anymore. Bird or bottom, or maybe bottom is a bird. Yeah.
Boo.
What? Oh, shit. It scared me more than it should happen. Like
I noticed.
I almost threw my drink out. Oh my.
Oh no, don't do that.
Look, we gotta. Yeah, Pookie was back from the chat. Pookie subscribed, so she didn't have ads anymore. Fuck yeah.
Nine.
And Willie is here, and he has Little Buzz. AKA his daughter, by the way. That's Little
Ooh,
Buzz.
why does that look good? This is an ad. Why does this look good? What is it? What is an ad? Oh, it's Applebee's. We don't have an app.
Never heard somebody this happy of losing. Yep. Yeah, and I just lost my game, and I was like, "Fuck yeah, we lost! Yay!" Because I was stuck in the game that we already was like doomed to lose at the beginning, and there was a surrender vote, and I was like, "Ah, yes, please surrender. Let me be done with this torture." And then we still continued, so it was just yeah. You're going to IKEA soon? Oh my gosh, I need to go to IKEA still. Talking about IKEA, yeah, I can't really show the picture here because
yeah, that's fun to say.
I think privacy, my sister. But my sister is now in Sweden, like on holiday with her partner and the
That's
kids.
cool.
And she sent us a picture, like to announce that she is in Sweden, just with the family, and then a giant IKEA. You're like, yeah, we've arrived. I'm like, that's the picture. Wow. And you know you're in Sweden. Now I got time to read.
I mean, I guess
Everything is
that's
so
one way to
big
do
here.
it.
Wait, look already a bit better. Play, bloop. And
Okay. Lock band. It's my perma band. Oh,
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, they beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi on the sea, stop full of narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls.
I saw the thread open, but I can't click it away because I don't see him because of the nervous. Oh, okay, lock in. Oh, I was in time. Oh my god, I was afraid that I was gonna get kicked from my game. Okay. Yeah, no, okay, so we had them like custom commands from Hill. I don't know if we can. Yeah, but it is evening now for you, Veggie. Yeah. Like 5:30. Yeah. We want. Please. I like this skin for Morgana. She's called Blade Mistress Morgana. But Silk, did you hear, by the way? Yeah, Pookie, yeah, she's still at work, so like evening, yeah, it's like in 12 hours for us. And now she's just like secondhand watching League,
She's a
wishing she could
Dommy.
be at home. Sorry, I had to lay
The
down.
Blade
Pain was getting too
Mistress.
much. Oh, good. Yeah, the Blade Mistress, she's fancy, right?
She's a Dommy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I love her. Yep, that hair, yeah. The claws. He's a vibe. Reggie, are you feeling a little better now? Oh, that random panda is cute. Is that yours, Pookie? Yeah, that is yours. Pookie is getting a new VTuber model and it's gonna look like a red panda. Talking about pandas, I hope it shows you as a panda. No, it never shows you as a panda. But that's Vegimus. I always call him Panda Man because he wears like a panda hat with the floppy ears on stream always. And it's really cute. Pookie, have you never got Pokemon before? You did, no? Yeah, still can't wait, yeah. Sketches look really cute.
Helmet. Why? Why are you so bulletproof?
I'm still listening to Stardew Valley music, by the way, because I'm still in the Stardew Valley mode half.
Nice.
Okay, everyone, we need to make clips of Veggie because I want Panda Man.
Why?
Important. Did you get your snacky Silk?
Yeah, I ate my food. It was yummy.
Fair enough.
Good.
You'll never get my money.
Do you need anything?
I am bottling. Oop. That one.
They are not ready for the reflections within my darkness.
Yeah.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
It's cutting off my ears, but it's back. Yeah, no, yeah. How are you doing today, Muffin? I'm sorry I never asked. No worries. You're all good. As I said, like I was, yeah, I messed up my sleep schedule a little bit because I woke up at 11 p.m. And now we've been awake all night.
There is darkness in everyone, Lux. Even you.
They're meanies. As long as I stay behind minions, I should be good. Nope. That's an area affecting.
My wings are bound, but my soul flies.
Ah,
Some call me evil. Shall I prove them right? Shine bright!
hey there, push. But I'm gonna push back. Why did it still hit me? Oh my god, I don't know her.
Truth is a dark mirror.
A dangerous game here. Oh, oh. Are you still gonna chill at PC for a little bit, Silk?
Righteousness. A
Mhm.
splintered shield.
Still gonna chill at PC for a little bit?
Yeah, I'm reading. Figured I'd hang out while I read.
Thank you, Apple.
Mhm.
What? No, 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 no. Yes. Woo!
To love is to be bound.
Robot. He's a little black potato. he really is. I imagine him to be fuzzy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do not conflate
Oh, no.
darkness with evil.
I'm just messing with them now. No, 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 no. There we go.
Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
She still doesn't. I wanna go back as well, but if she still keeps attacking, go back safe. And she keeps pushing. No, no, no.
Chains or by wings. We are all
I don't like
bound.
that attack. Don't like that enemy. Who is she? Nope. Oh gosh, oh gosh. Oh gosh. You saved me. Okay, I'm going back now.
Only those
Oh, they were ambushing me, but I got away.
mortal comforts
Oi.
make immortality bearable.
Mr. Z, let's go. I bet you understand that, yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, everyone's like, oh, you should get some sleep because, yeah, it is like 9:30 in the morning and I started streaming like at, what was it? 3:30, 4:30? People were like, what the hell, were you awake? But yeah,
Nothing makes you feel alive.
it
like
is what it
knowing
is.
you might die.
I did take like a nice shower, took a big walk with Karma, food. I did sleep, so now at this point I mostly just accept whenever I get sleep. Rest.
My wings remember the way.
Oh, I don't like Lux as an enemy.
Enemy.
Cause like she can also having fun set. No. Going there. Our jungler is not here. Excuse me. Finally.
Once I have peace, now I have pain.
Because he can fight the dragon, and with the two of us, it's gonna take forever. But we're taking the dragon! Yay! Eat it!
Every step I forge my own fate.
Whee!
I know what makes them tick.
Vision does not require light.
The ticking clock.
I also want to book. Oh, I'm dead. That's also one way to go back. To just die. Fish, 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 fish.
I have endured worse.
We're doing okay. We've had them almost a couple. Okay.
Pain is grace.
Oh. I keep missing my cue. Touching my butt.
We are shaped by our foes. Pulse.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
Walk barefoot into soil is true grace.
You can do it. Go, Muffin, go. Go. Oh.
I'm going too far. Like I'm like, oh, I can get them, and then I do. No, and then I just know. I gotta get a little greedy. I need, yeah.
Back into the
Okay, okay, okay. But we're not doing too bad. Like that was just the second kill, so it's okay. It's okay. Okay, everything's gonna be okay. Whoop. I have.
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as
Yeah. No. But I mean, don't get greedy.
I did not fall from grace.
No, I'm dead. My god. Okay, that lock piece is really good. Like she locked me in place and then ulted me. That cost you basically all your health in one go. So that's great. Yeah. Am I still having like resting league face? Yeah, sad faces. Like I got told that I look so focused in game that I just have like continuous resting bitch face because I'm doing, but I just get into it.
An enemy has been slain. Mistakes shape us.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna take revenge. And do it.
I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes.
No. Yep.
I walk so I can feel each fraction of the earth.
It's just by the tower. Fuck. Yeah.
Battles bring out so many emotions. An ally has been slain.
Nope.
We are the sum of our mistakes.
Made it out. Okay. Gosh. Yeah, but you have a cute resting bitch face. Okay, that's okay. Uh, no, 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 no!
Something new.
Okay, normally I play a little better at least. Just a little, not that good, but a little. Nice, nice. Okay. They stole the dragon.
I have endured worse.
That was a good distraction. Nice. Tower is good as well. Everything's coming.
Those who judge condemn themselves.
Only one problem with it? What?
I chose my shackles. Your team has destroyed.
Nice. Good job, team. Like we're still holding.
The world is a beautiful place. Do not let it be hidden. An enemy has been slain. You got my magic.
It's such long range.
Like a shattered soul. Demacia learned all the wrong lessons.
Valley immunity.
My flaws are a badge of honor.
Back real quick. Two of them now?
That never leave.
I was poking at them like I'm holding my ground at least. I'm not on it. Well, Fredgy, are you a Stardew Valley character? It's Stardew exclusive dating. Wow. I could be. Oh. Oh. If you're a character in Stardew Valley, you can put yourself on there. I still don't know if you can marry other player characters. Yay, quest complete. Okay, nice. Like, see, that's the thing. We are holding bot lane. Yeah, I'm gonna first rush it.
My shadow outruns my sister's
I guess that's
I see
probably the
that,
only way
Reggie.
I'm gonna get a date at this point. No!
not as dark as one might
Why
think.
do you keep dodging? Oh. That bitch is getting us both! That Lux is good! Like she ran away like she was weak. Oh no. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it! Oh, yes, she got away. Okay, good job. Yay. Yay. Okay.
At least I'll never fail at fishing from this. Even if I catch a bong.
Back into the fray.
Except that was you.
But that's the
or
thing,
Veggie.
like, does that count as failing if you catch trash or no?
No, I still caught something. It counts.
That's true,
It
that's true.
counts.
Like, it doesn't get away.
Even if it's a log.
Okay, also fish fishing.
I shall show them what it is to fall.
No! Okay, now I'm just feeding. Okay. We gotta rethink our strategy. Are they higher level? Not really. Like Lux, yes, but the other no. They are just really fucking fast.
Go ahead, eat your heart out.
So I gotta keep my distance, gotta keep moving. But they have continuous backup. Uh-oh. No, stop fighting here. Oh. Our jungler was just continuing to fight jungle creatures. Okay, now he's doing good. Oh, he's hunting them. Ooh. Nice.
Betrayal never comes
Hello,
around.
Quad. Good to see you. Good morning. How are you doing today? I'm actually off to sleep. Oh, good night. Sorry. It's morning for me, but it's night for you time. Have some good EPs and thank you for coming to check in. Don't forget your muffin on the way out. I'm okay. I did get like I have a weird sleeping schedule right now and things have been yeah.
It's muffin time. I wanna
Thank you.
Enemy rampage.
Okay, keep back, keep pushing.
An enemy has been slain.
Not that strong on her own, but she's strong if you have backup.
I don't hide my pain. I wield it. Your team has destroyed
Keep my
a turret.
distance and she doesn't really have a choice. I can just hear it from.
Onward through this unchanging land.
Okay. Hiding in the bushes, I feel it. I feel it in my bones. Yeah, my sleep is wonky. Oh. Yeah, good job.
Has destroyed a turret.
Okay. Oh my god, top fat.
This world is all
Back.
I have.
We could do Baron. I wanted to keep moving, but we can do Baron. Why the hell not? Boop.
Mortal comforts make
I hope I'm
evil
safe here.
unbearable.
But I hope you get some good sleep. Like, I hope you, yeah, okay, you're doing good, so that's good to hear. But my sleep is wonky as well, like, I have a, yeah. I might take a nap. I might stay up today to fix the schedule. I don't know yet. We're gonna wait and see. I am sucking at League at the moment, but
Not all light
we're
is a
leveling.
gift.
That's why I just put nuke grinding basically always in it. I just said grinding now, yeah, running grinding. No, you don't touch my. Like I wanted to do, okay, we're just gonna do the Drake and stuff. That's also good. Like I wanted to help with the Baron, but now we're gonna do Drake. And no jungler. There's our jungler. Okay. We're good, we're good, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, our jungler is pretty good. He's nice. What are you reading at the moment, Sil?
The same one I sent you to earlier.
Ah,
It's got 81 chapters, so.
nice.
Hmm.
Okay, this is actually a pretty good game. Yeah. You're doing okay.
Truth is a dark mirror.
Oh, there. Are we really gonna? Do I have to help?
This is really funny though. This part of the scene I'm really.
That I will shatter.
We go back.
To love is to be bound.
Ah!
Home, a place that never leaves.
Ooh! I don't know what that sound was, but I went back in the bush and in the holy fuck, Jesus! Kini, don't add to it. Kini. Oh my god, my heart! I go in a random bush and Lux was hiding there, right in that same very fucking bush. Like, what are the odds? Like, Oh, I need assistance. Yep. No, 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 no. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Oh, we're dead. We're so dead. Team, help here, please, now. Okay, that was too many pings. I will quit it. But the team is a bit too slow and now the tower is gone. There are four coming. Teemo is just chilling. He's just pushing top lane like there's no tomorrow. Nice! Come back. Oh, the jungler. Okay, my spam pinging worked. But is saved. Fuck you.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
Teemo is literally just, yeah, pushing like there's no tomorrow. But I think I'm gonna add more pressure and push bot with it.
Legendary.
Okay then.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Whether by chains or by wings, we are all bound. Rampage.
Oh. And goodbye turret.
Double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Continuously, like that's why I'm watching like this, these continuously watching the map, check where everyone is.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, go back, go back, go back, go back. That's what I mean. Because she is way stronger than me. And being annoying. I'm a distance.
Once I had grace, now I have pain.
Okay. One more Drake. One more Drake. Wow. Oh. Wow. Might this dragon. Yeah, good job. Nice. Timo is just in the base, okay.
Your team has destroyed an
We have a very OP Timo. Jungler logic, that's all.
Shut down.
Ooh.
With every step
Ah! Nope. Ah! Oh! No! 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 Oh my god! Ah! No! Silky, no! Ah! I couldn't see nothing. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, we're good, we're alive. I'm just running back and forth and not doing anything, but okay.
I thought it was gonna be up in the corner.
That's the thing, he spawns first on top of the whole screen. And then he just said, ah, and then eventually he's tiny. Yeah. Okay. I'm literally running back and forth and back and forth. I'm just poking them. It helps. Oh. No, you don't. No, don't leave me behind. You push me back. No. 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 They sacrificed my butt. Did you see that? Oh. Ow. No. Really? Sure. Okay. Why not? In 15 seconds you will get your way.
enemy killing spree. Back into the fray.
If I'm in time, I hope so. Oh, I forgot I have to teleport, no? Oh, recall, but wait, no. Never mind, I got flash. I thought about teleport. I'm here! Whee! Nice. Oh, it looks like I did so much work, but... You should... Oh, no, bad enemy. Oh, it was a bait. Why are we not fighting back? Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna fight by myself.
Shut down. To walk barefoot, skin to soil, is true grace. Time to ignite some stardust.
No!
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as my heart.
Just... Okay. I'm good. We're okay. Oh, you got a... How do you pronounce that? That's a pretty fish. Pontosa Fischli? I don't know how to pronounce it. Do you know how to pronounce it, Silk?
A fishy you got.
I move with mortals
It is a
while
pretty
she
fishy. I know a
touches
fishy,
with
but I have no
It's
idea how to
sickly.
pronounce.
Your
Sickly?
team has destroyed an
A cichlid.
enemy rampage.
Okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No, I
Cichlids
missed.
are.
From grace, I left.
It can be best to keep only that type of fish in one tank.
No, I missed again.
Ally has been slain.
My god, are they stronger? Are we fucked? Where we're at?
The land that shaped me, nor the mistakes.
It's just Teemo. Teemo is amazing. Without Teemo, we're scared. That shouldn't even be mid.
Each fracture of the earth. Battles bring out so many emotions.
I will just keep pushing. Oh my god, sorry. Jesus. Ah! No. No, team. Team, where are you, team? Please, for the love of God. I'm running. Running, help. Oh my god, I'm getting away. Oh my god, I panicked. Oh my god. I ran from their base through the whole enemy team to flee from one enemy. And then the whole team came after me. Bad decisions were made. But I leave. All is well.
Those who soar amongst the clouds lose sight of
Oh my god. I casted my ult just to get away. Wow. Wow.
Rampage. Those who judge condemn themselves.
Okay, now be annoying in base. No! You're good?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Be annoying with the rest of the... Hello, rest of the team. I'm used to... Good. One turret down. Oh! Oh, that was a good kill. Nice! Nice! Yep. I'm gonna give everyone honor this round. Ooh, level up. Level up. Oh my god, I did really shit. I thought I was doing pretty good. And I did so shit. Ooh, I survived on a single digit already twice now. Okay, the team did really good, but I did really shit.
But was a good game. Like looking at the stats is like, maybe I should just not show it. Oh, accept. That was quick. And now we're supporting. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna try Seraphine. I have never done her on draft, so we're gonna see how that goes. Yeah, and I have bits with B-foot blitz. Okay, so yeah. But Seraphine is like, but it will be good support. Fish.
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 Bee.
Someone is called Puff Baby. Okay, I'm just gonna try Seraphine. Maybe not that you. I'm used to that. It's a nice backup.
Bird.
Okay, let's check. Match. Shield and heat. Paste. Farming. That it helps as well if you hit other enemies. Like it expands the range of your. Oh. Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Well, I was just playing with TK.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm slow. Okay. And there we fly.
Maybe the world's not ready for me.
You're Seraphine, yeah. You're always Seraphine, so if we play together, you can be Seraphine. But I am support, and I thought, like, you know what? Why not? I can try. Because I saw you play, and so cute. I tried her once in ARAMs. Yeah, that was in ARAMs. But yeah, I have never played her in the draft pick normally, so oh, that's yours. I'm sorry. I have to support your butt. Oh, I thought we could push, but they're just hiding and chilling. I'm just straddling a little bit, but it's working. Yay! Thank you for the Dungy Veggie. And I'm not sure if I can join, but I will try my best. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so used to being bot. Like I have to stay behind him a bit, but they're just, yeah. What? Join!
Never heard of it.
Oh, now we're listening to peak music. We're listening to the Wii song. What? That's weird.
Joy's too quiet without sorrow on the downbeat.
Do you guys hear the music? Otherwise, I'm just humming the Wii song. Oh, good. Holding ground, but I'm so low on mana. Okay, you know what? You got this. You got this. I believe in you. I'm gonna recharge. Yep. There we go. Run. Do you have tips for me as Seraphine, by the way, Pookie? I catch spoken. Where did the dungeon go? Oh my god, I'm so focused. That's more the thing. I have resting league face. Yep. Not resting bitch face, resting league face. What's this? Oh. Okay. We'll hold them off. Yep. I'm here. But I don't have wards. I know, but yep. Yep. Okay, do you want me to stay right here? Fine.
Even in my dreams,
Why? Yep, there he is. You're trying to jump us. Okay. I was right.
You're such
What?
a good girl.
No. Okay.
Win.
No, you have to stream muted, don't you, Silk?
Hear the world in my voice.
Oh, you're still here. I'm just watching.
Oh no! No! I'm dead.
I think my stream's behind.
Okay.
Oh, now you're dead.
Yeah, that's like that gets me like yep. I let Burn pick the sound, but the sound. Yeah. Oh wait, Billy, you can do like what is it? Exclamation SO clip to play Clippy, or the exclamation shout. But the bot is asleep. But not Bob Birdis. Hi, Bob Birdis. You're coming in with the good girl. But Birdis is a person. No, you don't see me blush. I am asleep still. Good. You didn't hear anything? I don't know what you're talking about. You were just dreaming, okay, Bird? Yes, the shout works. As I said, like, I don't know. I don't know why the bot is asleep, but maybe the service went down for a little. Should be good. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Grab a cup of coffee, Bird. I'll also play Clippy.
Everything
Can you move to the left a little bit for me, Adele?
Thank you for modding.
Get safe from jail. Would you like to say? I don't know, might impact. Want to go to my streets, huh? Kill things.
Oh, my butt. I had to switch sides. Butt's starting to hurt. That's what I get for sitting in my chair.
Yeah, well, I get it. That's why I was switching chairs before, but now my butt hurts from sitting in the other chair too long. Oh, yeah, I have my, okay. Yoke, good morning, Yoke. Hello. Welcome in. Oh, Willy, can you give Yoke a shouty as well? Or Silky? Oh, Silky reading.
Yeah.
How are you doing today, Yoke?
Everyone fights to be heard. I'll fight to listen.
Who, me? Oh, Doc. Okay. So many people. Not my time, people, too. Not my time zone.
Look at all these beautiful people coming in. Indeed, Chat Haven, and thank you for still being here. How was your morning so far? Oh, wasted my ult! No, you bitch, you don't. You don't get to slam my butt. Nice. I missed.
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
Okay, we're back. They're healed up.
Gotta keep moving with the music.
Oh, no. Fuck you. And you. And you. Ah.
Stay for the message.
What are you doing? Yeah, okay. I think they can hold out for a little bit. Yeah, okay. Water. Okay, off to IKEA we go. What are you gonna get? Let me know or text me, can I also do it. Have a good IKEA outing. And give little boss all the huggies. More slowing, yeah. More.
We fight for our lives every day.
I'm the king. Yeah. Okay, wait. I am missing chat, but I am. Okay, wait. Who the fuck invited this guy? Chat Haven was already here, Willy. I think Chat Haven was here before you. Oh no! No! No!
You're dead now.
No! Okay, I'm gonna click randomly. I also cannot see my here now you can catch it. The thing is I can get banned, like not banned, but I can get like a ban thing for like 5 to 10 minutes if I am AFK. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing. I also like to map for myself. I don't see anything. Right, I'm just clicking like panicking here. You see my mouse like click. I hope I click so kicked, that's the word. I get kicked, but then if I get kicked, I also get like a
Die, potato, die.
how do you call that?
You a pie.
Oh boy,
I punish you for it.
Pie.
I love you too. Fuck you, I love you.
I'm hungry, I'm bad.
Chat Haven, you're lurking while playing for the backslaw. Nice. Chat Haven is giving smoochie to Willy. There's the mirror in the studio, I bet. No, you're also an awesome person, bro. Okay, well, made love. Good. Join later. Ooh, Phasmophobia. So until then, I'm gonna do some gardening. Now that it's not over 25 degrees outside. Right now, I'm just chilling with my coffee. That sounds like a great garden mission. I hope you guys can hear me over the danger because it's so loud. Wait, can I switch that up? I can make it a little less loud for you guys because it's really loud. Can I make it less loud for myself? No. I will keep yelling. I'm just yelling at my PC, but okay. Okay, where do I say? Okay, now off to IKEA. Miss Muffin, much love, my dear. Yeah, okay, this is the word from your sponsor. I should have known if I was caught up to chat. Okay, click. Am I even in league? Click. I can see where I'm. Click. I'm running around in our base. My team has hate me right now. Oh no. But I'm good. Chat Haven is doing good. And Bob Bird is such a snack. No, you. Thank you for thank you for letting me catch up. My team hates me. It is just 3 minutes. 3 whole minutes in a league match is so much. Oh my gosh. I should turn these off if I'm gonna do ranked at some point. And who made the song and why, okay? The song is made by ASDF Movies. You're welcome for giving us for 1K channel play. I already put it up, but it is on a cooldown, like for half an hour or something. But yeah. Oh my god. I do want to die now because am I still alive?
You should check them out. Also, you can buy this song on iTunes.
Okay, that's the other one. You're good, Joker. You're good.
So come on by and say hi to this guy.
The Chroma one is actually made by DK Knight, like the overlay version. Yes, okay. No, okay. Oh shit! I forgot it still blocks off my screen. I wanted to let my team know. I wanted to type. Can't let them know. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, wait. I will just say sorry, guys. Streamer got spammed. Lol. Bad. Okay. I hope he doesn't hate me. I was literally just running circles in base or 3. Oh! Oh god, this is half blocking. Oh gosh, now you're just making it a challenge. Oh no. Like half the time I don't see what I'm doing now. Okay, we're still making kills. Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Don't waste to die. You're gonna die! Yay! We made a kill while the dumb waste to die is playing. Okay, now everything is okay again. I think now my teammate is okay. They're just not typing, so they're a silent teammate. What? That's what I mean. Now I at least only see the tiny circle. No. No, you don't. In outer space. Oh, 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 oh. No, 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 no. Okay, where am I? Okay. Many dumb ways to die. This is a dumb way to die indeed. Oh no! Many dumb ways to die. We're good, we're good. Oh no. Yeah, we're good. This is Expert League. Super glue. The button, the nut button. We're talking about the nut button in the song too. Go, you can do it. I cheer you on. Oh, oh, oh. What? Where is she going? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where am I? I don't know. Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna stand behind the tower for a little bit. I'm panic circle. Panic run, panic run. Oh. Better teammates? Yes. I couldn't see. I'm pinging like it's an enemy. It's muffin time!
Hey, what time is it?
Yeah, if I have my camera up there, normally then it displays over my head. I didn't have the time just like set up for every single thing, but yep. Thank you guys. Thank you for all that spam. Thank you for making me play Expert League. I'm already struggling as this, but we're good. That was funny. That is so mean. I know, they're bullying me today. But you included, Jason. No, you're good, you're good. It does keep it alive as well. And I did put cooldowns on stuff right now, so it can't be completely spam. Like, you are pushing it by just trying out every different run. That is smart. I'm gonna hand it to you. Ooh. Fireworks, Betty! Nope. But like, okay, I'm support, so it's not really a big deal that I have 0, but I went AFK for quite a bit. Ooh, I forgot that this is also going fast. Fast as fuck, boy! Oh. The thing is, I'm just gonna, like, I got a tip from when I was playing with Eggborn. I think it was Falafel who said it. And he said, like, okay, if I were you, I would blame everything on the ping. Because I'm playing in US servers. So my ping is always over 100. Over 100. Fuck. Fuck! Double fuck! Okay, that. I need myself a devil emote. Yeah. We're leveling you up. Yes. Yes, you're helping me. See, it was going better when all this stuff was playing. Now I'm dying. I need it as an, how do you say that? Encouragement, cheering. Yep. Motivation. I can't word today. Yeah, hope everyone is having a great morning. Enjoy your morning coffee. Or having a great night. Or having a great evening. We have 3 different versions, I think. For Fetchy, is it like around dinner time? For you, it's after midnight, I think, Silky?
What's that?
Is it after midnight already for you?
Yeah, it's 3:30
Oh,
a.m.
yeah. Yeah, okay.
Easier to hear someone else than hear yourself.
My teammates are gone.
Gotta keep moving with the music.
Moving, right? I know.
An enemy has been
Thank you for the lurk. You can enjoy your coffee and have fun gardening. Sounds good.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Where my teammate at? Assisting in mid, I think so.
An enemy has been slain.
I need to go to people because I am support.
An ally has been slain. Breathing is hard.
Yeah, okay, I'm just switching lanes, but I need to be with someone help. And we're still having Stardew music in the back. That confused the fuck out of me for a second. I need to switch my Spotify.
Come for the show, stay for the message.
Gonna make it? I missed. Okay, we can help. We can restart. Huh? What? Uh-oh. Fuck.
Hope I don't get lost in all this music.
Oh, nice. That's what you get for getting cocky, bitches. Oh my god, they chased me with the 3 of us, but we got back up. And they killed... Oh, nice. We killed them all. Nice. That was a nice assist.
This beat's got a kick.
Still, I'm now by myself again. That is not effective. Ugh. Where are my teeth?
Killing spree. Nothing better than a good song. Everyone's got their own music. Mine's for everyone.
Jungling, but he's no junk. That was a fake one. Nice, that was a really good shot.
Ooh, good. Nope, we don't have. Nice! Oh my gosh.
You can't keep your song inside.
Yeah! We're winning this one. Yeah. Oh, they gave up. Yeah. We won, Silky, we won.
Good job.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Was I doing okay? I'm gonna save my honors because I don't know. I am master level up. Nice. I think it was only like the second or the third time I played Sarah. Happy. That's a thing. Like my guy just ran off. Okay, I got one more. And then maybe a round. I want one more big one. Wait. Before I start, I'm gonna pee. Okay, be right back. 1 second. Boop. It works.
What happened?
Oh my god. Okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. But hey, he's talking back. The bot is talking back. It's gaining its own intelligence.
Oh my god. I can borrow it now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! That makes it worse a lot!
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta get this for later because that was. Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Okay, someone do the exclamation mark clip. I'm so proud. Morgoth! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself.
His solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little, but now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break. You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago whenever we actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay. It to be updated. Yeah. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah,
Did
no!
I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true! That's true! I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make? Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take. Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? God damn it! Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. We're good. Okay, that's great. Snippers. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but open the window because it's not the middle of the night. What? I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Hi, Silky Poo. Okay. People, I love you. This was. It's just some dust allergies, but. Okay. Ooh, I put the avocado in my back. Oh, it's in and it's nice. So, and I freshened a little up. I sprayed water in my face. And I gotta switch the music. Because now we're back at the start where we're at. I'm gonna BookTok. There you go, because we need a 5. Oh, that's louder than I thought. Oh, Lawful Falafel is on. I got a message. Hi, is this your main account? Nope. we try Seraphine together? Maybe Lux this time? No? Sure. I still want to. I always want to ban Blitz. I don't know. Should it be Lux or should we do Seraphine? Very fine. Oh, they're okay. They're banning Morgana, so I couldn't even be Morgana if I wanted to. I can test again as Seraphine, but I also did Lux. Like, what does Lux? Okay. Fuck it, we're gonna lock in. He does the binding. This is the barrier protection. The light, and that's the ult. That was like the big range because we played against her as the enemy. 2 rounds ago? Okay. Fish. Yeah, I have one poofy of hair. It goes through up to. But yeah, upgraded that it was so big, maybe. I switched order. Thank you so much. Good morning, Sel. How are you doing? Good to see you here. Hey, let me give you. I've been starting. Yeah, I started streaming at a really weird hour, so all the EU people are coming in now. Like, why is this idiot going for 6.5 hours? Well, it's like 10 in the morning for most of you, at least maybe now. I'm still like debating whether I should just stay up today. Then I would have like fixed my schedule in one go, which is nice.
Does that actually work?
No. Like I can
We
fix
keep
my
telling
schedule.
ourselves.
I do that a lot. That's the thing. Then it
telling
works for like a
ourselves it'll
couple of.
work, but
I know, but it works for like maybe 1 or 2 days, and then it fucked up again. But yeah, like I'm okay. Like I'm a little tired, but not really tired because yeah, I've been up now for like 12 hours. But then okay, how much time are you normally awake? If you would be a normal person, like 16 hours. But then if I want to do like a full essay, oh my god, what did you catch? That's a jackpot. An amber jack-o'-lantern. Oh, that's a cute fishy. But yeah, if I do like a 16, if you have 18 hours of 18 hours of sleep, I wish 8 hours of sleep, yeah. But then it's 16. But then I should go like about like at 4. That's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I will wake up again at the same time and repeat this cycle. Because that's how late I went to my nappy nap yesterday, and then I woke up at 11. Like I didn't sleep at 3, but I woke up. Oh, I went to bed around 3. I don't know. We scared them off already. Yeah, as long as I'm next to this one, then we're good. Lux is nice at the start. Oh, why am I aiming where? What? Ah! Smolder, why? I wanna no. Okay, thank you for the dungeon cell. Might as well try to stay up till 9 or 10 as possible. Who knows? Might be the day that your sleep schedule 6. Okay, so this is the thing. Like 2 weeks ago, I was staying over at my mom's, and I was actually having to go to bed really early because I was helping her with babysitting my nephew. And yeah, he woke up at like 7 in the morning. So, and you're really tired after chilling with like a 6-year-old for the whole day, full day, getting the whole entertainment. So I did sleep really good, and I did fix my schedule. I went to bed at like 9. But that's the thing, then it lasts for like 1 or 2 days, and then mostly, oh no. Mostly due to symptoms and stuff, I stay up. And then I just switch it around every time, but I think maybe, yeah. I can try to stay up as long as possible. Depends on what time Pookie wanted to do League as well, but if I'm tired, I'm tired. I could just chill the rest of the day with like anime. Or I can do a terrible long stream. Bad decisions were made at this moment. What? Okay, I gotta go back for my... Huh? But oh, I still bad for the smaller guy. Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. Shine with me. An ally has been slain.
Screaming. And I stay focused, but I do have to take that karma breaky then. Yeah. And yeah, maybe. And I can just chill off stream a little. Yep. Ah, the minions were in the way. Why do you keep running? I can give you shields. Why do you run?
Pushing my limits.
I can give you a shield. Oh, I should have loaded it myself up. Ah! Forgot. Okay, as long as I just keep defending. Gotta be careful. My gosh. Whoop! I keep doing this and then they get scared. It's kind of funny. Because it does nothing to them. I am out of mana, people. You are by yourself. I'm helping, but yeah, no. Let's not push. Don't push. Were you eating your mic, Silk?
I just adjusting it.
Go away! He's gonna murder us. Okay, he's dead. I'm sorry, teammate. I don't have mana. Can't help, I have to recharge. I was warning the teammate, but he was just standing there. Ow. Is the volume of the music like good in stream?
For anyone watching that, like, let me know if you're listening, if it's too loud or not. We're still doing the dragon. Did we get the dragon? I think we did.
The superior tactic.
I'm watching chat 1 second. The rest of the team lived. We're good. Oh, keep standing still. Mate. Why do you not help?
Stay positive.
Hi, welcome in. We got a new follower. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the Muffin Madness. I'm trying to stay alive at the same time. I'm so good. Oh. Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good. I would like to ask, how did you find us? Oh. And how is your day? Okay, boost. Yeah, I help. My god, I am searching my mana a little bit too. This is the first time playing Lux in draft, so... How do I pronounce your name? Keep break? Keep break? Go back. Go back. Okay, I gotta get mana. Goodbye. We left. Okay, let's catch a Pokemon in the meantime. Am I good here? No, I'm not good here. Oh. Okay, that was a risk, but I did do the Pokemon. And I got out with nice sounds. Like, every time I'm in like a clutch, I'm like... I don't know, I'm making monster sounds with Leek Silk. Girl, I gotta go goodbye. Hopefully you're awake tonight. Do you have any idea like what time frame maybe? I'm just discussing with chat if I'm just gonna stay up forever or if I'm gonna take a nap. Like if I stay up forever, then maybe I fix my sleep schedule today. Who knows? Who knows, today might be the day. Tel has trust in me. Silk does not. And I do not either. But who knows? I think we were ready to play around 8. Okay. Okay, so it's not a good idea to stay up until 8. Like to stream until 8, I think. Where did he go? Where did he go? What the hell? Gone? Did you hear? What the? Am I crazy? He just blocked my ult like it was nothing. Meanie. Nice. Good job. Okay. Because we don't take too long, we have to go to see trucks in Iceland tomorrow. I saw something about that in your Discord. And you got to sell. Thank you. But okay, so if I do want to join League, if you... Ooh. Are you gonna stream or are you gonna play off stream? If you're in a rush to go, we can also text about it. That's also all good. But I'm trying to focus and make plans at the same time. Yep. Okay, yeah, you will message you. Okay. Hopefully you're live again at 8. So that's the thing. Like, if I can make it, and it would be the best. Indeed, if I try to fix my sleep schedule to stay up. And then 8 is not that late. I've done longer streams in the past. I can continue the whole time, but that's gotta be risky. I'm not gonna play League the whole time. I mean, I have to figure out what to play as well. Or powering up and go to bed early. Oh, oh no! Oh, I messed up. I'm alive. Oh my god, my teammate rescued my butt there. Oh, that was awesome. Gotta say thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. If you want to do a stream, we could do it, or triple with Nick. Ah. Off to the grocery store. See you later. Have a good grocery store trip, Sal. Thank you for checking in. And have a great day.
Unstoppable.
Oh, yeah, Smolder is doing okay. Oh. I jinxed it. Hey, Leon. Hi, hi. Good morning. How are you?
We can do this.
I feel like I'm trying to decide between bad decisions and bad decisions. One way to know that I'm gonna stay up is just keep streaming.
Everywhere I go, the light follows.
Stream or something? It breaks? Which is possible, as I said, I've done it before in the past. And then I can fix my schedule. But that also doesn't seem like a healthy decision. I don't know, we will figure it out. Just DM me what you want to tonight. Have a lovely stream and talk to you later. Have a great day at work, hun. Go make sure that all that bread is delivered. Coach all the truck drivers. Manage all the businesses there. Have a good day. Damn. Okay, we're doing good. We're doing good. Like, I am focusing on support. Nope. Oh my god, did you see that? It was awesome. We're good, we're good. Oh, I'm dead. I'm not dead. No dead? Okay, I am dead, but no. That was good. Okay, and I completed my thingy. Okay. Oh. We're gonna win this game, so. Hey, you're still here. Yes, I am. It's relaxing. What Bears with yes, fix that sleep schedule. Why there will never be a crossover between us? I know. I know. I know. But do you then suggest that I just stream for fucking 8? Like, that's a thing. Like, I'm trying to consider how to stay awake. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna check. Like, in the past I did it by streaming for a fucking long time, but yeah. I haven't done that in a while, but I have done it in the past. I don't know. I just, yeah. Wait, Leon, if you're feeling a bit ill. Oh god, oh god. Sorry to hear that. What
What are you? Yeah, how do you say that? What is the ale? What do you have? What? Oh, okay. I know I'm supposed to be support, but that was a big kill still. But okay. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, there you're such a strong, independent muffin. I'm a strong, independent muffin. I like that. It's true. That is true. But as I said, like I don't think I'm gonna be able to play League for like 12 hours. That might just. Oh no! Goodbye, cruel world. Now spelen lower after man naar 25 euro voor de pressure. Oh no. If it's real bad, just call your doctor today, yeah. Just now. Oh wait, is it already the weekend? No, it's not. I think you should just contact your doctor before the weekend. Because otherwise, if it gets worse over the weekend, then you have to go to the hospital for sure. Maybe. I hope not, but better safe than sorry. I should go them before the weekend. Yep. And yeah, Miss Relaxing, I am still here. I'm catching up. Reggie still fishing. Fuck yeah. And the idea of that already makes me want to go to bed. Yeah, that's what I mean about Verdes, because then it would be like like 18 hours. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That went better than expected. I feel like I've been saying oh no a lot. Like the last 5 minutes, just oh no. I don't want to get out, but I get my appendix out. No, but like pain that feels like appendix pain can be a lot. It can also be like very bad constipation. It can be gases. It can be stomach flu. Big cramps. It can be a lot of things. And it's way better to check that before, because if you think it's gonna be your appendix, then you don't want to wait over the whole weekend, because that is gonna make it so much worse. Oh, I wasted my ult, but okay. That was a good save. But yeah, that's the thing, because otherwise, if you postpone it, you might need surgery, and indeed that is never fun, so we'll see. You can always, I don't know if that's a thing there, but over here we can also call the doctor for advice, basically. So if you're like doubting if something is something serious or not, you can just ask them questions like, hey, do you think I'm dying? No. Very short version. Oh, they're coming from the other way. Yeah, but where do we go now then? That attack is so nice. I don't know why, but it just hits different. Because you can aim it so far. So should he to get that? How do you say that? As an enemy? To kill people with it, yeah, feels good, man. oh, okay, wait. I am gonna read up everything on chat. I am not ignoring you. But I can only read like short messages like bloop 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 before I have to switch back. I have to figure out a way to keep the chat on the screen where I have leak as well. So I don't have to do this. Because that is the difference where you die. But Miss Relaxing, I see your message. I will read it in a minute.
I do love to support that board house. Thank you again. Yep. Okay, you do ye. Yep. Yipping. Okay, but again, Leon, yeah, if you're not well, I just talked to Silk about this, earlier. We were calling, like, I've been in so many hospitals and so many shit that I'm just postponing a lot of my health stuff as well lately, but that only makes it worse in the long run, believe me. Maybe you could just call for advice or tips. What is it? Yeah, it would be nice. Oh, nah, get that checked out. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yep. It's like, that's the thing. It can be a lot of things, and if you're quick with like an appendix thing, it can be helped with like antibiotics 9 out of 10 times. Like, you don't have to get surgery. You only have to get surgery if you wait for it and get it like not checked out and then postpone that shit. Because then it will get inflamed and then it is shit. Nice. Worth it! Okay. Oh god! Oh god! Run! Are there more enemies? I don't know where I am. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared, people. Okay, we're good? Okay. Sorry, I'm barking the longer messages because literally I'm like, I'm trying to read quick as I can. If I die, I have that up then. I'm doing too good. Normally I die more. Oh no. Almost. No. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go back here. And just check. This is pretty risky, but now I can read. Okay, Miss Relaxing. Yesterday I went to the dentist and I got a bit yelled at because I only brush my teeth twice a week. I always forget and I don't like brushing my teeth because of my mouth sensations. So you're my motivation while I brush my teeth, even though I don't want to do it. You got this, girl. You got this. Can everyone just hype Miss Relaxing up in chat? Here, you share hype and Miss Relaxing. Extra hype for you, girl. There are like apps and stuff that work for that too, or you have like to sing with the song, or like there is stuff to make it easier. I've had struggles with it too, like in the past when I got like really sick at the beginning. Everything hurt. I didn't have energy or motivation to get out of bed, basically. And then like basic stuff like getting a shower or brushing your teeth, that can be just a fucking task. We're gonna do the Baron? Okay. I feel like there are enemies there though, but... Support! Okay, I'm healing. And Walter said, oh, and I got it checked out for real. They told me not fine, take some painkillers. That's when it actually went bad, and I just popped PKs for 4 days until I had to go to the emergency room and had surgery within an hour. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you neglect stuff like that, then it gets like inflamed very bad. And then it is like life-threatening and shit. Like, the appendix is no joke. Oh my god, he got wrecked. Jeez. Yeah, you are unstoppable. Damn. GG's team. I like being Lux, I think. Yeah, this is going good. Reggie's still fishing. There's no way. We're winning! Okay, GG's. GG's! Okay, did I miss anyone else in chat? Let me check.
We got some Pokemon. We got some hype. Let me know if you finished brushing your teeth on. Silky fish fishing. Yeah, the appendix is an easy procedure in recovery. But that's the thing, yeah, what I said, like, if you wait for it, then it can get real bad, and then it has to be like an emergency thing, because it can get life-threatening. And that's a no good. I did okay. Okay enough. Do you want more big ones, or maybe an A-room now? Thanks. Okay. I'm gonna really quickly check on Karma Bean. See how she's doing. If I do a long one or a short one. But then we're gonna play more. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true! That's true! I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay? The Karma Bean is falling asleep.
Okay.
Veggies, not at 3 times. Nice.
Okay.
Back. Okay, yeah. No, so Karma was watching like out of the window before. But she fell asleep and she's like... So I covered her in a blankie. I got her a little plush toy. And she's all good now. I need to do this now like 3 times a day because my teeth are pretty bad now. 3 times a day brushing is, yeah. It does help to put it like in a routine. Or to do it while you're doing something else, maybe. Like mix it with something that you do, like you brush your teeth and you get 3 minutes of TikTok. Your ability you put on the ground, you got cut it off again. Are you using the ability again? Oh! Oh! I did not know that. Nothing only for me, fair cheating. Ooh, she cute. Okay. Got a new champion. Plop. Nice. Gwen. Okay, big one or A? You're now my motivation, but I realized that I brushed my teeth without the toothpaste. Oh, I need to do it again. Okay, but then you did double already. If you struggle with it really bad, you could also work your way up from 3. Or do you really have to do it like 3 times doctor's orders right now? Just then please listen to the doctor or the dentist list. Hey, Karma is always gonna do a big one. Lucky. He's playing with. Oh, you're already in a party. Okay, but I'm playing one more Lermo Bra fun. But Lux's E's ability is slowest when it's set up, so you can cast it and hit it again just to apply the slow. Oh. I did not know that. That is good to know. Thank you. Like come on, move, right? Did I leave again already? Did I follow and unfollow? Yeah, they did. There's all. Oh, sure. I want Morgana now. I know I'm support, but fuck it, I want Morgana. Boom hours! I had to open because I was like, okay, I'm gonna check how long I'm gonna stream. But then I'm gonna send them to you. That's awesome, thank you.
This muffin. Don't forget to follow.
Wait, my big oh, the shouty clip could suck. 1 second. We are loading in, so we are all good. What the DK?
Welcome 158 from D9X9 Ty for joining
Welcome
us.
under
Feel
fucking
free to drop
50.
in and chat
Yes.
and get
Hi,
cozy.
I had
If you'd
both
like
of
to
you
see
up.
more of this
Are
muffin,
you winning?
don't
Yes, I
forget to
have been
follow.
winning. I have been doing pretty okay. Thank you. Are you winning? So yes, play the muffin time by DK. Holy fuck, Silk, panic, help, Silk, I need bot support, bot support. Thank you, everyone. Okay, after the muffin time, I will say hello. Yeah, a lot of people. This is awesome. Hello, and I have a Silky Poo with me in the Discord. Okay. Now the other clip is playing. Everything is so laggy. I'm sorry. Bear with me. My PC is trying its best. But yeah, hello. Hi, Werewolf. DK ran a marathon. He was streaming Halo for almost 7 hours. I know. So the thing is, I've had you up for like, I don't know, the past 5 hours. So how are you Halo games together? It was awesome. I said hi to the both of you, and I was like, okay, if I'm gonna end soon, I will raid into Boom Hours, maybe.
He's in the house! That's not what I was hoping for!
Oh, the clip is
That is the
continuing.
opposite of what I was hoping for.
Oh, is that inside the
Okay,
house?
well,
Yeah, the fire doggo. That's the fire doggo.
Now I know where it is.
I love that clip. Wait, did I make that clip? No, maybe. Oh, but awesome. Hi, Luffle. But DK, thank you so much for bringing your people over. Like, what the hell? This is insane. You used my clip. That's yours clip. Yeah, from the fire doggo. I was like, wait, I was there. Man, I barely go 3 hours. Oh, damn. Well, Muffin isn't passing out, her PC is. No, I'm not passing out. I was, okay. So, hello. Hi, everyone. I am Eva Muffin.
Thinking about it.
I'm thinking about passing out, but I'm like debating the whole time if I'm gonna stay up and do like a 16 to 20 hour stream. Like, yep,
I'm
maybe.
thinking about passing out myself.
You're welcome to pass out at any moment. Yep. But no, we started with Stardew Valley. Wait, I was introducing. I am brain farting the fuck out. I'm sorry. We're gonna reset. I never had this many people over here, so I'm a little overwhelmed. Thank you so much. Like, holy. Reset. Hi, I'm Eva Muffin. I can talk sometimes. Yeah. I'm a variety streamer. We play a shit ton of different games here. We do like some marbling where we make jokes that I can. Oh, no, I went too far in. That I can handle your marbles when we tilt them. We play words on stream as well, like just community fun games stuff. I'm now playing as well like a little playthrough with Silky, with Stardew Valley, which has been awesome. So we started here as well with the first, what was it? How long did we play? 4 hours or so with Stardew. I also play Warframe. I have started up Warframe again, DK. I was playing Warframe like last week with Mooney and with Carnage. I have more people in my community that play Warframe, so I'm probably gonna make it like a weekly thing to play some more Warframe. But yeah, I'm also just getting dangerously addicted to League lately. If there are people here that do play League or watch League or like League or whatever,
Please don't judge. I suck. I am like still getting used to everything again because I played like 12 years ago. Should turn down my music a little bit, Jesus. I'm gonna die while doing it. I'm gonna die while doing it. No. Okay. But I can't hear myself think, so okay. Turn down the music a little bit.
I walk so I can feel
I'm
each
alive. We're
fraction
good.
of the earth.
Okay, Silk, was that a good enough introduction? I feel like I said half of it, but do you want to give an introduction for me if I missed stuff? Or did you pass out? Did we lose Silky? Oh no.
No. No. Not yet.
Oh no. Oh, I said, was that good enough of an introduction, or do you have anything to add? Like, I have no idea what I said. I'm
I don't know.
You don't know what? You don't know where you are anymore. Okay.
I don't know what's going on. All I know is fish and book.
Fish.
That's all I know. Fish, book.
Yeah, Silk is fish addicted here. You can fish on the channel. If you want to, you can also... Oh gosh, she's gonna die now. Have a good life. Oh no, not gonna die. Okay, we're good. But yeah, no, we do play like a shit ton of
fish,
games.
book, and muffin. That's it. Fish, book, muffin. Fish, book,
Fish,
muffin.
book, muffin.
Fish, muffin.
Okay, I missed. We gotta go back. Yep. Thank you again, both of you. You're amazing. And yeah, if you need to run and raid and run, this is run and raid and run. Feel free to do so, because you need to get some good rest in. Come some sleepies, some food, some drinkies, everything. Also, big shouty to Boom Hours. I normally also have like a bot running that does shoutouts and clippies and everything, but that's just my luck today. The bot is sleeping. We're just calling it the bot is sleeping. I don't know. The servers are crashed. I don't know what happened. We will hear as soon as it's a normal Canadian hour. And my other mod is awake, maybe. Can I help here? Where am I going? Pardon me? Okay, did I miss everything? I see a lot of fishing. Same here, long stream. Yeah, Boom Hours, you were also going for 6, 6 hours. You're both going for 6-7 hours now. Your food is cold? Oh no. Go get something to eat. Gotta take care of yourself. Miss Relaxing, you did it. You managed to do 71%. Nice. Good job, good job. Is it hard, like a legit question, is it hard like with your hands and stuff? Like I know you have like the physical therapy to practice. Is brushing your teeth also like one of the things struggle with the movements? Because maybe then they have some tips as well for that. Make it easier. Okay. If I missed anyone's chat, feel free to just drop it in again. Again, thank you so fucking much, DK and Boom Hours. You guys are amazing. Yeah, did you have fun in your Halo marathon? Get him. I know you're here. I know it. Oh gosh, goodbye teammate. I saved his butt. No, I did not save his butt. I almost saved his butt. Does that also count? Did I hold off ground while he charged? I have no mana. No! Oh! Ow. Okay, and this is the moment that we go back. We have a no mana, and they're trying to get me. Oh, they're going for the dragon, maybe? Is there a dragon? Which chapter are you at now, Silky? Hi, awesome Wolfie! How are you doing? Good morning.
60.
With every step,
60?
I forge my own fate.
64.
Nice, nice.
I wonder if they'll do something special.
It's 6, yeah. Yeah. I was like, wait, what? What? Where are you? I'm good, I'm alive. Yeah, no. Yeah, okay, so you have to read it at least until 69.
Got some spiciness to it, so. So maybe there will be something special.
Extra spicy. Moment that it's all been leading up to. Is Werewolf Bride still here? Yeah, how are you doing, Werewolf Bride? An awesome Wolfie. Good morning, good morning. Did you have a good sleep? Good day so far? I'm good. How's you? How's the league going? Oh, it's going pretty okay. Like, I still, like, that's still the disclaimer, I suck. Because we're still practicing. We're still getting to know, like, more the tactics and everything, but we're getting a little better. Like, I'm not the last of my team. We have won most of the rounds. I think this is our 4th one. We only lost the first one and then we won 3? Yeah. If I can still count. Which I hope I can, but I don't know. Like, I woke up yesterday at 11 PM, so we've been just up for the whole night. I haven't slept tonight, but I am, yeah. Still thinking of, yeah, just staying awake. Depends if I get, like, bad sleep. Oh. Why does... that's mean. He can grab, like, Blitz and then teleport the other way. So I cannot grab him back. Meanie. Real quick, because otherwise I gotta get him. I gotta get my mana up. Like I'm an actual use to my teammate. Oh, yeah, almost got him. Oh, yeah, no. But damn, this is still like I'm so grateful to Boom Hours and DK. Like as I said, I had them up on my other stream because I keep 1 or 2 streamers still up. Like besides when I'm streaming, because you can only have 2 up at the same time now. Anyway, and I had to save my DK streak because I finally had a streak again. But this is the biggest raid we've had on this channel. It's insane. It is, yep. For anyone who wants to stay here, thank you. I really fucking appreciate you. This is making my day. If we get these numbers, then I'm gonna stay for the 20 hours. And that is a good motivation to just stay up completely the whole day. And then I can hold everyone accountable for me to stay up with me. Oh, that was kind of an ability. Loop, fish. Have you checked the score, the leaderboard again, Silky, or no?
I haven't checked it.
You should be like still like where you're at with first. Nope. Oh! You meanie. I did touch you from grabbing me.
What's the command for it again?
Exclamation mark leaderboard. It does also give like the other leaderboard maybe, but it'd be good. Oh, there you are. You're doing good, I suppose. How is it with the, like, I want to know, like, did they pass that law, the privacy law that you were worried about? You can tell the other people in the chat as well if you need to vent a little bit about it, but I'm legit curious. No, Werewolf Bride was really worried about like a law that they were gonna push for your Google account, that it wasn't need to be linked with E or your age now. Oh no. I'm out of mana, because I protected his butt, otherwise we're gonna get him. No, no. Got him. Don't underestimate me. Okay. Oh wait, I could just continue. There's no one here now. I'm gonna push. I'm not gonna go back. I just gotta push on. Okay, still, if I'm a bit slow with reading chat, it is a little more difficult for me to keep up with chat sometimes when playing League. I am trying my best. I still have to check. But rank is up, I know. Well, that's an alt. Oh gosh. That's an alt character. Okay. Oh, I'm not sure. It hasn't been mentioned yet. Okay. I'm curious. The game is relaxing. Yeah, it is, but also because of the fact that my mouse is also spastic. Oh, that's also even harder. So then your hand movement is hard, but then also your mouth. Yeah. Is it? Yeah, maybe that's like, I know like you have people help you with like showering and everything. Like, is it also possible to get help with like the brushing your teeth or no? I'm not sure if that's comfortable when someone does it though. Oh, yes. Where did he go? Oh, he teleported. What a meanie. They're trying to be so tough, but we're gonna get you. We're gonna get. Oh no, he's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. Hey. I need assistance.
Ja.
Oh. Well, eigenlijk krijg je assistance. Oh, not yet. Okay. They're pushing away. Never mind. Okay.
Not all light is a gift. An ally has been slain. Rampage.
Go. Oh, don't greedy. Okay. I'm playing so careful. My god. Yeah, I am getting better at not continuously dying, and that does help to win the games a lot. League 101, don't die, then you have a chance of winning. Come back here. We're kind of even. Oh, nice, we have backup. Oh no, don't die, teammate. He's gone. Okay. Sorry. I'm tryharding, even though I said like, oh, it's just practice, but oh, I rescued his butt and he stole my kill, but I rescued his butt. Okay. Kinda surprised Werewolf Bride is still rocking out. What time is it for you now, Werewolf Bride? Is it super late? If so, feel free to go to bed as well. If you need to raid and run as well, like that also counts for you. Get some snacks, get some hydrates, get the food. Don't let the food get cold. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Nope. I'm left. I tricked myself. Oh no. Gotcha. Nope. Oh, I don't want to push. I wanted to go back. Oh, no. Wrong signal to my enemy friends. Teams. Go back. What the hell? Where does he think he's going? The hell do you think you're doing? I'm gonna die here, but like in my own house. That sounds so dramatic, but like he killed me in my own base, in my own turrets. What a meanie. Okay. Nice. Why? Oh, because you can't see League. Yep. I need to come up with a word system for this. Yes, that's what I mean. Like combine it with like watching TikTok or like getting a favorite snack after or something. You gotta reward yourself for doing the task that you hate. Yep. Gone fishing. Oh, and there's a dungeon. I can join the dungeon on the shop. And okay. We scroll back. Need to come up with a reward system. The chat was not scrolled up as well. Okay, I am behind the chat. I know. I fully realize. I am not ignoring you. I promise. Let me just stand back here and check 1 second because my thing is not scroll up now. Finish pressure bright still working out. Yep. And hello Muppet. Hello crawling. You're still VIP. I miss your butt. Oh, I do have to assist him. Then I told you I've said that past song guys quite a few times, lol. Make sure to where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Sorry at the moment. Now make sure to get some sleep at some point. Okay, this thing is relaxing. After I help kill this bitch. I'm taking you on. You're underestimating me. I know it. Oh! Okay, that was mean. Should have come with me and then we would have had... He's back. You're not gonna get me! Why? No! Where did he come from? Not again! Yeah. What is that for toxic kind of toad? Like what is that? He attacks from... No, I don't want to surrender. I was like, yeah, we're doing so good. We won every game so far. And now, yeah, no. Okay. A game is relaxing. I'm just very, very starving and I don't like asking for help. My mom also forgets, so I'm terrible at asking for assistance. However, because the people who are here now know that I need to brush my teeth, they brush them again after I've done it, which helps. Still, I need to come up with a way to remember this myself. I like starting my mornings with watching you. It's such a sweet compliment. Thank you. I like having you here in my mornings. It is 5:40. Oh, that is early in the morning, yeah. Why am I here? No!
I don't know. Why are you here?
That sounded so offended too. I don't know why. No, I'm dead. No! No, team, save me! Oh, the whole team came to take revenge, though. That was very sweet. But I was getting distracted. I was like, wait, I went to the wrong fucking lane. Okay, this is gonna be the last draft, big one. Where we're gonna do easier game modes after this. This is not going great anymore. How is the muffin doing? Am I now a muffin? Still, I've been upgraded to a muffin instead of a muffin. A muffin. That does sound cute. Like a muffin muppet. Excuse me. I want to take someone with me. Moving. Yeah.
It's fun to say.
Okay, yay, we did. Yay, we defeated. Yay. Okay. I don't know. I don't know this round. This was just eh. Okay. I don't know if they're playing now. Oh, he's queuing now. I don't know if Falafel sees it in time. Okay. Oh wait, Falafel is also in it. Yay! Hello. Oh, now I am scared because now I'm playing. Okay. Okay, are you sure, Falafel? Because everyone is like gold. And then you have me. A tiny little bronze baby. Like if you're yeah. Hi Muffin. Oh, yeah, but I am in a Discord. Yes. Okay. I will accept, but I am still chatting with myself. Oh no! Hello. Now I
Hi.
switched. Hi. 1 second. I gotta say bye to the one I was in Discord with. I switched automatically when I accepted the invite. No, I just ditched her. Okay, 1 second. No. Okay. Be right back.
You scared me.
I scared myself, and this was a horrible introduction. These are all people that I don't know. I only talked to Falafel once, and I accepted the invite, and I switched automatically. So I just came in with like. I'm scared to go back.
You ran away.
I didn't realize. Like I accepted the Discord invite from them, but that threw me out of that threw me right away into place. She's panicking.
Panic clicks. Click.
Yeah, but I said I would be up to join, but I'm still in a Discord with someone, so I at least want to say bye.
I got no notice. I just heard a boom. I'm like, what?
No, but that's like I said that to them. Now that's what I mean. No, this was pure panic. This was just. I did not mean to leave you like that, Silk.
Well, I feel better now.
Oh my gosh. Okay. But yeah, it can be easy maybe if I'm gonna play with these guys if I join their Discord. Which I got
That's
invited to now, which I'm
Would have been nice to know you.
Yeah. That's the thing, I did not plan. It was just like, oh, you can join here in a bit. I was like, okay. But I'm also now, as I said, kind of scared to go back because that was pure chaos. Oh my gosh. Okay. But yeah, clip. And as well, like these guys are all gold and they play ranked. I think they're pretty okay. And then you got me, but Falafel is nice. It should be okay. Wish me luck.
Name.
Yeah. A lawful Falafel.
Okay, have fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Silky. Thank you for hanging out with me the whole time. Really appreciate you. And the gaming was so much fun.
Yeah, I had fun.
Let me know when
I
you
like
wanna
hearing-
do more Stardew.
I liked hearing your word scramble.
I love you too.
Love you too.
Have a good night, okay?
Bye.
Bye. Okay, wait, but I do have to die or go back to the base before I can switch now. Wait, I'm gonna stand in the bush. Okay, bye-bye, Silk.
Bye.
Hello.
Hi.
That was a chaotic introduction just now, but I just ditched my friend completely because I didn't realize I would join the voice.
Your friend's probably like, what the heck? We were like,
Yeah, she was like, the
mid-conversation.
fuck? Where did she go? Like, she was staying up to chill with me in Discord, and I just left her like that.
It'd be
So,
like
yeah.
I was summoned to the shadow world.
But hello,
Bro,
thank
what
you
is
for
it?
the invite.
Hi, Muffin. How you
I
doing
feel
today?
very awkward now.
You seem like you're in a great mood today.
Yeah. I haven't
I'm
slept.
gonna-
That's always good for you.
I want
Oh,
what you're
yeah.
smoking.
Hmm?
I
I'm
want what
just
you're
waking
smoking.
up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do.
Giggles.
Oh yeah, I have good smokes, but That's unrelated to the giggling.
What is it?
I don't know. I think so. I'm also giggly without one.
Making doubles.
Push it real good. Dun, 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 dun. Bitch, you dying.
I also felt like a little awkward. Like I got raided by like the guy that I'm in the stream team with that runs it is DK Knight. He was streaming together with like Boom Hours. But you know I suck at League still. I'm practicing. Okay, so all tips are welcome.
We're in the learning process.
Yeah. And then I got suddenly
my tits
160
circumcised.
viewers and I panicked the fuck out.
Once I get my computer back up and running, I'll be streaming again.
No. I'm gonna die, sorry. What? It's awesome. It's awesome.
I would stream, but I would get banned immediately.
You don't know that.
Oh no. I'll miss
Oh,
every-
like the
yeah.
fact that your friend just like, I was like, oh, never mind.
Subscribe to the attitude of getting banned is the same as not streaming in the first place, so you might as well stream and find out.
That is
Oh
true.
no, I know 100. Dude, I got banned on Twitch for
Hello,
doing a stream, right? I don't know why I got banned. I still don't know why. There's no audio or nothing in the stream.
What?
Hmm.
What were you streaming?
Damn it!
Daddy
Call of Duty.
Bezos said, "Fuck you personally."
Like legit. That was legitness.
Oh.
I'm touching my butt. I'm touching my butt.
You wanna touch this health relic, pancakes?
I'll touch you. Lil.
Wanna touch my butt relic?
Should I mute Discord on stream? Just a quick question.
We say weird things in here.
Oh yes, we say very weird things.
But that's
Oh,
okay.
that
It just depends how weird. Like, like we were talking fanfics and everything on stream earlier. As well. Like I have 18+ tag on just because I don't like the filter. No. I'm dead.
I can't say it.
You suck.
Ooh, do I go Tooth Fairy or It's Killing Time on Vel'Koz?
I
feel like It's Killing Time might be better, but...
There you go. So adjust the sound a little.
We can do this.
Dude, the fuck?
I don't. No. Ah. Still got my bite. God damn.
An enemy has been slain.
I am glad to see the spirit.
Yeah, I think she stopped throwing the spears at me because I dodged her. And she started going after other people.
Oh.
Someone just got whip punched in the butthole. Dang. Oh, rip. I mean, you probably need your shop, right?
Yep.
Oh! Oh! That was like in a second, like,
Right as you're all.
Yeah. If you're also stream right away, like you can now. Like I can give you shouty if you want. That came out really weird. But I'm thinking half and playing and then, yeah. My brain is like brain fucking with translation today.
Oh yeah, you gotta learn a game with high ping while speaking a language that's not your native language.
Dutch. Why?
What?
Is that good? Oh my god! What? Like, wait, what?
Is that Vietnamese English? I can't do a Dutch accent.
Well, that confused the fuck out of me. Okay. Oh no. Oh no.
The Canadians can't do Dutch accent.
Oh, nice.
Don't make me get my fucking moves. Oh god, no.
An ally has been slain.
Ow. Oh! Oh! What was that?
That was a niddly spear.
Hard.
So apparently Richard's a bad word. Yeah, so
what?
Punching a midget is illegal in that chat.
Oh.
Many mysteries.
I got debated by the trap.
No, 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 no.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
He knocked me up and then still missed his hook point blank. How?
Skill issue.
That Blitzcrank's got some faulty programming.
He's not fire confident.
For real.
Ah. Does he still speak Dutch, you know? Yeah.
But like, yeah, his family used to come from fucking like Amsterdam and shit. And they would bring cookies and a bunch of stuff. But I would be more amazed at the fact that there was a girl that was like 7'6". Or what the fuck do they feed you?
Wait, how much is 7'6" again? Because everyone is always amazed that I'm secretly sort of a giant, but
That's huge.
7'6". Oh, okay, no, that's yeah, but my uncle is 7'4" or something.
Yeah,
They must be experienced.
bro, they grow them huge out there.
Oh no, not 7'4". Wait, wait.
You almost have like tall problems.
I think no. I think my uncle is like the biggest in the family. He's 7'2", I think, something like that. But he's giant.
Like, I don't really think
Enemy double kill. Ace.
Oh, yeah, but that is for girls to be that big. That is still kind of rare here. Like the average height is still like 5 feet something.
Like I'm a dwarf in my family, and I'm 6 foot.
Holland or something.
Okay, yeah, I'm the smallest one. 5'8", I think.
I think that's the average.
Has destroyed
Yeah.
So like in Canada and America, the average is like 5'4", 5'3".
Tiny.
Oh my god, I missed them so bad.
What Miss Relaxing so used to space that I cannot swallow? Because my father I did it, now my throat hurts. Oh no. Yeah, chat. I can mute, wait, yeah. I'm doing too many things at once. I can still streaming. Eh. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, there are my huts. Is he still working? Yeah, okay. Okay. Miss Relax, so you stupid that I cannot swallow because of my stupid spasm I did. And now my throat hurts, which is great. And I'm gonna go do something because I need to go do stuff. I'm gonna hang out with you longer, but then I don't do the stuff that I need to do. Go do the stuff that you need to do. Go take care of yourself. And maybe do you need to like rinse out or something like that? I don't know. Can it damage you if you do swallow it? That doesn't sound good. Yeah, okay. I accepted this character. No. Bye. Nice.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Wait, are you still listening to this old man's rambling? Get back to fighting.
Enemy double kill.
I know it's
What? Oh no, that's Swedish. Oh, that's disgusting.
like, I know it's Swedish.
Like that's Swedish and disgusting. Oh my god.
Swedish and disgusting. Why would you ask that?
Sorry, I sounded so offended. But no, sorry. No, Surströmming is just Swedish. And I wouldn't recommend ever trying it. Like, I smelled it and oh god, no.
I can't eat fish on a given daily basis.
An ally has been
As someone
slain.
who really likes fish, that stuff is disgusting.
Yeah. Like, it just smells like, I don't know, something you shouldn't eat. That's just, yeah, no. It's like that, no.
Are we still up?
You know what? I'm just gonna mute. Okay. You're good. Wait. Yeah, you're good. Okay, whatever you want. No, I don't know. It just smells like something dead. Like, yeah.
That is good. I don't know, but I'm overthinking this whole thing. I feel absolutely tired. It was better if I swallowed it. I mean bad, not better. Okay, but if bad, then you probably shouldn't do it like too much or too long. But that is dying. No. What the hell am I doing? Okay, sorry. I have to check my headset and that's bleeping, but the 1 second. My god, my headset is dying. Okay. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. 1 second. Grab a charger, people. 1 sec. It will be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah,
Did
no!
I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
So may or may not have got jump scares.
And I thought you went out, so I went out again, and you went in. So that was.
That's fine. That's fine.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
quid.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. Look, god damn it! Since when is that in there? I think. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why?
Hello?
Why? My headphones were dying. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or
Okay,
dragons or
repeat.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I can spy on the doggo. Oh, you can see. But she's still fast asleep. Like, that's my only thingy now, that I have to walk the dog at some point. Yeah, here. What? What was that? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I've never played Leona. I'm like, what's good?
sharks. Who knows what I'll find? Have I read you my thesis on sea slugs? Sorry, I have not got out of trying that off.
Oh no, where? Oh no, thank you. Aw, he stunned me so I couldn't get the heal. No. Still alive.
The sea is the final frontier.
Rally to me.
If I'm not here, you'll be
Your mates feeding the fishes. Your ally shut down an enemy.
Woo!
Your ally has been slain. Your ally's on a rampage. Your ally has been slain. Your mates shredding their morale. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
You're such a good girl.
Enemy triple kill. Your ally shut down an enemy.
I can't wait to see what lies beneath.
Oh, his music. Okay, okay. Yum, yum. Fuck. Yeah. I never played Leona, so I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. Okay. Alright.
Turning his coin. Your ally has been slain.
Okay. Like I didn't know the Q. Now the Q is the stun, yeah. W is. I do like this. Oh, thank you. Oh, he comes back to life, yeah. Why do they always do that? Oh. Okay, I messed that one up.
Enemy double kill.
Okay, that didn't even get me, Veggie, because I was like locked in as fuck and everything is loud, but yes, thank you, thank you.
Slain an enemy. Ally double kill. Your ally scored a triple. An enemy has been slain.
That keeps buzzing there. Oh, Huggy. Now the chat is updating again. I kept trolling every time and then the chat buzzes.
Shut down. The enemy's gaining speed.
Still alive. Not for long, but I'm still alive.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, become large, yes. Yes.
Your inhibitor collapsed. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally's done work.
My research indicates
I am big. Do they place traps in the bushes or something? Ah, missed. Damn, he's fast. I tried too hard because I still wanted to beat it, but the whole team came up. Are we doing any with veggie?
Your ally has been slain.
Wait, let me just this one. There and check that. Now I can read everything. You tried. I tried so hard. But in the end, I'm still big boy. Okay, go. Thank you. I'm alive. Oh, thank you.
The sun always rises.
Oi. Oh, I died. Did I de-stun them? Does the blade thrust like through the enemies, or is it just like hit on impact? No, like the E. Does that go through people, or is that just a hit on impact? The blade. Okay. I was messing that up and that got me killed. But now I get it more. Oh, nice. Nice. I am still big.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Is it you? Is it you?
Yes, Veggie, you're a really good boy. Yay! I hope now. Go. Go. Okay. Nope. No. Oh, he's just hunting us. Are there heals somewhere?
Everything's got an end.
I will protect you.
Did it just not know that I'm here? I'm stuck between the enemy team. My god, I'm dead. I said that. I should have hit it with that one. Ooh.
Your inhibitor's been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
Oh no. Maybe? Whoa! Oh fuck! No! I was keeping him busy next. Okay, yep.
You were keeping him busy, and I was like, I gotta clear these minions because the Nexus is on 1 HP. But I didn't see the two of them were behind the Nexus.
I didn't see this either. That was a good one though.
That was a good game, though. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you guys for carrying my butt. I do enjoy ARM a lot.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Okay, oh. Okay, I still don't know if the camera is picking this up, but
Yeah, I don't think it picks it up very well. I'll be right back 1 sec.
yeah. Wait. Show it? A little bit. A little bit. That's how Kara is sleeping in the living room. She buried her head in the pillow. Wait, this is more visible that it is a dog. Yeah, no, she just doesn't have a head anymore. Like I'm a sleepy head. No, no, Karma Bean, yeah. Oh, she heard me say Karma Bean a couple times. Oh no. Look. This is like that's the point. And now she woke up. That she literally just a few seconds ago had her her head buried in the pillow there, and now she woke up. And then this is the ultimate puppy move. She will sit here staring out the window like this. I don't know. Still like oh my god, this is not showing. Yeah, because it's too bright. Little better. You can see sort of like you can see the couch and then the little bean sitting there. She's leaning her head on the edge of the couch. And, I need to go out. So yeah, maybe I will take a break right now. Oh, wait, Barbara party. Yeah, I do gotta walk the dog right now, I think. But are you guys gonna keep on playing?
Yeah, we're gonna keep playing.
Okay.
How long does it normally take you? Do you want us to wait?
No. Then you can just like, do a round. Then I will join the next one again, maybe. Like I will go for a walkie. That will take like I will be back in 15 to 30 minutes or so.
Okay.
And then I will just leave the party. You can do a game. I will put on stream, and then I will be right back. I'll just yeah. I'm gonna charge up my headset a little more as well. Then yeah, I'll be back and then join back here. So see you then. Yeah.
Okay. See you in a bit.
Yeah. Because then I get oh my hair is so floofy. Like I washed it and then I put on the headset. Hey, then I can rest my ears a little bit. Put on some words for the word breaky. Words. Oh my god, I cleared everything in my browser and everything, so everything is good. Okay, and words. Go. Here it is. That was not what I meant to do. Okay, 1 second while I set this all up. How was everyone's morning so far, day so far? Or for Veggie, your evening? Inquisitor! Hi! Mubby! Hi, Inquisitor! How you doing? The Muff Master, yep. Yes, I am very concentrated, so I'm sorry, Inquisitor. I'm just saying hello right now. I missed your message, but thank you so much. I'm sorry, like that's the thing with League. I get so locked in, man. That's why I was like, I want to feed you so I can just blabber on, and you guys don't know that I'm not watching. Okay. I'm just gonna set it to this one so we can set this up together. Yep. And do the word 3. Okay. There we go. Wait, it didn't say the word. Words. I am slow, so a little reset for me as well to walk. To see what time, like how long I can continue would be a good one. So I can assess the situation. Assess. Okay, but like to do this, we need our link. This one. Oh, I got it here. Wait. Oh, also from DK then, because then I still have these open here. Oh my gosh, so many muffins here. Not what we need. There you go. Yup. Yeah. Yup. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I can check as well, like, if the audio is okay. It works, okay, but we're turning off the sound there because I don't like. Yep. Double sound. Okay. Let me check. I haven't played words in a bit, so I gotta check what the commands like if I have to turn on. Help. Oh, W help. We help. There you go. Oh, nice. Oh, we don't have a. Right. Okay, wait, and I gotta move the fish. The fish is in the way. Boop. Workbench. Here. Right thing. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna play from my phone as well. And check. I can put it a little bigger here. I think the vertical one is. This is bigger, better. There you go. Okay. And audio, everything good, I think. But y'all. Okay, over there. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. There you go. Oh no, that's not what I meant to do. I forgot it automatically switched to the be right back because I edited that very nicely. But I just wanted to play like, okay, grab yourself a snacky as well. Charging my headset, gonna get rid of Dink, gonna walk the Karma Beam, and I will be playing from chat. Yep. You there. Boop.
Ooh, close one.
Loser!
Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one.
Ooh, close one. Loser! Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Ooh, close one. Not too shabby.
Hey, sweetheart. Okay, I am back. Oh god, I hear double. Okay, but I gotta feed the doggo real quick and get myself some food. But so we're just gonna continue, and I'll be there in 5 minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I did play a lot with Carmen and Stick. Thank you, love. Discord. Oh, what did you say? Rawr. No. Okay, yep. Feeding doggo, sitting my butt down. Took a little longer than I thought, but that's yeah. Yeah. Oh, moon's good. Wait, moon. Seaman. Oh, it should. It's yeah. That should work. Veteran. It's yeah. Someone. Odie. Hi, Odie. Welcome back. Okay, now I'm just getting stuck here. Okay. Food. Welcome workout. Hello. Thank you for the first time chat. Welcome in. Okay, I'm gonna be right back and sit back. Grabbing food.
Not too shabby.
Almost perfect. January. Come here. Chip poop. Workout is killing it. I think workout came here specifically for Wait, it was warm outside and I put on a coat. Oh yeah, shit, it's a 5-letter minimum. Oh, spoon. Oh, we have spoon. Okay, wait, the fake one is F and the hidden one is the E. Postpone. Pokemon. You see the difference now? I'm on my keyboard. It's like. Yeah, I do have my ears off for a minute. My ears, my headphones. I can also eat a little bit. Let me plop. Oh, this is way too low. There you go. Nope. Okay. Do we already have like stones? We have stone. Oh, we have only one ass. Snoop, stoop, stupid. Oh, one more. Notes. My out workout. The clutch. Oh my god, good job.
Ooh, close one.
Thank you. Holy shit. That was a close one, but I always have to like process a little bit before I go to the 5-letter ones, and I'm like, oh yeah. Or 5-letter words. GG's. Yes. We are going to level 19. The music is still playing on my headphones, so this is interesting. I don't hear my music. That is good. Bases. Skill. Okay. Lease is in. Skill is in. Laces. Peter. Ooh, what? Scalene? Ooh, okay, cleanse. The hidden is an N, and the fake one is a U. Okay, level. Oh, my session is there. Please log in again. Oh no. Can I still log in again? Close my league client. Cleanses, cleans. Okay, got you. Wait. So the fake one was a U and the other one, yeah. Do we have lens? Oh. Yeah, I tried. Oh, we have skill. Lens with the SC. Yep. Decline pooped itself. I had to restart PC to get it to work again. Oh, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. Clean. Canes. Loser. We needed 103. We took a little too long at the start, but this was a hard one. But GG, thank you for the follow workout. We do words more often. Like I do words like during breakies, and I try to do words like every Wednesday. That was the plan. I words on Wednesday with Muffin. It's a nice one. Level. Are you still good for League? I gotta check, like, the client closed itself. But I just started up. Yay, smart one joined us. Yes. We have more work, people. Like I can do one more as well if Falafel is not ready for a game right now, or if you guys are done. Yeah, I was just eating while waiting. Yeah, okay. I could also just eat a snack. Eating one more, or we play now. You still eating? Made breakfast. I have cornflakes. Yep. But thank you, everyone. Like workout and Sapphire, you play. This okay. Then I will eat my snacky thing, and we will do one more because I do feel bad now because workout is definitely one of the word people. We have like Dolphin, and we have Kirk, and we have more people that I forget the names of now. But it is really like you see the difference, and there are people coming in that play words so many times. It is really cool. And Veggie, you deserve this one. You love words, yeah, same. Wote. Wait, check because I gotta change my volume. And we also hear my music. Oh my, you like that? No, I'm sorry. Okay, wet, what, wash, dash. We're doing good. We're doing good. If you're still here, workout, we're doing one more round. One more round workout. And Sapphire, thank you guys for joining us. Shadow. Good one, good one. Well, dash. Go. Soda. No. Shot. Shot. Whoa. Those, yeah, there should be more words than this. Okay, if we have shot, we have chat. Yes, we do. The shot chat. No, oh, that's a normal good word. Okay, wait. Thou hot ho. Whoa! You did whoa, but it is written whoa. Whoa is written whoa. You know what I mean? Yeah. And what the fuck is a do? The ho? What is the ho? I don't know, guys. Okay, I can now click, but I will click back so you guys see this as well. Yeah, whoa. Mm. Go on. Tina? Like the math thing? See? Rice. Nice. Pincer. Nice one for that. Dough? I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's a traditional wooden sailing vessel with a long, thin hull and one or more masts fitted with triangular Latin sails. Nice. Thank you. Oh, epic. That's a good one. Nicer. We have nice, yeah. You want rice, yeah. Fine. Fire? No. You have Cena? Yeah, Cena is a word. Like, that's a word, right? Yeah. Okay, then we like it is alphabetical, so we do have one big word with a P or an R. Mm-mm. What rings with a C is nothing. What? What veggie? What did I say this time?
Not too
What did I
shabby.
say? Was it weird? But fantastic, guys. We have Fan Street. More levels. I said seen in chat before you. Oh, it shows for me that it's I say it before you, but I don't know. Timing is weird sometimes. I'm sorry I stole it. We're a team, Veggie. We're a team. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, yogurt. Yeah, it is yogurt. How do you write yogurt? Without the H. Without the H yogurt. Yeah. Oh, you did too. Oh, nice one. Wait. Route? Yeah. Okay. And we don't have fake or hidden ones yet. I do think that they thought they were only going to do that one because I said there was the final one, but I appreciate that I can eat and pee. But then, because then I can keep going longer. Mm. 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 Reggie, the words that you guessed, they are 9 out of 10 times also Dutch words, and it's funny. What's a grot is a cave in Dutch. Mm-hmm. Nice. Really? Yeah. Grot. Gyro. Oh, we have gyro. We already made it, but Gert. Oh. I don't know. Yogu? Yogu. Feel like we're missing obvious ones, but we made it. But yeah, gourd, but that's not. I think there's with a T. Maybe the. Oh yeah. Wait, which one am I
Close
missing?
one.
Gert? Oh, it's not with a G. Truck. Roy. Is that not a name? Gyro? Grout? OT? Okay, I don't know if I would have guessed those. So good job. Mhm. Nice. We can see the words now. With the word under there, you mean? Yeah. Like that is not built into the word. So this is just the words. But I use an extension, the word plus. Like I still want the bot from it as well. Like someone made it like and got tipped to me from like the whole world community. World community. Oh my god, I can't. Oh, getting more people. Girl. Carl. Whoa, Carl is. Oh, like Carl. No. Cleric? Cleric? No, cleric. Yeah, cleric should work. Yeah, so this is like an extension thing, and it's really cool. So it shows like the letters there, and the hidden letters and the fake letters. So it's not really cheating. It's just the helper and the correct words, like the missed words. That's like sometimes you just get stuck. Like what were the words that we were missing at jammed? But cleric is a word, no. The other C is fake, or what is fake? We're gonna lose here because this is not the J is fake. Yeah, the J is fake, but what the real? Gavril, Lawyer, Lair. It's still a cleric.
Loser!
Lair? Okay, cleric is apparently not a word. Ariel is apparently a word. I have no idea what it is. Lyra, Ryle, Uric. Circa. Okay, yeah. Furia. What is Urasil? And crucial. Okay, but what's Urasil? I don't know. Alright, time to get my butt moving. Have a great stream, Movinator. Cleric has an A. O-E. Yeah, that's what I mean. Some of the words I've never heard before. Same. I'm like, what is this? Are these words that we're supposed to know? But this is also how we learn new words. A Urasil is a naturally occurring pyramid. Okay. What Urasil is a naturally occurring pyrimidine. Wolfie, I'm struggling today. Pyrimidine nucleobase. I butchered that. Yeah, so found exclusively in RNA where it replaces thiamine. Okay, is it I hope I'm not the only one, but I still don't know what it is now. But that's mostly like translating things, I think, because probably those things make sense. It's been a long night, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like every time I talk like for a day, like a lot of Dutch, my brain struggles to switch. We're good. We're good. Okay, I think this was it for the words for now. I'm gonna play a little more ARAM. Because I'm still trying to push this like as much as possible for myself. Not for the stream, but just to stay awake. And stream is helping me stay awake. So we're not even doing this for like a big stream goal or something. I'm not setting a time. We're just gonna sleep whenever I really get sleepy. Okay, updated again. But yeah, it has been a long night. But yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I will keep going. I will keep going the whole time just because if I can stay awake now for at least like, what is it, like 2 or 3 more hours, I can take like a short nap. I think that will be the best because otherwise I have to stay up until after 8 and then play more League. But then I have been awake for like 20 hours whenever I will start playing League. And I don't think we want to do that to Pookie. Whoop. Sorry. I'm gonna join you. Join. Nope. And I'm gonna switch some music because I'm done with this. I do hope, Odie, you have an amazing day at work. Thank you for lurking the whole night. I really appreciate you. You're amazing. Okay, what kind of vibe are we feeling? What's the day list? Metalhead's Rocker Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon? Oh my Jesus. We started Thursday night. Yeah, okay, we're good. Then I need my headphones again. Fuck. Wait, are you still in that Discord, Falafel, or no? Hi, Discord, yes. Are you in that Discord or in Ackborn's Discord? Ackborn is still... Is Ackborn awake? Did she fall asleep? You can join back into the same one or another one, whichever is fine. Are the others gonna join us or no? Otherwise, we could also join in mind to see if anyone wants to play, but the people that I play with could be asleep. That doesn't really matter. Hi, old wifey. What time is it there? I do have this one still. It is now 1:50. Looks like it's just us. Okay, okay. I'm curious, but I don't want to wake up Ackborn. But she's just leaving. Okay. I think she fell asleep. Her PC still on. Okay. Sorry. My DM's dead. Are you in my Discord? Do you want to join my Discord?
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Like I had the T Sydney before, but I disabled them. I don't think I removed them altogether, but I had like things for to say that commands for streamer friends and stuff, and then at some point like I was still talking to some people, but I didn't just talk to other people. And then they were still in there, and then yeah, I just it got a lot of work, so I think I just disabled everything. Okay, that link should work. You don't really have to fill anything like for ID check. It's more like the we know you're 18 plus. But yes, Silky put in the baked beans thing. I'm curious. I want to try that. And then I will put myself in. Maybe open for all gaming. Yeah. Okay. Hi, Omni Mouse. Hello, hello. It won't let me submit the reason I want to join. What? Why not? Are you writing really dirty stuff? But hi, Omni Mouse. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm in the afternoon right now. Yeah, so it's 1:50 p.m. Yep. Let me play a clippy from the Omni Mouse. I want to talk to Muffin, but did that get modded or something? Like, I thought I turned off all the other mods. And I am the one that should check the reasons. What? Why doesn't it let it submit? Did they update something? What? Wait. Access? Apply to join? Yeah. But it should just be. Oh, maybe it's too long? No, that's not long enough. Like, it just should be one random short answer. It shouldn't be modded. Like, what? Is interesting. Can I send you a direct invite? Think so. Wait, do we have each other on this on the yeah? Lawful. Where are you? Lawful. Nope. Wave. Maybe I can just send you a direct invite. And that would work. Copy. Nope. That's so weird. No matter what I want to type, it won't let me submit. But it is really sweet. That's a good reason. I do love that I just put it like, why would you like to join? Like I at the very beginning, like some questions, mostly to keep bots out and stuff as well. So that's also there's like the age thing, and then work in progress, and it's never gonna get out of progress. It's always gonna be in progress because I don't want to see your ID. It was just like future thinking about the 80 plus stuff. But what the hell? Like I don't see. It won't let you submit it. That is super weird. What does it say? Okay, wait, server settings. Like access, apply to join. But like, otherwise we will just join another one for now. That's also fine, but then nobody would be able to join. That's not good. Oh gosh. I don't know where to check it. Is it for what? What? Hi, Willy. Hello. Hello. Want me to go look at it? Are you not in IKEA right now? If you want to, yes, I love you for that, please. Because what the hell? I've never had that. Like, that thing shouldn't be blocked at all. And I think we turned off all the moderation. DM and spam protections permissions. Remove risky permissions from everyone. DM and spam. Members of the server must meet the following things. Okay, but that's for DMing. Rate protection. No. Capture suspicious accounts before they're able to join. Are you a suspicious account? You shouldn't be. Okay, but does it work with the direct linky as well, or that just the same issue? Because otherwise, we're just gonna join in the same one. We're in Agmorge for now. No, suspicious. Yep. It says like it can block suspicious people out, but that's yeah. Willy, by the way, did you see? In the meantime, during the night, I got a raid from DK and from Boomhours, and they were playing together with Halo. And I've had the most people ever in the channel. Not the night, it was morning. My time is weird. I guess we join Agmorge for now. Yeah. I did send you a friend request on Discord, so then we can be friends. And I will fix the invite thing later, but that's really weird. I will test it. Like, I have an extra account that I use for my work. I can test it if I can join myself. But then I know like what it should be. Weird. But okay, should we not join Agborn and Jackborn? Because maybe she's asleep and I don't want to wake her up. What's that? Try that. Yeah, but I also sent him like a direct linky to the voice. He gets the link, he opens the server, so he does get like, it's not invite link. But then in the members, like he has to fill in the things, right? And then no matter what he fills in for the authentication, it just blocks him out. Nom, nom, nom. But thank you, Willy. Are you doing this wall in IKEA? You're amazing, man. Yum, yum. Send the link here, maybe. And so I did send the link. Wait, is that just a link to my voice instead of an... Okay. Wait to voice. I'm gonna do it like this, so you also have the direct one. Lily sent you also a link. You were just working on this, and otherwise I will join like the friends live in Agborg. Same thing. Okay, I have been back and put all my stuff up and all. Oh, okay. What did you buy? Tell me everything. Okay. I will join. Can I join in the friends live? Yes, I can. Can you join in the friends live? Yes, you can. Hello. Wait, I have to put my headset on. What? Wait, I can just put it in a church because otherwise it's. What? Hello. I just do.
button is just like grayed out and I'm not allowed to click submit. I've never had that problem before either.
I've never seen that before either. I'm hijacking stream. That's all good, Willy. Oh no! Wait, that's not all good, Willy. Wait, what are you gonna do? Wait, with searching for a game. I don't trust this. Willy tends to do like a word over sponsor. Last time I was like AFK in the like the draft one that I did, just like normal. I was AFK for like 3-4 minutes, just running around base like panicking because I was stuck in muffin time. I need to talk to ya right now. Okay, send me a snap. But now we're here. Audio working? Or send me a DM. I'm good, I think. I don't know. Oh no, Muffin is in trouble. I'm like, yeah, why? That sounds like I'm in trouble. So I'm like, I need to talk to you. And then no context. I'm like, kiss me? Go into your chat. Which chat? Which chat? Yeah, Muffin, we need to talk. Which chat? Where are you? Muffin time? Oh, but during okay. Okay, where are you? Over there. Why are you in the muffin time? I'm scared, really. Girl, you are still alive? Yeah, Pookie. I challenge myself now to just stay awake. William, she's been good, I swear. Okay, but okay, before then I switch, I have no idea what kind of thing it is. Well, no, I'm a good girl. Okay, before I switch, because sorry, Falafel, that you know also, I thought like, yeah, it's ready. Okay, it's 30 seconds, okay. I will be right back then. We can already start up like searching, because I will be here.
You're such a good girl.
Yeah, and then I will switch back to this server again. Yeah.
That'll do the trick.
Favors the wealthy.
I wonder when those watchers are gonna return.
Snow.
Hello, hello, hello. Now stream can hear you too, Willy. Yeah, I didn't know if I like what yeah, but you I didn't know the way you announced it. Reggie made me scared. Okay. Oh no, with the charm. No, 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 no. Okay, I died. Okay.
My grandfolks used to live up north. Glad I'm not stuck up there.
No, yeah, Veggie made me scared for you. Does that make more sense? Okay, permissions. Wait, on phone I can just... Okay, now I have to click everything. Oh my gosh. On phone you can click like a template, but here you just have... Hi! Hello! Okay. How are you doing? Can she hear me? Aww. You can say everything bad. Hello, how are you? Ooh. I cannot hear you now. Oh. Yeah, now I hear you again. Okay. I couldn't hear. Ooh. I'm playing a game at the same time. Yeah, you can talk. I hear you now. Hi, hi. Did you have fun at IKEA? Yeah, was good? Bye-bye. I'm still alive now. Yeah, but I couldn't hear like everything. I couldn't hear what she said, but it was really cute. Aww. Yeah, it cut it out, like the mic cut it out, so it was like, hi, up there. Yeah, but it was cute. These also sound so sweet. Like, she's still my biggest fan, with always, like, whenever I had, like, the bows in my hair, it was like, I like your bow. I'm like, yes. That make my day, every time. Okay. I'm trying to multitask, and I feel sorry for Falafel, because now I got in the game with him. And now I'm not in the Discord, because I'm trying to fix this, so you can get him in the Discord. He is in the stream, though, but... Come on, come on. So really, when are you gonna play League? Yeah. Okay. Your holiday is coming up soon now, no? Whoa. Yes. Second, if I click this on, administrator, save changes, do in here. Oh, all members were found. I know I need to add more. Delete. Nope. Okay, can you check if this is enough, if it works? Don't mess up my whole server. Oh, and now you can see everything, so don't look at everything, because I haven't filtered. Because I need to clear out some old channels and stuff from last year. Yeah? Okay. I promise to be good, and don't look into my secret diary Discord. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Bye bye. Where am I going? I don't know. I am helping, but I have no idea. What I'm doing. Okay, whenever I get a chance, I'm going back. Ooh, got a Discord. Okay, I guess we.
Ally has slain an enemy.
There we go. Hello.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Okay, so my friend hijacked me from the stream to be able to fix it for you. He's looking into it. That's all I can give you for now. Like, I have never seen that issue as well. Like, it's really weird. I don't know if it's like a moderation thing or. Really? Okay, so you're not sus. It's which shouldn't issue that, but I don't know. Because then if you cannot submit, then the whole thing is not. Yeah, I cannot admit you either because then I don't see you there. So I don't know, but yeah, I needed to make him like an admin so he could check like all the settings for the server. While I was just continuing to game with you. Fuck yeah, best mod ever. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yay. Like, I'm not doing great because I have no idea who I am. Not gonna lie. What? Yeah. But yeah. I expected myself to do worse. So, hey. Oh. Still here too for stream modding. Thank you. Okay, best mod. There we go. She will be righty back. Okay, wait. Okay. So yeah, we had secret conversations about fixing Discord. I see you tonight flying to the map, I guess. Am I deaf? I don't hear you? No. Yes, sorry, everyone thought I was deaf. I thought I did lip syncing. I didn't know what, yeah. I didn't know what the conversation was, and if someone just announced it with, we need to talk, and nothing else, like, what am I supposed to do? Helping? Oh, okay, I have almost no HP. Everyone is dead. I'm gonna eat this here. Yum, 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 yum. It is funny. I don't know what is funny. Muffin, please speak with your mouth open so I can guess. Muffin lip sync time. Oh, that would be a nice redeem, maybe. No. Now I'm just gonna die. Well, that is kind of the Muffin on mute, really. I'm sorry. I am very low. They are trying to target me really hard, so... Yep. Ow. I locked him in there. Oh, okay. Oh my god, behind you! Oh, you're there, good job. And the rest of the team. Okay. Did I miss anything in the meantime? Ah. Hello, old wifey. Did I say hello to old wifey? I think so. I'm not sure if I'm not.
Your allies lost his innards.
If I didn't say hello, now I'm making it up for you with an extra big hug. Okay, wait, right. So is he able to answer the questions and submit them? Then is it blocking him or can't answer the question at all? You do have like input fields for the questions, but no matter what you fill in, like the submit field just is black, right? Like it doesn't, you cannot press the submit button. It doesn't give any error messages. Are you forgetting a question? No. No! There are more questions. Wait, did he do the tick the boxes too on it for the TMC? No, but there are more questions. Wait, Willie, can you check maybe because like it should have, otherwise maybe we can temporarily like disable or refresh, but there should be like, I don't know, like what games do you want to play, like where do you want to join, and like the age verification thing that always confuses everyone. That is not necessary. Was it precaution? Really, can you maybe check for me? Is that the first question? Or last, or... You're on PC accepting the invite, right? Don't know how this character. Oh. Send you something in Discord, not sure you wanna look after stream or not? What are you all guys all doing secret stuff now? No, don't wanna die, thank you. Nice. Like I know half what I'm doing, but I feel like I might be at least helping, but yeah. Yep, okay, we're dead. Right, first section, yeah.
Your ally shut down an enemy.
Ooh, OmniFam, no. The rules to agree to the 2 questions and the 1 multi-choice one. Yeah, so it's the question of like, why do you want to join the server? Is that the first one, Willie? Do you know with the sections? Yes. Maybe I can check while we are here in Discord, you screen share. Like maybe need to scroll down, or the thingy the client blocks like the rest. Because like if you don't, yeah, don't fill in like, even if you just fill in like hello or something, that already works. But I wanted to do the questions there as well, like for the roles, see what games and stuff. But maybe I should make it fast. Yeah. So that's a checkbook. So that's the first one. Then the why do you want to join? Yeah. Does this lock them in or not? Right, ult. I am not sure. Why am I not getting any kills? You briefly become untargetable and locks anti and even up your channel from locking them into an area. Yeah, okay, so it does lock them away for like 4 seconds. Okay. 4 games played. There's more of them. But then he probably sees like the first 2.
Their turret's down.
We're gonna check it.
Your ally has been slain.
Like I'm more like I can also just like skip the whole thing fighting, but I want to make sure like that's not happening to more people just trying to join the Discord and then I keep everyone out accidentally. Then it's a very, very exclusive muffin group. That's not the intention, at least. Like, I feel like I'm doing a lot of damage, but I'm also at the same time feel like I'm not doing anything because I'm not getting killed. What? Great! Mute Mary! Hello! Thank you! Oh my god, we're getting all the true fear rates today.
Feel free to drop A in chat.
Thank you so much, Mary! Yes, thank you for the shout out. Mute Mary is also part of the stream team from DK. Oh, what's your stream, hun? And if you need to raid and run, go hydrate, go rest, go chill. Whatever you need to do, you gotta do that. Still love your character and just a chill vibes. Oh, wow, that clip is so old. Yeah, it takes like, I think I preferred it. That's before you could talk. Oh, that's why you were mute, Mary?
What? Just how old?
The clip is 6 years old, really? Are you talking with text to speech? Yeah. It's pretty cool. What? Yeah, back then? Thank you so much for the raid. For anyone who came with the raid, I am Evil Muffin. I'm a variety streamer. We stream a lot of different stuff. Lately, I have been getting slowly more and more addicted to League, so... But I am by no means any good. I am kind of a noob streamer still here at the League. Like, I've never played this character before. So any tips, any feedback is welcome. Like, this is basically like a first time playthrough from League. Because the only time I did play a lot is over 12 years ago. And yeah, as a like variety streamer, we do have like chaotic S5s and streams nowadays sometimes. So we tend to switch in streams. If I do long streams, then we can play like 2, 3, maybe 4 games in one stream even. It really depends. Why didn't I make a kill there? I don't get it. I'm only making assists. Oh, I'm dead now. Good job. But that... Okay, sorry. I could not focus. Okay, but yeah. So hello. Played different games. Yep. We played Stardew at the beginning today. Then we had a little words on stream break as well. And now we're doing some ARAMs in League. You left your game when someone told me to drink bleach for picking a character they wanted. This community is so toxic about. I get that. So that's the thing. I played like 12 years ago on my EU account. And my gosh, at some point, it was not that fun. We played like competitive with a couple of friends and no. But now, I don't know. I got invited by some people like to try it again. And I know people that I play with. And otherwise, like if people are toxic or mean, I just mute chat. And I just don't look at it. So, yeah. We're just playing League to have fun. And if anyone has an issue with that, have fun with that issue, like I guess. I don't give a flying fuck. So we're not here for the toxicity. Not at all. But I actually met some nice people through League like this as well, like Lawful Falafel. I know through my friend Agborn, who also streams a lot of League. He's a cute little VTuber as well. And I saw him playing, I was like, hey, you wanna join? Yeah. So far I've actually had like very friendly / wholesome experiences with League, which I know seems almost impossible, but yeah. Like I actually played jungle for the very first time yesterday on trying my new account and everything. And there was someone like coaching me through it the whole way. It was so good. If you have a good issue with that, well then good. It's not my issue. Yeah, basically. Like if you have a problem with that, well that's your problem then to deal with, I guess, you know. Have a good life, have fun with that problem and dealing with it, and I don't want to hear about it. Yeah. Like my English is not making sense, and I'm fairly aware. But I have been streaming now already for like 10 hours and almost no sleep. So. Oh yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your stream. I took my melatonin, so I gotta sleep. See you. Thank you again so much for the raid, Mary. And maybe I will if I. Oh. Okay, wait. Let me do. Oh, you gave the big shouty. Nice, Willy did everything. You're all good. Have some good rest, and thank you so much. I will take good care of your followers. Promise. Ooh, we're doing good, right? No? I still have like half an idea what I'm doing, but I'm dying less than I normally do. Like less quick. I have some resistance. Why doesn't he die? Ah. Finally. Oh, no. Thank you. Wait, heal? Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, where did he go? There, no, yeah. Can he make clones or something? Or was that... I fell for it! I thought he was just chasing me continuously. Yeah, I ran. It bounced off the chest of the super beauty. A mini nuke deflected off someone, yeah. You might like Mute Mary too, Betty. A good bounce. What? Oh no. Sorry again, like if I miss your chat, I do not miss it, I'm just slow. It is a lot to click and chat and stuff. Trying to stay alive. But yeah, Yoke, don't you agree? Like if you have an issue with it, then yeah? And no problem, just knew I had to pay back for the rate you gave me, so finally did. I didn't see that, but thank you. You never feel obliged like to do raid back, but I do really appreciate it. I've raided like into Snow Chicken God the other day because I was like, I do like to raid a little more in the stream team to get to know more people again as well. And then yeah, DK and Boom Hours came along as well earlier. It's been an awesome stream. This is a spontaneous but awesome fucking stream. Reminds me of a video titled I screamed the entire time where they were vets and then a nuke flew by their head in slow-mo while the game thought about it. What it was supposed to do! Oh my gosh. Yep. This is the very tanky one that we have to defeat with our whole team. That should lock it in there. I locked him! Oh, he's gone again. Everyone is so tanky. Yeah, I'm a recovering people pleaser, and I have learned that other people's issues don't actually need to be mine. Same. Okay, so that's the thing. That's why it came out so unnatural as well, because it is something that I never thought I would say when I was younger. I think, I don't know, I won't worry about a lot of other people's problems my whole life, and at some point you just reach a point where it's just like, fuck it, I don't have energy or time for this. I gotta take care of myself first. So yeah. I can't see anything wrong with the setting, like I read mine on the preview and it all came from no filled in. Need to scroll down. Forget the second half of the verb. Yeah. Yeah, so really I think it is literally just a need to scroll down thing. We're just gonna check after this match. Yeah! Holy shit! Legendary. On the moment we won.
Okay, I'm very curious if I did really shitty or if I did okay. I have half an idea. Oh, I did a B.
Wow, I didn't realize I was doing that good. Oh my god.
Yes. You're carrying a butt. Holy shit, Horty! Holy shit, the damage! Oh my gosh.
Popped off. Thought I was just playing a normal game.
Really ask them to redo it and I watch it come and sort it. Yeah, but that's the thing. So yeah, I am on call now with Fluffle. You can check. But he couldn't even submit, so that's the thing. You cannot watch it come because it will never come.
It's it looks the same.
It's stuck.
What if I discard application and try a new application?
Can you maybe screen share so I can check? Like maybe it is something silly, like it hides like the scrolling down or something, because there should be more in the form probably. Nishioka being a people pleaser is a disease that slowly kills you, yeah. If all the boxes are not done, it won't submit. So yeah, that sounds like that would be the most logical at the moment, because then the thing is grayed out. Oh my god.
I'm sharing screen. Let me know when you're watching.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm changing chairs. Like I've switched chairs every time between like my special called chair thingy. It's a stool thingy and it's nice. And you can wiggle, but then it hurts your butt. That sounds out of context. Like it's like a hairdresser stool thing. I don't know if that makes sense. Okay, I'm watching. Loading, yeah. I see.
So I go to the application. I open application. There's these things. I have read and agreed to the rules. Hang on, let me put my cup down. I want to talk to Muffin.
Can you scroll down without seeing? There's a yes.
Oh my god, there's no space on the side. I had no idea.
No, but that's the thing. So what the hell? That is so confusing.
It looks like this. So
Yeah.
why wouldn't I?
No, but you see, like it is sort of like the I want to talk to like the input field was cutting off. So I was like, I think it's just, but it's just an impossible. Fuck my life, Willie. Wait, why are you still here? Should you be sleeping or something, or at least taking a break from being online? Miss relaxing. I left you.
Is this one League of Legends? Is this one League of Legends? Is this one League of Legends? This one's League of Legends. Submit. Okay. So there we go. We have it. I didn't know I could scroll down. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing.
Which? Hello? Yeah, hi. But that, yeah, no. The scroll bar was just invisible.
Yeah.
But that does make sense then, because then you couldn't submit because yeah, you didn't fill in all the things. But Willie, like, checked all the settings. It checked everything for me. Thank you so much. You're just gonna reject it for a laugh. No. I think you might be muted. No, right? I think my headset spaced out for a second, maybe. I'm muted in the stream again. No, right? No. Good.
Yeah, it's weird that there's no like scroll bar on the side to indicate that you need to scroll down.
He is really low. That is right now. Okay, now it's better. I was in Discord with a lot of people, and I just turned the Discord like really low when we were playing with the group. But yeah, well, at least now we know it's all sorted. Yes, and please add a bit to
That's
tell
so
people to
silly.
scroll down. Like at the top, just please scroll down. There's 4 questions. That would be helpful because yeah, it is really silly. Like there was no way you could know that. But I'm happy it was such a simple issue. Fuck my life. And she muted again. I think that yeah. I have to, because the thing is like it is literally my mic itself just disconnecting without it disconnecting. It's kind of like it looks fancy. I'm not using this one because this one died already, but it seems like this might die as well, so I do have to upgrade.
So when I reach my first year of streaming, we will buy stuff. Food stuff, hopefully, if I have money.
Yeah.
And my mic looks cool, but it's like 20 euros or something, and that's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It looks much more expensive.
It looks so high class. And I got it from like a sort of like a discount store thing. But it works pretty good. Like you can do colors and stuff, and it works like a really fancy one, but either the cable is not that good or the mic itself, I don't know. Some people said it was making a screeching noise. I've never heard that too. Be right back.
Oh,
Okay.
I've never heard that, yeah. But I mean, for 20 euros, it's pretty good.
And I have like a lot of voice filters. Like not filters for me, but like the noise. Like I have a background voice filter thingy that it filters out anything. Because normally I have my audio coming from my monitors and I'm not wearing my headphones a lot. But then you hear everything. You hear the game, you hear the yeah. So it's
Yeah.
basically just noise cancellation stuff, yeah. Again, I do want to give one more Saudi to my best mod at the moment because holy shit, really. And I wasted my money on a Rode NT1. Is that a really good mic, Yoka? I don't know why I knew that, but yeah, I really was almost going to reject you just to have a laugh so we could be like, oh no, it's still not working. But yeah. Thank you for the help. Thank you for being so polite.
Let me know when you're ready to queue up again.
Oh, so I might have spent money on Gemini Pro and I've been messing with it for the whole day with the AI. I'm ready. I'm ready. Yeah. Like I was switching back and forth to check for the Discord and everything, but I got everything back up. We're good. And where's the cat searches sorted? Yeah. It is used for podcast and singing. It does sound really fancy. Well, okay, I still like Katarina, even though she became more difficult. But is she doable in Abrams even? Oh, if you play her a
I
while.
would just say she's difficult. I feel like all these champs are pretty difficult, other than maybe Braum, which someone else already has. Or Zach.
Who's Zach? This one? Slime
Yeah.
Man! Okay, I will try Slime Man.
So your E is your engage tool, where you hold it to like prep a slingshot, and then you jump in with the slingshot. Your W does area of effect damage, and your Q is like a skill shot. You can like hit someone with the Q and then auto attack someone else or a minion or something, and you'll pull them together.
Okay. Oh wait, yeah, I did.
And every ability that you cast, if like you hit an enemy, like whether it's a minion or an enemy champion, you'll drop a little blob on the ground, and if you pick up that blob, it'll heal you.
Okay, that is nice.
As you're in the middle of the fight, just pay attention to your blobs and pick them up.
Like I'm still mostly also just playing the recommended builds. At some point, playing where I will look into like good builds or stuff and whatever, but we're learning stuff again like one step at a time. Do you know like recommended build, like do you buy like specific stuff or do you also buy stuff like the rest?
Well, because like I know the items pretty well, I generally buy what I need for the specific game, but the recommended's not bad. And if I'm playing a champion I don't know at all, I tend to use AI to help me more than the recommended builds.
That's smart. Yeah, I should.
Just another day on the job.
Like, ooh, I was stuck. Hey, there's my blob. Get my blob.
And like the lower HP you are, the more those blobs will heal you, but it's always good to just pick them up.
It's nice.
What does my W do again? Oh, the body erupts? Gosh, oh gosh. Wait.
Oh, that Morgana Q is really good. Turn.
Enemy double kill. Shut down.
Oh. Oh, I could have bought something. I was already traveling through the portal, though.
Oh no.
Oh, Morgana's gonna be putting down those pools constantly. She has skilled sniper. That is so annoying. Kind of cancer, actually.
Go too far. So exploring. This way?
Yeah, that's a good ability to
Boing.
max first. And it's good to do it from the bushes so that they don't see it coming.
I was just standing here like, I'm gonna get you. Oh. Okay, that was a good first try. Nothing with your eyes, so fun is relaxing. And sorted all the back hanging up the washing and making us a little milkshake. No. Making little boss a milkshake, not making boss a little milkshake. Any issues with my phone? Oh, good, really, thank you. Appreciate you.
I'm not as squishy as I
Oh, and it's relaxing to answer you. Like how long I've been going. Like you said it. Purposely did not set a goal how long I would be going because otherwise I will be like, I don't know, driven to reach like that goal. Then even if I'm tired, I will be going, still be going, and that's not what I want. But I'm literally trying to flip my sleep schedule, so I have to stay awake for as long as possible today. Because I did sleep, but I just woke up already at 11. What I said.
Jeez, I couldn't move.
So yeah, I'm gonna stream for as long as possible until I'm tired, and then either take a nappy nap or just continue for forever until like tonight. So either till tonight 10 o'clock at the maximum, or just before when I'm tired. But I won't be able to stream for like at least 12 hours. So yeah, and we are, if we're gonna stay stream forever, then we are gonna do something else as well. So you're streaming to fix your sleep schedule, basically. Like that's why I wanted to game. It's okay because I had like a bad day and everything. Like so I did take a nap, but then I took a nap way too long. Just slept through my alarms and stuff. So I did sleep already, like for I don't know, like 6 hours. But then I woke up at 11. So it's just switched. Like it looks like I'm up for all day and all night. But if I would be up like all day yesterday, I would not be up and feeling good like this today. I'm not doing good at Slime Man. Did I go stream on TikTok? No, I'm debating on doing that. If you want to. And let's go, Mr. Stat, let's go. Still here. Still going strong. Okay, wait. Let's see when I'm muting myself. Otherwise I will forget to mute. Unmute. There you go. Okay, so far I suck with Slime Man. I'm not gonna lie, like
Yeah, they were all difficult champs. As the game goes on, you get tankier though, and it becomes easier. Spirit Visage would be a really good item because they have a lot of magic damage and it increases your healing from your blobs. And then after that, a Warmogs is also a good item.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you this again when I'm in the shop.
Okay.
didn't think So I jumped in and what? Am I alive? No. Am I alive? I'm a blob. I was alive. Huh? Is that a delay or what? Like I just melted as a blob, but can I then still get back to life?
Yeah, so your passive is every couple of minutes when you die next time, you're turn into 4 blobs, and if those 4 blobs can reconnect together, you come back to life.
And how do they reconnect? Like, can you...
You just gotta wait, it takes like 6 seconds or something like that to reconnect. So if they don't kill your blobs in like 6 seconds, you come back to life.
That's nice.
We can't help you, I don't think.
No,
Rip.
I went too far. Like that's the thing. I'm going in.
Yeah, once you're
because
once
I
you're
feel
in,
like I'm
you're in
tanky, but
kinda
I'm not.
thing.
Okay, so the stretch that is line of range. But this should be close by, so I should be. Because I release, I go in there, but then I should have more. Okay, wait. What should I buy? What did you say again?
Spirit Visage.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I never skip breakfast.
This team is very difficult to play into. They just have a really good comp.
I'm just relaxing. Like I did take a break in the meantime. But we started with Stardew, which was just for me. That's literally just cozy gaming. I can play Stardew 24 hours and still be a happy muffin. I did eat something because that's also like streaming helps me eat. It sounds weird, but sometimes I can forget to eat, or I'm not hungry, and then it feels more like you're eating with people or something, which helps eat better more. I should have not gone back. I'm alive, I'm alive. I did not get to heal, but I'm alive. Okay, I don't know, I'm still alive, but I'm... Oh, never mind. Oh my god, I jinxed myself. Still alive, I will stay at the third and dead. Like at the second that I was like, oh yep, sorry. God damn it. Am I not dropping enough love shatter? Am I not watching?
Oh, I didn't think that was gonna hit. Oh well.
It doesn't know where that's the exact thing that I do when I'm having a difficult day. Like today when I didn't want to brush my teeth or have difficult eating, I will put on the stream, I'll stream myself. Exactly. Less damage. Okay, wait, Lover, what would you recommend with the Bloodman? The Celestial Body, Outman, Searing Dawn, or Big Brain? It's less damage, but...
Read them out to me.
Celestial Body is gain 1500 health, but you deal 10% less damage. Searing Dawn, your abilities mark enemies, causing them to take additional magic damage from your allies' next attack or ability.
Okay, the first one, Celestial Body.
Ooh, I get big. Okay.
You get big.
Always get big.
And you get tankier. You
Yep.
deal a little bit less damage, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay,
The less damage dealt is kind of fake, to be honest.
Really? You keep blocking me out here. I don't like it.
I know. This Morgana is so annoying. It's so hard to do anything with her existing, and then the Anivia walls and everything. Like,
Yeah, like you got locked in.
Yeah, I
no.
think they have a better composition. It just makes it very difficult. Oh my god.
She does a lot of damage.
Yeah, she does so much damage, and anytime she hits her W, which is like almost impossible to miss, she just gets it back immediately.
Oh no, don't kill my blob. No, that's my blob. No, that's my blob. Leave it alone. I'm back, baby. No. I'm alive. It worked. He failed in killing my blob. He did kill one blob, but I still just had a little less health, but that was okay. Awesome, awesome. By the way, Miss Relaxing. Oh, you're gonna try to get myself motivated to brush your teeth again? Oh, do you do it every meal? You're doing a good job. Like it sounds maybe like, you know what I mean? Like she got me stuck. Then yeah, the combo. That is like the nice
and then
combo
she
that I
does
like
so
as
much
well. But
damage, like
yeah,
it's very tough to deal with her.
I kill her. I'm streaming still. I'm playing League.
Wait, you haven't got.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
We're intense in game. Wait, I can put it on. Wait, no. I put it on here. How are you doing, Killer?
Muffin, go to sleep.
Oh.
You've been streaming for 10 hours.
Yes. Sorry, but I love how concerned everyone is. Okay, the thing is, again, I gotta play. Actually, I did a nap yesterday. Yeah. So I took a nap from like 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. like, accidentally, sort of. Because it was supposed to be a nap, but I was super fucking tired, so it accidentally turned into basically just sleep. And then, yeah, so I've now been just awake for... Yeah, okay, now it's like almost a day, but like 15 hours or something. But I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. So streaming helps me keep awake, and that is the exact point now. I'm doing pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was... Before learning how long you've been streaming, I was going to hop in here, chat a little bit, to catch up, because I just got off work.
You can still. Like, yeah, I'm aiming with Falafel in League. Do you play League? No.
No, I was going to hop on Outworld to chill for a little bit.
Oh nice. I don't have forward. That I do want it eventually. I was waiting first for the...
Oh my god, I've been loving a lot of the fucking memes about one of the boss fights. Because they're quite literally using a POW that is a flying mount, but it's bad as hell. And because during the boss fight, there's a giant wave that comes in. They're quite literally going, "Flap, you fat fuck! Flap!" Or I said, "Flap, god damn it!"
Aww.
Like, it's a mixtures of those and what's his name from Attack on Titan. Like, hold on, I can find one.
An enemy
Where are you?
has been slain.
Shit, where's that metal thing?
You go big. As
So
a big.
holy. I'm like the height of like your leg.
You're my foot. This is great. Oh no. I don't know if I'm doing damage, but they're not doing any damage on me anymore. I'm giant.
Yeah, no,
Yay! I got a
you just become
kill!
this like unkillable monster.
Okay,
And like your
this-
W does percent HP damage, so you always like do damage with your W. And when you pick up your blobs, you get your W back faster.
Okay.
Oh
You
no.
ready to see this?
Oh,
Oh,
Brom.
wait, hold on. Are you in a match?
Yes. So
Okay,
I'm not
tell me
ready
when
to
you're
see
ready.
this right now. Huh?
Tell me when you're ready to see it, and I can screen share for you.
You can check on stream if you want to. But I can also let you do here also. I'm like, when I'm in my match. How was work?
Tiring. It sucked more than usual because it was humid as hell because it's been raining the past couple days. So I was just sweating my ass off.
It actually got colder here now, but it's getting warmer again next week, I think. I need to do it 3 times a day, and that's what I've been telling you. I know. That's what I meant. Like, do you need to do it? Like, you can do it after every meal. You have 3 meals, much. Ooh. Oh no, I don't want to
You're
die.
on your
I'm
own.
giant
Run,
unkillable
run,
blob.
run. Get that health relic. You'll be alright. Yeah.
Haha. Kill unkillable blob.
Just keep running, keep running. There's more health relics back here.
Yeah, still alive.
So, grab
Oh my
this
god,
one.
our other
You'll be
tank is also
practically
big.
full health. Yeah, Brom's big now too. Grab this one.
Oh my god, we're so big.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Practically full health again. Let's go.
My stupid dog, and that's what they've been telling me. Okay. Oh, where are we? Oh. Stupid wall! Fuck you all, I'm jumping in. That was a bad idea. What did I do? I'm sorry. Help! Oh god. I messed up my arm, but is it going better than ever?
Yeah, you're doing good now.
Holy fuck, okay.
Good stuff.
Now I can jump in without dying, and now he is fun. Now he is fun to play. As I was
Your
like,
size
okay.
also changes with how healthy you are. So like when you get health back, you'll get bigger. When you lose health, you get smaller.
Yeah. But I think we might. Yes. Yay! Fuck yes. Okay.
Good job. You did great in that one.
Yeah.
Like it was a rough start, but like you started getting really tanky, and there was like nothing they could do about you.
Yeah. I didn't die after I got big. Thank you for the tips. Yeah, okay, but he is actually fun. Like if he is an unstoppable monster. Yep.
I swear you didn't die once after you got the celestial body, did you? Like maybe one time because you got Goliath as well. Oh, you had Goliath. That's so good.
Yeah.
Goliath
I was like,
counters the
ooh, I'm
negative
gonna get
damage from celestial
giant.
body, and then make
Yeah.
celestial body even better. Like, oh my god, what a great combo! Oh, that's where you got the shields from too. You had pat on the back. I was wondering where you kept getting these little shields from. Yeah, you did great.
I'm like, me too, but it worked out. Oh, that was good. Okay, I will do. Yeah, I want to do one more, but we're gonna watch. Okay, can I show this on Stream Killer? Is it stream safe? Hello.
Oh, what?
Hi, good morning. Okay, is it stream safe? Can I show it on stream?
I wouldn't risk it.
Okay, I'm happy I asked because I was about to. Okay, then I will put it here.
Okay,
Wait,
you ready?
can I show the audio? Like, can you hear the audio on stream?
I think so.
Okay, fine. Okay, good.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh my god. The giant wave.
Yeah, then there's just look how chunky that bird is.
It's like one boiled ball of wool. Yep. It's cute though.
It's one of the
Yeah.
new pals too.
I haven't. I watched a little Battle World. I haven't played that all yet, but I do have it on my list.
Oh my god, do you
Thank
want to
you.
see one of the new pals I actually managed to catch?
You're sure? We are gonna load up another game as well, but yeah.
I was actually surprised I found it. Yeah, no, they changed quite a bit about Pal World. It was like so easy to go through the stuff, but now it actually takes a little bit more effort. Which I
Yeah,
kind of like.
like
'cause that
since
was my
the
biggest gripe.
1.0 release.
Hmm?
Like since the official release, you mean?
Or before the 1.0 update, it was like so easy to progress through the building stuff, in my opinion. But after the 1.0 update, it's a little bit harder. Because I'm a higher level than what my actual equipment is. Do I have a little bit of an increased XP gain through the settings? Yes, but even then, I'm still limited by a lot of shit to upgrade my base.
Use your private parts as piranha bait. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
Very sorry, I'm listening, but I'm also vibing to the song. So yep. But if you want to show,
Yeah, I'm just loading into it real quick.
do your own electrical work. Teach yourself how to fly. Eat a 2-week-old unrefrigerated pie. Dumb ways to die. So many dumb ways to die.
back to washing and cleaning.
Dumb ways to
Good job, Willy.
So many dumb ways to die.
Oh, but okay, the thing is, like, I know I've been streaming already for 10 hours, but don't forget, I accidentally did like a 22-hour stream earlier this year. You don't know my streaming powers.
Do that.
What?
How do you accidentally do that?
Just having
Guys, when you're
fun,
having
getting
fun.
energy from streaming, then forgetting time completely exists, and then realizing you've been going, like when you're at 18 or 19 hours, but then I was like, yeah, but now I want a nice number. So then I stopped at 22. And that's the longest I've had so far.
I wonder what's this red button do?
Okay.
But I'm not really asleep for like, yeah, I streamed for 14 hours the other day for a lot. Yeah, exactly, really. Like the thing is, if you don't plan it, if you don't have the pressure to stream that long, then it is easier. But if you plan like, I must stream for 24 hours or something, yeah, then you're
Okay, you
looking
ready?
like that hours. Oh, I'm not, no. no, not yet, 1 second. I'm still in the dumb ways to die and that plays over everything, so that's probably why I'm yelling as well now.
Stand on the edge of the train station platform. Drive around the boom gates at a level crossing. Run across the tracks between the platforms.
Wait, I do want to spam dance emotes.
Rhyme, but they're quite possibly
I forgot this pal does this.
ways to die. Dumbest ways to die. Dumbest ways to die. So many dumb
Yeah.
ways to die.
Okay, now I can see again. Did I miss an accept? No, right? No. Not searching yet. Or
No, I'm just
no.
waiting till you're ready.
Okay. Good. Like last time I did it up and I kind of skipped it.
And except like how do you say that? When I was playing by myself earlier, then I switched as well to something else. And just make leak. Let me put you there so I can see you big. Boop. Yep. Twitch cut you off at 44 hours, so you gotta restart stream if you want to keep going.
Yep. This is one
Really?
of the new pals.
44 hours. That's a kitty girl.
Now, how about the fact she also fucking dances as an idol?
Yeah.
None of the other pals really do that. Like, you got
Does she
this
always
guy.
dance? Man, she's like. But that dress as well. She's just how do you say that? Fan servicing? Yeah. Okay. You can start searching for the game, by the way. Like I have other thing there up there. I'm good.
Okay.
How the fuck?
Thank you very much.
What the fuck? That's. How about this fucking pal?
Why the heart on the crotch?
Read its description. Yeah, its description down here. In the
Even
middle.
humans have become the target. Oh my god.
Don't forget that the dev is a furry, so it's no real
Okay,
surprise.
yeah, that makes sense then. Okay. That's what I mean. This is either very good fan servicing or just putting in like on dirty pleasures.
No, the dev is a confirmed furry, so there's a lot of furry stuff in the game.
Yeah, because this just looks like it's straight out of a
Look
furry
how
game. That
adorable this
battle.
little guy is.
Oh, that's cute.
What about this one?
That's okay. Not okay. Yeah, no.
What is
Have I
this
ever
one?
played
I don't
things?
remember seeing this.
I don't
Oh,
know if I ever
here's
played
the
them.
fat fuck.
Oh, but he's so chunky. He's cute.
Read its description.
With so little to eat at high altitudes, will occasionally even feast on enemies' brains. I love him. It is thought that scarce Sika and more dependable foods are descended to lower skies, automatically verging into beacon. But that's why he's so fluffy. Really up high in the sky, it's also very cold, right? So you need to get extra fat, keep warm. Important. That one is pretty. Oh.
That was all I had to show.
Aw, now I was into it. Now I want more pals.
Oh my god, it's the Gatfish. As in this fucking little shit will pull out 2 fucking pistols.
I actually sorry, I have to adjust my frenzy volume in for myself on my headset because every time someone checks in, I get jump scared. That's not nope. There you go. No, I don't know if actually can I turn this down.
You back in.
Benja, League of Legends. What? No, I cannot. That's why it's so big. Okay. Audio. Okay, we're good. Now I'm not deaf. Nope. Hello, Hex Sister. Boo! Yeah, the muffins, they scare me. Oh.
Oh, I remember now. I was going to try to build this. I need more circuit boards
No,
and
chat.
bio batteries. Excuse me, how many do I need?
1,000,000.
I need 45
Where
more
am I?
bio
I'm Jinx.
batteries. What the fuck? 45. This.
Shop. Okay, sorry, got a little late. Oh yeah, this is the switching for the guns. Like what's what again? This is the flame chompers. Jump, jump, jump. Is everyone dead? Don't do
Yeah,
that.
just me and you left.
Okay, we got this.
Yeah.
Holy shit, you already got that done?
Hey, you got this. See, you got this. Boss is nice.
Oh my god, it's running animation. It's so fucking stupid.
And you're not sharing anymore, no?
No.
Your ally's lost his innards. Your ally has been slain. Your allies are a killing spree.
Mark where they
Your allies shut down an enemy.
Oh, I'm dead. Okay. I did play Jinx before, but it's been a while. This is the rocket launcher or the pew pew. Very long shot thing. The flame chomp chomp. The rocket.
Your ally has been slain. Your allies ended that fest. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your ally has slain an enemy.
Oh my god.
So much stronger after he revives. Does it die automatically after a while or no? Hey Chevy! Yes, I'm still online. And we're doing still more League. Or were you here when we were playing League already? Or were you here during the start? Time is long today. I can't talk for shit anymore, but it's fine.
I wonder if that glitch is still up there.
No! Okay, I go way too close to them. More range, and I'm gonna stay back. Yeah. I'm just gonna attack the card. Yeah. Yep. I went to sleep during Stardew, well, late as fuck. Yep. Yeah, that's 11 hours though, I know.
Oh my god, they even have a yawn. That's hilarious.
A yawn? As in like a yawn emote?
Yeah. Oh my god, that does take the shit out.
I'm saying I should stay back more and then continue to still that way.
And corrosive.
There.
20 of each.
But yeah, Chubby. Chubby, that's what I meant with. I'm not gonna lie. Oh no! No, but I'm legit getting addicted to League. No, it is fun as fuck. I did like 4 or 5 rounds of drops, and now I think 5, maybe 5 ARMs or something. I don't know. I'm just still leveling. I'm not ranked, so I'm not keeping track. But Next sister, thank you for checking in. I hope you're doing good, Next sister. Can I do something?
Oh
about
my
this?
god. Ziggs just helped Mordekaiser kill me.
Oh my god, that almost cost me my life again. But I did it. I made a kill. No, 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 no. Oh. Oh, no, no, no. He's coming back to life. I forgot. How did he help you? Did he lock you in or something?
He used his W to move Mordekaiser closer to me, so Mordekaiser could just bonk me for free.
Aww. Yeah, the smolder just hit the two of us when we were very low, like in one. Yeah, okay, everyone dead. I'm back in 3. Oh my.
I don't know if this is a winnable game, to be honest. We can try our best, though.
Yeah.
Good traps.
I got sick of him. And it worked. Okay, I'm getting Jinx again. I do like Jinx.
Oh, maybe I should have just used my ult. Oh well. Too late.
Helping! Oh god, I'm
Get
dying
out of
now.
there!
Okay, we're good. No! We're not good. Okay, we're good. He's gonna die. It doesn't count when he's dying when he already died. Does that make sense?
Oh my
Like,
god.
after he got resurrected.
Oh,
Okay, switch. Boop, 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 boop. Did you have a good sleep, by the way, Chappy? If you also want to join for some fun, if you're free, if you're not working, if you don't mind me being super noob and running a
that's
circle.
number 2. Nice.
Anyway, which one should I pick now? I pick like the sniper and the range things because I was like, yeah. Air by chance, no. Refresh your ultimate after casting it.
Enemy killing
With melee. No, I don't want to go melee. Okay.
Enemy double kill.
We're good, we're good.
Down an enemy. Your turret in splinters.
I think all my mods are. Okay, so I do this. Maybe I'm doing the double now, but my bot is asleep and my mods are good now because it's a chubby. No, but you know chubby too, right? I think.
What's that? Sorry?
You know chubby?
I don't think so.
I assumed. What?
Did they move them there?
That's better.
Ooh. Now, okay, maybe this is gonna be a winnable
Starting
game
to look
after
a
all.
bit winnable, but they're gonna come back really strong.
Fair. Oh, that was a waste, but okay. Scared them off, but oh god, he's giant!
Uh-oh.
Run! Run!
He's huge.
Oh my gosh. No, they still got me. Not even a giant. I trapped a giant and I flashed away, but they still got me.
Yeah, this Scion's getting really
fuck.
tanky.
I
It's
forgot
hard
to
to
hide
deal
my
with.
map again, but okay, that doesn't matter even with ARAMs.
It doesn't matter in ARAM, no. You're probably gonna want to get Blade of the Ruin King and Infinity Edge for Scion, or else we're not gonna deal damage to him.
Okay.
Fuck. Okay. I forgot about your passive.
Okay. I did make the kill, but I also died. But I did help. I did kill Scion, though. With everyone. Eh.
Get
I
him,
like
Quinn.
Your ally has slain an enemy.
Yay!
The bounty.
Bye bye, Smolder. Bye bye.
I'd like to see that again.
You fucking fool! Why would you get close to me?
Oops.
I didn't want to use that, but okay.
Wait. No! I still needed to shop. Where am I? Oh, I can still shop. Woo! I was already in the cannon, but I got out of the cannon to shop? I didn't know that was possible. Oh.
Oh, geez, I didn't realize Ash was right there. I was so focused on Scion.
Yeah. He's sneaky. Oh god. Oh god, they got an... Oh, the rest of them in the back. Okay, we still got a chance. Like, he is kind of slow.
I think,
The others...
oh, okay. Maybe. Come on, Quinn. Oh my god, Quinn is so strong right now. Oh, she's dead.
I am really hoping this works.
Okay, we were almost back.
Oh my god, it does work!
What are you trying to do?
Don't worry about it.
Wait, okay, so you said the Infinity Action with the what other one?
And Blade of the Ruin King.
Fuck, I don't have that.
Feed in the fishes.
I couldn't attack the barrel because this fat ass is too fat.
I don't have those.
Uh-oh.
No! No!
Oh, she has Fey magic? Oh, no.
He just bloop bloop! Like, he's not the problem for me like the other ones are. Does that make sense? He's just massive. Yeah,
Unfortunately, Jinx is the
got
best character we have for killing Scion.
Yeah, so that's why, like, he's not the worst problem for me. The others are. They keep killing me now.
Yeah.
Oh no.
If I don't have Scion on me, me and Quinn can kill the others.
Oh, I was back in
okay.
1 second.
What?
Okay, but
Yeah,
still,
it's
this game
fun,
turned
too.
out better than I thought. Like that. I thought
Yeah,
it was
it
gonna
was a
be like
really
an
rough
instant
start.
loss. It's just okay. Need to practice more magic. I'm still so shitty. Like, why do I do so little damage? Is that just...
So, if instead of Collector you went Blade of the Ruin King earlier, you would have been able to do a lot of damage to Scion, because you were our best source of dealing damage to Scion, and your
Yeah.
damage would have been a lot higher.
Okay,
I should have just said something earlier, that's on me.
Oh, why on you? I should know what to buy and whatever. Like, I'm learning. But that's the thing. Like, I'm
Well,
wondering, like,
I'm
every
aware
time, like,
that
I
you're learning,
do
so I should have said something.
participate. Yeah, okay, but like that, what I mean, like, I do. How do you say that? I do fight more in the games. I die a little less, so I am making progress. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's what
need
it's
to
all
get my
about.
damage up. Yeah. Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready for the next one.
I'm ready.
And just like, yeah, as I said, like, I'm getting addicted to League, and it is, I don't know. It's fun to just, I don't know, the ARAMs are quick. That is fun. Like with drafts, at some point, you're just kind of done, but yeah. I like it. Like, I'm trying to figure out still, like, okay, so Pookie, like, my friend wants to play League. Like, I'm playing League to be up to play League. It is bad at this point now. But she wanted to play League in, like, 5 hours or something for now. But that's why I'm like, either I'm gonna take a nappy nap. Oh, I want to be that one Zoe. I think that's Zoe.
Actually need to read
Maybe.
all
I
of
don't know.
Yeah, Zoe's up there.
I know what.
Okay.
Oh no, but I'm not. I'm confused. Who's you? Who's you? Griffin? Okay, I'm gonna test Griffin.
You.
Try her out. She's tough, but try her out. Maybe you're gonna pop off with her. Who knows?
Yeah. And I'm gonna also ask.
Put you in just to have that. I don't need that yet.
Like I still gotta get more here with all the other heroes. Then you also know like how to counter them better and stuff, I think, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even the champions I'm not very good with, I still play from time to time just so that I understand how they work, and then that way, if I'm facing against them, I can find the weaknesses in what they do a little easier.
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay, I legit thought that Puckmaw was just called Puckmaw, and I forgot it was a skin. I was like, who is Puckmaw? And when there's a puck in the game, oh my god. Okay, that is a cute skin. Okay. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna test. You said you use AI as well. I just gonna put in like, okay, we're gonna play Aram with this and this team. And see what it says. It says slightly early game, it will slightly favor them. Because they can hook and poke and bind. That's true.
Yeah, in the early game, you'll probably just want to sit back and dodge skill shots.
Okay, as a Raven, it's your job not to engage kick. This is very important because I always just jump the fuck in. Like, let's go! But that's
Yeah,
not
you'll just
always.
get blown up if you engage on Riven.
Yep.
A good thing to do in this game is wait for Alawi to pull someone's soul out and then jump on the soul. And then when the soul's dead, just back up. Or if you're getting hit too hard, then just back up. Let other people hit the soul.
Is there a W? Does that interrupt their ult system?
Yeah, it's a small area of effect stun, just like a little circle around you. Anyone around you, you stun. So like,
Oh.
if I were playing Riven this game, the two things I would do would be kill the souls that Alawi pulls, and wait for Katarina or Quinn to jump in on one of our team members, and then jump on them and stun them. Your Q does three small dashes that do AoE. They're all a little bit different from each other, and the third one knocks up enemies. Your E is a small little dash that also gives you a shield.
Ooh.
So like,
So if anyone else, I can like do like.
let's
the
say
W.
Katarina jumps in, you could like Q E Q W Q.
Yeah.
Basically, you just start with a Q, end with a Q, and put an E and a W in between each Q, right? Q E Q W Q E. Or yeah, not the second E. Q E Q W Q. There we go.
Yet.
Okay. Okay, for augments, I got either like blunt force, attack damage, kill secured, gain increased movement speed towards enemy low health, or spin me around. Oh, that's the thing that you had like with the flying all the time, right?
Yeah, I think blunt force is probably your best bet.
Yeah. Like with the swinging, I would just swing around and not hit anything. I know myself, and that's not really a good one for this character.
Cheer 5, cheer 5, cheer 5,
Tier 5, Chubby! Bye! Oh, thank you. Sorry. That's the thing with League. I am slow with reading chat. I will read chat. I love you all for being in chat. Please stay active in chat if you want to. But friends, you gotta jump in a meeting. Have good luck at your meeting. Good day at work. And thank you for checking in. I am practicing, Chubby, then I will play with you as well. Okay, wait. Horseshoes. I need to buy stuff. I think. Sorry. Got distracted by what I needed to buy. What? There we go. Okay, so just don't go too far. Okay. Oh, Chubby got a nice catfish. Oh, whoa, Manta Ray, that is a good one. Ooh! Okay, I got the QE, like, yep. He is strong.
Yeah.
Oh no!
That
Okay.
was good until Blitz got you, but yeah, that was good. Well done.
Nice! Okay, it's awesome. I like her. I got too far, but oh. No! Okay, go back. I'm very low, I'm gonna grab my butt. Like, that's a thing that I wonder with ARM. Like, if you're very, very low, you just wait. You try to poke them. Oh, here's. Oh, okay, that's what I mean. Then I can pull me and then I'm dead. Yeah.
Yeah, gotta watch out for that Blitzcrank pull. Your Q and your E both give you small dashes that you can use to help dodge the Blitzcrank pull or the Lux abilities.
Oh, I have my ult. Oh no, I'm dead. Okay. That's the thing, yeah, okay. I gotta keep a little, like that, yeah, near the tower you just gotta leave the distance, because if they trap you there, then it's just bye-bye.
Has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. For those who were lost.
Who the fuck is still off the base?
What?
Over there!
Oh god, I did my R. Oh no. Okay. Wait, en passant wil ik even bij het fight. Enemy champion. Please. Okay. Ooh, okay, the back to basics. Is that interesting or no? Gain increased ability, damage, healing, shielding ability, haste, but no ultimate? Or damaging with your ultimate polymorphs enemies?
What else do you got?
And passant, periodically identified vitals on enemy champions, hitting them with attacks or abilities. Deals max damage through damage.
That one's good. So
The other ones I was
what'll
like,
happen? What'll happen is like you'll see a triangle coming out from a direction on the enemy champion, and if you hit them from that direction, you'll deal extra damage and heal. Ah, I could have done that better.
Yeah, okay.
That was unfortunate. We were fighting without you, and you showed up right as everyone died. I hate when that
Yeah.
happens so much.
Yeah, because then you're like, hi! Oh.
Yeah, I'm here. Oh, I'm dead now. Cool.
Yeah. I will be back. I'm back in 3.
High quality boards, I need 40 and 15.
Oh my god, she gets to ult twice.
What is my ult?
Your ult gives you more attack damage, and then when you recast it, it's good for an execute.
Okay.
I need 30 bio batteries.
Wow, she died so quick I didn't even get an assist. Oh my god. Katarina's good, unfortunately.
This is the thing. Now the whole team. No, they're just.
I got my own en passant now.
Okay.
Yeah, how does that work?
So you'll see like the triangle sticking out of enemies, right? You hit them from that direction.
Okay, sorry. Got it! I would have died normally, always. Like, there's no chance I normally would have made that. Just okay. Yeah, I never, like, combined my abilities as well.
I don't even have a watering towel.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What conflict?
Ooh! Okay, wait. Dashing? Yes.
Dashing's really good on her.
Yeah. I'm finally not afraid to just jump in. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna die now. No, I'm not. Holy shit. Ah, I'm dead. But still, it's like... it is worth fun when you're not continuously dying.
circuit boards and Nintendo. So, okay.
Burdens of the past.
Hey.
Choose your own.
Nice.
I don't like Blitz. I have personal beef with every Blitz.
For real.
Grab him. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab him. Sorry.
Okay. I have a heal, so I'm okay.
Oh. Get up,
So your Q and E should be on super low cooldown, so you can spam them.
Oh yeah. Oh. Okay, yeah. Just a little too far. Nice. Which one are
Killed
you?
my whole teammates before I could save them.
My spirit is not lost.
No!
Shut down.
Oh my god. I got outplayed.
There are too many to go, so.
Yeah.
So long I've been.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
What conflict awaits?
An enemy has been slain.
Learn from me.
Oh damn.
If they come close enough to us, then they're just fucked.
Choose your own.
They can still grab us. Oh. I got too close. Oh, look out, you got too close. Oh.
I tried to outplay, but that blitz knockup got me.
Okay, now I escapade over bonus attack damage, Omni Vamp, or like the slapping round.
Escapade and Omni Vamp are both good. I would say probably Escapade though.
Yeah. Or attack.
Because your shield scales off of your attack damage, the shield on your E.
Oh,
and since you're
nice.
attacking, you should be able to press your E very often, right?
Yep.
So you should be able to get a shield, a fat shield very often.
Triple kill.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting that I can just basically spam them.
Double kill. Aced.
I also just move faster. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, your Q and your E are spammable.
skip up? Are they dead?
They're dead, but it's game over now, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Good job.
Like, where's everyone? Hey, Kale's still here. Oh, I'm getting a call. Okay, 1 second. I'm still here. I'm just gonna grab this call.
That was just a fucking nuke going off. That was awesome.
Frank van Schaak is moet daar eens uitzoeken. Was de... Een seconde, dan kan ik even met je blijven bellen, gewoon maar wacht. We can play like one more game while I'm muted, and I chat with Mom, so he still can continue playing if you want to. But I wanna, congratulate her a little because she texted me apparently while I was already streaming, but I don't check my phone while streaming. But if you want, I can continue like one more. Yeah, 1 minute.
We can do one more.
Yeah, 1 minute, Mommy. You don't even know what I'm saying, Mom.
You
I love
have
you.
a good one. Peace, peace.
Peace, peace, bye, killer. Okay.
Yeah, so you wanted to do one more and then you were gonna call your mom, or what's up? Sorry.
Oh, wait. Okay, Mom, wacht een seconde. Die zat me al te pesten. Die zegt straks... Yeah, no, my mom will just continue talking. She's still talking. I love her. But she only continues to talk for a little because she's super excited about buying a house.
So I was
Yeah,
like, I
that's
can mute for 1 second and then we can already play one. Or I can do be right back one. Maybe I'm
You-
taking like a 5-minute break and then see. If it
Yeah,
takes
you can
longer,
take a
then we can
5-minute
just
break.
play.
You can take a break to talk to your mom. Absolutely.
I was like, I want to continue playing, but no, okay. Okay. I'm gonna say quick hi. Because yeah, she bought an apartment. That's awesome. I was looking for a long time, but yeah. Congratulations to your mom. I will give her the congratulations. Okay. I will take it quick BRB. Ja, ik had mezelf hier even gemute, zodat ik nooit kon zeggen wanneer ben ik in het Nederlands tegen Engelse mensen praat en Engels tegen Nederlandse mensen. Maar ja, oké. Ik ga gewoon even 5 minuutjes pauze gewoon doen. Dus komt goed, ja? Dus dat ik 5 minuten pauze, zodat ik met jou gewoon even kan praten, ja? Oké.
Hang je nu op?
Nee, ik bel jou dus nog door, sorry. Ik ben met 3 mensen tegelijk aan het bellen nu, dat is heel verwarrend. Mijn hoofd kan dit niet aan. Dus ik mute even de rest allemaal en dan heb ik gewoon 5 minuten pauze. Ik zet mezelf even op be right back. Ja? Okay. Okay, so now you guys heard me Dutching? No. So I will be right back. Like 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! Don't make me worse a lot! Breathe! Oh my god, okay. 1 second. Hey, mam, 1 minuutje. Okay. Hi, Reef. Okay, so I just be right beat. Hello. I'm calling with my mom right now, who just bought a house. So she's really hyped. But I was literally standing up and then I saw the rain come in. How was your stream? If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. Get a schnitt, get a hydrate. Thank you so much for reading into me. Thank you for being here. I will be back in like 5 minutes. I'm sorry to be rude and take a break, but I was already like in the break. So I will be back in 5 and I will take good care of your food. And in the meantime, you go fish, you go watch Clippy so you know who I am. And you go clean up some kitty litter. And thank you, Reef. Let me give you a big shout out before I go. What? Reef. There you go. I'll show you a Clippy. Okay, now I'm gonna be. Oh my gosh, that's not a. Whoa. That's gonna play anything? No. Okay. Okay, now I'll be right back. Goes in and it goes out and that's how it works. Oké, er kwamen nu net echt 6 nieuwe mensen weer binnen met een raid. Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! Don't make me worse a lot!
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it. It will be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
It works!
What happened?
Oh my god, okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? and I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my God, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, he's talking back. The bot is talking back. It's gaining its own intelligence.
Oh my god, I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers. Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. With no makeup and glasses. We're good, we're good. Okay, that's great. I'm trying to find everyone and the card without continuously running into the clown. Hello? Anyone here? Hello? Ah! God damn it! I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was
You quit.
the scary doll.
Yeah, left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it! Since when is that in there?
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true. That's true. I prepared everything so I could make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take... Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
But we're still fighting. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways.
like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here, don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry, I do gotta keep this for later because that was. Oh, Jesus. So his internet goes out and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No. Did you use the upgrade?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? I Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Okay, someone do the exclamation mark clip. I'm so proud. Morga! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. And I thought you went out, so I went out again and you went in. So that was...
That's fine, that's fine.
His solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little, but now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break? You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago when everyone actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay. Money here already. I think we're just getting all the stuff and then we're getting out of here. Are we still searching for more stuff? Fucking no! Don't make me worse a lot!
Why does your mic scream at me?
I don't know. Wait. Let me clean this with my ear. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon. Oh my no, fucking Jesus! Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it. It to be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
It works!
What's happened?
Oh my god, okay. So, Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything. And it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do. And it will do. Oh my god, Jess, he said, like, I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, it's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers. Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip from him. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay, okay. Did it work again? Yes. I'm back. There it goes. Okay. Did I miss Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Did it? Thank you so much for the gifted subs,
We were
Yui.
back screen Pogo.
Thank you. And this is
Thank
just
you,
Welcome back.
filtered me with love.
Thank you.
Oh no, filtered me.
And
No
Tin Man is
makeup
coming to
and glasses.
tickle our
We're
pickles
good,
again,
we're
people.
good.
Cartoons, what's up,
Okay,
back by the
that's
ticklers
great.
here?
I'm trying to find.
Yep, yep, yep. Oh, did Kill catch the Pokemon? Oh, aw. Got some fishing. A dungeon. Am I too late for the dungeon? Yeah. What were you doing in the dungeon? Good, good. Okay, so my mom texted me apparently yesterday, but then I was asleep. And then she texted me this morning, like, "Are you alive?" And I just saw the last message, so I just sent yes. And then just moved on with my day, basically. That's the short version. But apparently, like in between, she texted me like, "Hi, I bought a house." So she was like, "Why is she just responding with, okay, everything good, bye?" Like I just told her she bought a house, but I never saw that. So now she told me like, "Hi, you doing good? Did you see my message?" I was like, "Wait, yeah, I'm alive." She's like, "No, no, you didn't see my message." I was like, "Wait, what?" But yeah, this is big. Like she didn't move in the last, what is it, 30 years, 35 years? And she still lives in the family home I grew up in. But she's living there by herself at the moment now. So it got a little too big. So she's been looking for an apartment, but it's a big change from like a big house to apartment. So it was a big search, but she succeeded. And she found an apartment with an actual garden, which is still, it's yeah. What? Oh, is that Joe playing with us again? Do we need to switch to the other Discord?
It's probably easier to switch to his than have him join yours, but if you want to have him join yours, it's up to you.
Yeah, you can. But I can also switch. What time is it now? It's 4. So when are you moving in? Well, the thing is, my mom is gonna move closer to me, which is I don't know how to feel about that. Like we already live in the same city, but we live on the two opposite sides of the same city. But now she's gonna live like 10 minutes from me or something. And I was like, please, mom, you didn't search for your houses just to be close to me, right? Say that you didn't do that. She was like, no. And I was like, are you sure about that? And then last week, she literally looked for an apartment, which is in the same neighborhood. Just a 2-minute walk. And I was like, okay, mom, I love you. But no. No, 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 no. We need our own. Yep, yep, yep. That's better. But yeah, no, I can switch to his. That is fine, by the way.
Yeah,
I think that is
let's flip it
faster.
to his. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kelsey there.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with catching up at a cafe. Only see my mom once a year. I live so far apart. I would love to see her more. I get that as well. But that's the thing. Like, I love my mom, but whenever I got clinically ill, like she started to be like a bit of a like a huffer mom, a huffer parent, if you know what I mean. Like she really sweet, really nice, but also sometimes overly concerned, which is still fair and valid. By the way, I still see my vertical one is just. Like, I'm getting distracted while doing this, and then I'm gonna switch back to them. But there is something really weird here. Ah, and now it's good. Okay, now the vertical one works again. It was just a tiny part. Oh, we're good. We're good. But Patchy, yeah, I can imagine if you see your mom that little, then it is nice. Yeah, I'm watching it. I have my thingy open to see the chat. And the subtitles, automatically generated subtitles, do not make any sense at all. It's interesting. Okay, I'm gonna switch to the other one. Hello.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I get it,
You ready?
Patchy.
I'm ready.
Yes.
Let's do
Like
this.
that's the thing that I mean. Like I love
Let's see
her
if
for
Vortex
it.
will
I
join
really
us.
love her.
Actually,
Like she's really
might as well be a
supportive and
full
helped me a
5
lot as well.
weekend.
Like I said, I've been living without income like for the past few months with work and Swedish government and a whole other big story that I will say for like a just chatting session maybe. But she's been helping like doing weekly groceries together and stuff, and I
No,
couldn't
he's not joining.
live on
Okay,
myself.
let's do this.
Like I couldn't live by myself without her help at the moment, and I really appreciate her. But I think I would go crazy if she lived like one street away from me. And she would too, like it wouldn't be healthy. Because then we would chill like together, like too much. Because we have same hobbies. I will always like we like to paint together and like to go swimming together and stuff. Like to watch Netflix series together, but then it would be just me and my mom. Just I don't know. But again, I do really love her and appreciate her. So yeah, that's why like I needed to take a break to properly like listen to the news and everything because I kind of ignored her text because I didn't realize. Did I play Karma before? I can do Karma or Smolder. I don't know.
Oh, looks
What's
pretty
Karma
good.
do?
Karma's Q pokes, her W tethers an enemy, and at the end of the tether will root the enemy, and her E shields, and her R empowers her next ability.
I'm gonna try because I like the newcomer. Oh, but Smolder's no.
Ugh, I can't stop
Yeah, it's
yawning. I
just
hate
like
it.
over the time. It's quite annoying, but also being close makes it easier for you. Really have to travel sucks with pain. Yeah, that is the thing. So like I do have like a bigger family on my mom's side. I also have family on my dad's side, but they're like at least like 1 or 2
Dual
cities away.
Gauntlet Ezreal, let's go.
Yeah, I don't know Karma yet. Would a shield be better? Healing and shield or healed and health generation?
Her shielding is really good, especially when she like uses her R right before shielding. It shields everyone like in an area around her.
It can do like the Courage of the Colossus, which gains an extra shield after immobilizing or grounding one. Or the Spirit
No,
Bomb,
not
which
that
is
one. Spirit Bomb is really good on her. If you go Spirit Bomb and then build a Circlet first item, really good on her.
Which item?
Minions have spawned.
Circlet.
Never again will I sit idle.
A bit closer to that one, okay.
Oh, I could have played that better. That's okay. Swain got the kills. Let's go.
Ooh. Yeah, Muffin Mom has it. Yep, Muffin Mom has a muffin house. So that's the thing, Veggie. So she lives in a big house. Like she still lives in the house that I grew up in. That I was not born in, but I was like, yeah, technically born in, basically, yeah. Ooh. Like I've lived there my whole life until I moved here. With like the exception of Germany for a year. Where I lived by myself during studies. That's not that one. Okay, we're good, we're good. But yeah, so she still lives in like a big house because oh, like now you're getting like muffin lore because that's the thing, like my mom caused him. Like my dad died a couple years ago. So she's still in the big house by herself, and that's just too big for one person, you know. And it's not good, not comfy. Oh no! Okay, that was unfortunate. I didn't realize he would also revive. Okay, I got the circlet. I didn't ask AI what I should buy now, so does it matter what I get as a second item?
There's a lot of good options. Moonstone Renewer is a good option.
As Ionia changes.
Or you can build damage items.
I like damage on her. She's fun that way.
Yeah.
But
It depends on like what you need for the team, right? I'm struggling to think mid-combat.
you just play what you could be successful at, really, at this point.
No, I missed my Q. Oh my god, I'm bad. If I didn't miss my Q, that was a dead Jhin.
What is that ult? How? What the hell? That range? And thank you, Fetty. W links them. Okay. W links them. If you gotta stay close, yeah, then it will go over on them. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out like what the range is, but I kept it up a little. I did do 160. Nope. Nope. Enemy.
Grab this relic back here. Or die.
That was way too quick.
Good tether.
Oh, he's gonna die. Yeah, I succeeded. He's taking revenge. Okay, thank you. I'm like, oh no, I know. And thank you for that. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, was that's why I wanted to do like as well. But I think maybe I'm gonna do that like in September charity thingy for prostate cancer. Cause yeah, you got died from cancer. It's a shit disease. Literally, figuratively, I lost a lot of family members. Ooh. It's weird to talk about goals. You focused on League. Not gonna lie.
Okay, I got to press my E, right? God damn.
Ooh, okay, wait. Is the Devotion one empowered by the faithful? Or the Empyrean Promise pattern?
They're cool. You just gotta remember to use them all the time. I think one
Yeah.
has like a thing.
Wait that. Yeah, I've lost a few by that, yeah. It is a shit disease, I hate it. But it is what it is. Ooh. It was, yeah. Like, it was like one of the hardest losses. Like, I lost like grandpa, grandmas and stuff.
I didn't get an
as well,
assist
but
on that
that is
timer.
different.
What?
But yeah, not gonna get into that because then I'm gonna get too sad. Not that I don't mind talking about it, but not. I'm trying to focus on the can't talk with people. As I said, I can talk about that like another time on in a just chatting thing if we want to.
All these fucking things that take forever to die.
Jin just put like 20 traps in one spot.
Yeah, it looked that way. There was like at least
Yeah.
a few there.
They just kept stacking. But yeah, so that's what I said. Like, Mama has been still living in the same house, and that was the thing. Oh no! Oh damn! I got wrecked. That is funny.